everybody. everyone. Welcome to this, the third round of our OPL Finals Gauntlet. My name is Michael Hingersing, and thank you for joining us on a day which will be some special League of Legends because Sin have already fought their way through Avant-Garde, through the Chiefs, and now they face second place Team Legacy before one of these teams goes on to take on the Direwolves. It's a best of 5 today, and for those of you who are just joining us today, you may not know much about Legacy. So earlier this week we spoke to them, and here's a little message they prepared.
The only position we'd be satisfied finishing in is first.
I think it'll be a lot closer than other years. This is definitely one of the most exciting OPL splits so far, but our overall goal is to definitely win in a head-to-head MSI.
We will absolutely not be satisfied with anything other than first. At the start of the split, we weren't really expecting to do super well. You know, we had a lot of new team members, but kind of the way that the roster's worked out and the talent that we've somehow managed to pick up, I think we've overperformed.
And this is going to be Legacy picking up a clean 2-0 against the Chiefs.
Look at the smile on Carbon's face. He's all pumped up, and they deserve it. I mean, they schooled Chiefs in Game 2.
After we beat the Chiefs, we kind of realised that first was ours and no one could take it away from us anymore, only we could drop it. And then we did drop it.
Do anything because the Nexus has gone. Sin have done it 2 times in a row. They've taken down Legacy, but this time it's a 2-0 spawn.
I think our toughest opponents in the Gauntlet, to be fair, is probably Sin.
I don't want to say good things about them. They destroyed us twice, but they are the dark horse of the OPL.
I would prefer the Chiefs to win over Sin. I like playing against the Chiefs. It's a fun challenge. I like playing against those guys. And I think having another opportunity to beat them would be, I would really enjoy that.
So for the Direwolves to split, they're definitely the scariest. Coming into the year, they picked up a big sponsor. They got really hyped up. They took King from Legacy, and I feel like Direwolves as a whole squad, they come together really well.
I'd say the Direwolves, they obviously have a lot of belief in themselves. They've always been a very arrogant bunch of people. We've beaten them in the best of 3 format, and if we make it to the finals, we'll beat them in the best of 5 format easily.
You know, the opportunity to represent Oceania is the big reason that I still play.
For me to win an OPL split, it would basically be like fulfilling my dreams, because I've always wanted to play on the international stage. Esports is my dream. I put my career here, so I really want to go further than Oceania.
I plan to give up the whole year for this, and just fresh out of high school, to represent the whole region, that would be freaking awesome.
Well, it may be freaking awesome for Lost to be able to represent Australia and Oceania at Worlds, at MSI potentially, but they still have to get through Sin, who have already, as I said before, beaten Chiefs, beaten Avant-Garde, and yeah. Who will win today? Let's introduce our panel of experts here on the analyst desk. So first, we have support player for the Chiefs, Ejim. We also have Coach Jesh, support coach for Immortals in the North American region, and our in-house OPL analyst, Nathan Mendrix-Mendez. How y'all doing? Ejim, unlucky loss for you guys yesterday from the Chiefs.
Unlucky, yeah.
Yeah, I saw a few you guys tweeting out, look, we've let ourselves down, but really, you saw Carpenter, you've let him down. He wanted another chance to beat you all. Didn't even give it to him.
I feel like saying another chance for Legacy to beat Chiefs is like, has that happened that often? Like, I feel like you can't really say that, right?
And Jesh, you're spending some time in the off-season over here in Australia, back from North America. How was your split over there?
My split was really good. We decided as a team that we would just intentionally come 7th so we could have an extended break and just completely miss out on playoffs and stuff. So, yeah, no, just enjoying the sun in Australia, really.
And finally, Mendrix, this is day 3 of this gauntlet. How are you feeling? Are you exhausted? We've had 2 best of 5s, and who knows what today has in store.
I'm reinvigorated. I can't wait for these games. We're discussing, is this the point that the glass slipper is coming on for the story for the Cinderella guys, or is it
the Cinderella guys?
Or is it? Oh yeah, you could say, or is it really going to be? You know, the pumpkin is just about to be disappearing.
We talked about this earlier. I don't really remember much of the Cinderella story. Like anyway, look, because the guy, he just has the slipper, and he just imagine having a shoe of a woman who you've met once, and you go to a house, you're like, hey, is this your shoe? You get the, anyway, all right. Let's take a look at our lineup, shall we? Because this is all about League of Legends. This is Legacy getting ready in their room. And let's take a look at their roster, shall we? Their top laner and vice captain is Tally. Their jungler and captain is Carbon. Claire is their mid laner, who spent a bit of time in Japan last year. Lost is their AD carry, and Cupcake is their rookie support player and former professional tennis player, I'm told, Egypt.
Yeah, well, I don't know much about that. I just want to say Tim Carbon feels like he's getting real up close and personal with the camera there. Everyone's kind of sitting back and he's just got his noggin like right up in there. I respect that. I'm a big forehead into the camera fan.
Well, Legacy's opponents have beaten them twice in the regular split of the OPL already this year, but can they best them today? Let's take a look at their opponents. Sin, shall we, getting ready in their side of the studios. And for the third time this gauntlet, let's go through their lineup, shall we? Their top laner is the NA import Flares. It's been popping off on Game 5 Fizzes lately. Juves is their captain and jungler. And their mid laner is Ryoma, former Chief sub. Maybe he helped them out with some secret inside goss yesterday.
Yeah.
Their AD carry is FBI. And their support play is Rogue there. Looking more relaxed than usual. Fewer finger guns than we've come to expect from the young Rogue.
He's just warming them up. He's got the hand warmers. Getting them ready.
All right, well, we do need to get into Game 1 as quickly as possible. So, gentlemen, I want to get your predictions. And let me start with you, E-Jim. I mean, is Sin going to continue this? Are they going to go all the way?
Well, watching the video with Legacy before this, I think Claire kind of summed up like how I feel about the situation. Like, preface this, but I just lost to Sin, right? But, like, Claire's like, I don't want to say nice things about Sin. Like, Sin shouldn't, in my eyes, be beating the Chiefs, shouldn't be beating the Legacy in the regular split, shouldn't be beating Direwolves. So coming into today, like maybe like they've got the momentum coming from the 2 best of 5s versus us and AV. I think maybe they take a map, so I'll give them the first map, and I think Legacy will clean it up after that, and so probably 3-1.
3-1 to Legacy.
Yeah.
All right, then, Jesh, is momentum, I mean, are they carrying through? I mean, Legacy have been able to watch 10 games professionally of Sin right now. Is that enough for them to unlock this this little conundrum?
Yeah, I feel like the momentum thing won't play a very big part. I think prefacing this with Chiefs lost to Sin, but I think that it's going to be like a pretty clean 3-0, and the Sin will look pretty bad.
All right. Well, Mendrix, a lot of Legacy fans here on the desk. You've previously picked Legacy to beat Sin and been wrong twice already. So, who's it going to be this beautiful day?
So Sin have proven me wrong twice. I think the desk underestimates the dark horse factor. They're going to be pushing Legacy to a 5 series, and they're going to be kicking and screaming the entire time.
All right. So, but
Sin wins.
Sin win it. All right. Well, the desk is divided. Let's see if Sin can continue their winning run through the gauntlet. It is time for us to get into Champions League with Game 1. So let's throw it to your casters. Spawn and Fish.
Thank you very much, Higgins. I'm Matthew Fish Stewart. Joining me is Jake Spontaber. We're about to get into our third match of this gauntlet split, which is going to be Legacy taking on Sin.
Yeah, and this is an exciting one. I just do want to correct Higgins a little bit. I'm pretty sure if Loss represents us at MSI, he's representing New Zealand, not Australia. That's where he went to high school and was born. Pretty sure Cupcake would want a piece of the New Zealand action as well. Of course, they are the Kiwi bottom lane over there for Legacy, and that's where I want to start off, Fish, because Claire lost Cupcake, technically 3 rookies on the bottom side of the map for Legacy. When they came in, so untested on LAN, no one really expected all that much out of Legacy for this season. We thought it was going to be rebuilding. However, they have come together much better than we expected. Cupcake on XL5 wasn't a standout player, but all of a sudden is carrying from that support position, and Sin have to pay great respect to Legacy's bottom side of the map.
They certainly do. FBI and Rogue have been standing up very well for themselves. They were key factors to both their victories over Avanca.
They solo killed the guy on the desk. Sorry, Egypt, not Tally. How are they going to do that?
So they've been big factors for Sin. Legacy will definitely have to step up their game in the bottom lane, although they've done it the entire split. Now what I really want to see, is Claire going to go back to the form he had when he first started in the OPL, or is it going to be form we had when we saw him play the last few games he had in the OPL?
Because it is nervous jitters. We know that out of Claire. Does not like the stage all that much, so I agree with you. Needs to have some good performances here. However, we are already all through the bans.
That's right. Ivan being banned out, taken away from Carbon. Brom being taken away by Cupcake, 2 very targeted bans. Vladimir being taken off the bench as well. That's one of Ryoma's picks, even though it's banned out by Sin. Rumble, Fizz, and Thresh all banned out by Legacy. 3 target bans from both these teams.
Yeah, exactly right. And straight away, Syndra locked in for Ryoma. We saw how much priority they were giving it. Chiefs didn't have an answer yesterday, apart from banning it out. I think Claire needs to priority pick whatever he wants to play in it. We saw the flash of the Aurelion Soul. We know Talia is okay into it. We know that Ari beats it. Want to see maybe a LeBlanc matchup, although historically it has been quite bad. We'll see what Claire wants to pull out. I just don't feel like you can leave it to the second rotation, because then they start banning out your counters.
But Legacy, they've locked in Ezreal as their AD carry pick of choice for Lost. Lee Sin locked in, and LeBlanc being picked up here by Claire.
Yeah, and a little bit of inside information. Ejim said that Claire, one trick in LeBlanc at the moment, going the Gunblade build. We'll see whether he does continue with that. It's a lot of burst damage coming out of the revolver and some good sustain as the game progresses, because if you chunk someone out, you get all that health back.
For the son of Sin, Juice has gone back to his Elise, one of his default junglers. We've seen him played a lot during the Avant-Garde match as well as the Chiefs match, and Rogue will be picking up Zyra again. It's one of his powerhouse supports.
And really interesting here is, does Cupcake have something in store for the Zyra? Because she's very squishy. We've seen Misfortune in the past. We know that Lulu is good at the moment into the Zyra, but you know, he plays Brand. He plays very unorthodox supports down there sometimes, Cupcake, and that can be a sitting duck. If you can get aggressive in a Zyra lane, you can kill her multiple times.
The final two bans, I should say, that come out from Legacy are going to be Poppy as well as Ashe. Sin, they've banned out Karma. They don't want Cupcake on that champion. And Misfortune is the final ban. That does leave Malzahar open.
Malzahar open. Lulu is up and available if they want to play Ezreal Lulu, which is such an annoying combo. Also means that not going to be something... well, they don't have to worry about it anyway, really, because the Zyra's on the other side.
And Lulu is Legacy's support pick of choice for Cupcake.
And in a Bizarro world, we're seeing Lulu for Sin slip so far down the pick ban priority, where for the Chiefs it was very high. AV, not really all that much. They prefer the Nami. But Legacy showing that they also share the support pick that around the world seems to be the most popular.
It certainly is, but Sin have rounded out their team comp with Renekton in the top lane for Flares, and FBI picking up Caitlyn over Varus, over Ashe.
Well, Ashe is banned, so can't take that one. But that's really strange for me, because everyone else comes online 1-2 items. Apart from FBI, he needs to wait for 3. He needs to wait for 4, because he's not going to have anyone augmenting that attack speed. Of course, Caitlyn, no steroids in her kit, apart from the headshots. So I find that's a very strange pickup.
Ooh, and the final pick for Tally is going to be Camille. We've seen him carry quite a few games on this champion. And now he's going to try and take it to Flares on Renekton in the top lane.
Yeah, and it's not a horrible matchup for the Camille. She can take Sweep, get through the laning phase quite okay by maxing that one out. And then late game, as you said, just becomes a far superior split pusher. Also can be a legitimate assassination onto the likes of Syndra. So we'll see whether that is the way the game plays out. However, Elise, Renekton, Syndra, top side of the map is so much pressure for Sin Gaming. And we'll see whether they can continue that momentum. Jish doesn't think it's going to be a factor. Egypt said they'll get a game off the back of it. However, the team comp put together one more time by Legacy, Soul Strikes has definitely done a good job. And you can see in the background shouting his last couple of commands to his team.
Yep. Legacy, they do have a strong side of the top side, very mumbling words here. The top side of the map for Legacy is very strong as well, with that Camille, Lee Sin, and LeBlanc. Claire picking up this champion, which has been nerfed quite heavily, and only a couple of players left in the OPL like to prioritize this pick.
Yeah, exactly right, but we know that Claire is one of them, and I don't think it's going to be only you with a voice today, Fish, because I can already feel mine going. But LeBlanc is still scary. I mean, we took a lot of the initial burst away, but as the levels get up there, as the passive starts taking over, is still a very strong combo mage, so I don't think that Claire is going to worry about the nerfs all that much. Also does some creative things. I watch him in solo queue a fair bit with his clone as he ducks into Fog of War when he's about to recall, so he's quite a smart player like that.
He's one of the first players we've actually seen use the clone in a proactive way. Other players use it to scout out the map, you know, kind of check some Fog of War vision. He's used it very proactively to try and cheat some ganks in with his jungler.
Yeah, certainly has, and there's nothing better than, you know, just ducking back into Fog of War, sending one bottom over a ward, and then actually heading top yourself. So I think that, you know, we'll see whether he does have some of that mind games going into the first game.
Well, let's see what Legacy are going to pull out here, because Sin, they're on fire right now. They've played 10 games this week already, battled through Avant-Garde and the Chiefs to get to the third match of the Gauntlet, but they're not done yet. They're looking to see if they can take on the Direwolves in the grand finals. And for now, let's check in with Soul Strikes, who's the coach of Legacy.
Thank you, Fish. I'm here with Soul Strikes. I want to ask about this mid lane pick for you, because you banned out Fizz, you banned out Thresh, but you didn't ban out Syndra. So why ban Rumble and not Syndra?
Because we thought we have a counter ready for Syndra, so we think LeBlanc does pretty well, and it's really a skill matchup, but we believe Brandon can pop off in that matchup and pressure Tommy off from. And
so you think Claire over Ioma, mid lane LeBlanc into Syndra?
Yeah, definitely, and it's one of his comfort pick at the moment.
Excellent stuff. All right, well, we'll see how it plays out. Thank you for speaking to us, and best of luck in the game.
Thank you.
There you go, hearing from Soulstrikes there. Very comfortable in Claire taking the skill-based matchup and winning it in the mid lane. Triple was able to take it to Ryoma, but Ryoma absolutely stomped on Swiffer in a couple of those games.
Couple of games. Swiffer got his due back in a couple of Talia games as well. One thing that I'll say about Ryoma is he seems to be very good when he's up and firing, but as a lot of rookies, if he falls behind, does seem a little bit lost in the macro rotation.
And that kind of rings true for Claire as well.
Yep.
Seems like that's been his split so far, so whoever gets ahead in this lane might just stay ahead.
Yeah, I completely agree. And in Assassin versus Assassin matchup, and you know, we try and say that Syndra has a little bit more control aspect to it. Not anymore. I mean, she's even going for second item loot and echo and things like that. She's just an outright burst mage. So see whether... Oof.
That was very cheeky from FBI. Last hitting with the Warlords and getting the passive proc of headshot on towards the Ezreal. One interesting thing from Sin was they were able to kind of push out this, get up close into this lane nice and early. Rogue was able to get a lot of plants down. They got that due to the help from Flares and Ryoma, who rotated down early, pushing Cupcake and lost back. But mid lane Claire, he's only level 1 against a level 2 Syndra, still trading effectively, dodging a lot of the spheres, but the Thunderlord's proc still comes out from auto attacks.
Yeah, it certainly does, but still they're relatively even in HP, and Claire actually has the lane in a better position right now. You can see that Ryoma very wary of where Carbon can be ganking from. However, now Rogue ducking into the jungle for a quick, cheeky ward onto the blue buff. They should be aware of that.
But mid lane, again, Ryoma and Claire going at it. There is Ignite ticking, the flash forward, first blood by Ryoma, but they trade back and forth.
Yeah, exactly right. You can see that Claire tried to go for a cheeky flash to dodge out on one of the spheres, but he kind of shorted it a little bit. I think that was a bit more panic than he would have liked in his gameplay at this stage.
So now it's really going to be which way is that wave pushing. If it's pushing back towards Ryoma, he gets a massive advantage. 100 extra gold, a wave pushing in towards him. He's going to be very happy with that trade.
Yeah, certainly should be. And you can see that Tally actually having a fine time in this top lane. In fact, even though he's getting pushed in slightly, is pretty even in CS. In fact, maybe even ahead. And HP-wise is trading great.
Does start to swing slightly in Renix's favor. You can see there once he is able to get that damage down, and now that the sweep doesn't heal you back up on minions, only champion hits, but Lee Sin, he's coming in. Juves has just blast point over though. It's a 2-on-2 top side and Flares is low. Tally gonna be taken down. Juves picks up first blood, and now Carbon is in trouble. Incredibly low. Slicer's in, Dicer's out, and that's a double kill for Sin in the top lane.
How many times are we gonna see this fish overcommitment onto a gank when a top laner is low, and Juves and Flares make the team pay? It's not a double kill, but he still has the buffs. And the Renekton is definitely going to be comfortable in the lane now.
He certainly is. 1-0-1, forcing the teleport out of Tally as well. Mid lane, Ryoma is up in a level, up about 7 CS as well. And bottom lane is constantly shoving for Sin. But we'll take a look at that fight again at the top side of the map.
Yeah, and Tally's just fighting inside of creeps. And you can see that Carbon went for the flash E, but then really couldn't weave the attack. And then Slice and Dice just does so much damage on the way back. You know, I'm going to say it's a nervous play. I feel like I keep criticizing this top lane priority people are putting onto Flares, because I feel like if you are the Camille, you can just afford to farm that lane out. However, Claire taking a lot of damage.
He's
he might
in
be
trouble.
dead.
Juves just needs to jump around the side and pick up a kill. Cocoon, he gets it! Just throws out the Q as well as an auto attack, and that's an easy kill for Sin.
Yeah, and all of a sudden red buff. Whoa.
That is dangerous to deal with.
And Tally's going Q-Max, so actually sticking to really the aggressive lane priority here, not going for anything really defensive.
Flares just looks very comfortable on the top side of the map for Sin at the moment. Oof, good trades in the bottom lane, but as we were mentioning, like the gank top side of the map, Flares was very calm and collected, flashing away from Carbon, so he had minions to block the Q. And that's been every single top-side gank attempt for Sin so far. Very calm and collected. Lost, though, taking quite a bit of damage in the bottom lane. FBI and Rogue working incredibly well as a duo at the moment.
Yeah, they certainly are. Although you have to say that if you're an Ezreal into Caitlyn and you're actually up in CS, credit to Lost and Cupcake. One of the better duos in the OPL at the moment. According to Egypt, the best. Although you have to put King and Destiny up there at the moment, and FBI and Rogue certainly making a case for himself, although Fate's taking that one's going to hurt.
Ignite's ticking as well. Lost is going to be forced out of this lane at the very least. And FBI and Rogue will continue their advantage bottom side of the map. Not a huge CS advantage, but slight experience advantage now that will push into the turret.
And I feel like, I don't know, is it a Cologne or something? Rogue just wears something that attracts people to try and walk into him. And then he puts out so much damage. Ooh.
Wow, Ryoma just went for it there. Claire was forced to duck in away, still trying to go for the trades, dodging out lots of the basic skill shots from Ryoma.
That was actually really well played from Claire. He got even some return damage, had level 6 at a disadvantage, was able to dodge out of the stun, as well as, you know, having Ignite expended against him. So as long as he gets level 6 on this wave, should be okay. Oh!
Doesn't get the stun, but does get a
Juice was
knockback.
there.
Will take the W back towards his turret. And Ryoma just going to continue pushing. No level 6 for LeBlanc means she doesn't have as much kill pressure mid lane.
Yeah, exactly right. You kind of need the 2 chains to be able to come out at this stage of the game. Juice backing on a ward, going to get caught.
Here comes Carbon, looking to try and get the gank on towards him. Big stun from Ryoma. Tally is low on mana, but they've locked him inside the cage. Tally almost gets taken down, and the flash will keep him safe.
Yeah, so in the end, Claire's able to dip across. Now 2-2 and 0. Didn't have to use ulti or ignite there, so Ryoma coming back to the lane, especially without a jungler and flash available. Going to have to be a little bit careful, you feel, Fish.
Oh, Claire taking so much damage.
Oh,
No
Thunderlord.
ignite. Thunderlord's not going to tick. He's forced to back out. He might lose another wave of experience here due to that.
And yeah, stage jitters everywhere. That was another outright just face check of a... wasn't even a face check. He just walked head first into a full Cinder combo. That's such bizarre play coming out.
And we still see Juice making some very minor mistakes. Oh, that's a flash forward from Rogue, forcing Cupcake out. But recalling inside of the enemy's jungle.
Yeah.
I mean, you can excuse him for not knowing he's on top of a ward. That's a little bit difficult to track, but you just don't do that sometimes.
Exactly right.
It's very greedy.
You don't want to give Carbon any form of confidence going into best of fives either. We call Juves a confidence player, but Carbon is kind of the original confidence player. When his back is up, when he feels like he can, you know, get ahead in his lane matchup, can beat anyone in the OPL. Also has shown the opposite as well when he's playing nervous. Does not look good at all. Juves down here.
Throws a Cocoon out, doesn't land with a Cupcake, who just W's himself up and gets back to safety. Lee Sin is walking down here.
Oh, face check.
That's
Level 6.
dangerous.
Oh,
he
missed.
avoids it as Carbon not going to be able to tag him with the Q.
And that is why you kick first, ladies and gentlemen.
Kick first, ask questions later.
Yeah, could have ward hopped on top of him and just gone with it. Tally, bit of trouble.
Big
Maybe
damage
not.
from Flares. There's a stun. Didn't use the second proc of the dice, but gets so much damage out. So confident on this Renekton.
Certainly is, and Tally's going to have to teleport back to the lane. There is absolutely no way he can afford to lose a cannon creep wave at this stage of the game. And Flares going with the aggressive rush of Tiamat into a fade.
Oh, he got him! Stop the recall! Tally will get a big shield. Dominus has been popped. No flash available for Flares, but will deny him another minion wave.
Yeah, I mean, that's still a big cooldown use there in the form of flash. Does deny him the creep wave, however. Now potentially Tally can call in a gank out of Carbon, who is still sitting bottom side of the map. Juves is also there.
Ryoma in trouble.
Got the chain.
Second chain comes out as well. Claire going to back up. Lost though, looking for a kill bottom side of the map. Rogue's been able to take down Carbon. That's an interesting one.
Yeah, Carbon came in from behind, and as I said, Juves was just waiting there for him. So absolutely nothing they could do about it. Really well spotted, and now you can see that the big lane swap potentially coming in. Duo lane for Legacy is just running mid.
Yep. Lost in Cupcake and look to try and help out Claire with pushing this turret in. Ryoma doesn't have blue buff, but full mana, half HP. Still has to be very careful. Stuns no one, but scatters the wave about.
Juves is here as well.
We'll be able to clear this wave out nicely. Arc can shift over the wall to get Ezreal back to safety.
I mean, that's a cute rotation, but in the end it gives absolutely nothing.
Ooh.
Carbon, ward hop, yeah. They wanted to call in Tally as well. They thought that was the play that they were looking for, but Juves was just there, had read it.
Gets a great Cocoon as well. Clutch Cocoon. Top side of Matt, Tally's doing just fine, even though Flares is up and ahead. He's not dominating this lane though. We won't see that for some time as Camille. Renekton is incredibly strong, nice and early.
If anything, you kind of expected Renekton to be a little bit more dominant. When you pick up a kill and red buff, as well as just force him off, or essentially looking for a kill as I'm saying that.
He's 2 levels behind though, so Tally has been forced off a lot of
He's
farm.
about to ding over. I mean, it really is only 1 level because that is a big cannon creep wave.
Carbon knows he can't just jump in here. Dominus is available. Juice looking for a gank. They stun up Tally. Cupcake's here. Trying to tag up the Spider. Repel comes out, gets him back to safety. Just pops on back down with FBI and Rogue up here. That's another 3 turret for Sin.
Another great macro play out of Sin. And I mean, let's just go back to it. This is a team that we're saying they should not be the favorites coming into this game. And all of a sudden, they're 4,000 gold up at 11 minutes, and Deja Vu across the board.
Claire, though, is able to dodge out a combo from Roma, locks him down with chains, dodges out the next Dark Sphere, as well as the W from Syndra. Happy feat of Claire here today. Still able to dodge abilities, but not able to make the most of it.
Yeah, exactly right. So he's getting good chip damage every single time, but never really overcommitting for the kill. And that's 2 turrets falling down. I don't even think Lost gets bottom turret, to be honest, Fizz.
Wow.
Fish.
They're going to try. Renekton is trying to hold off that wave, and the rest of Legacy are barreling down towards bot lane. FBI and Rogue are just going to continue pushing with Juice. They're going in towards the inhibitor.
And Flares has actually spotted out Carbon here and wants it.
Oh, that's a one-on-one in the mid lane. Claire flashes the Q. W's going to deal some damage, and the cannon minion's just too much for him. Another one-on-one trade. And look at this. Sinner in Legacy's base. This is 12 minutes in.
Sin have got 3 turrets, and they're potentially going to get an inhibitor because no one is backing.
Oh, Tally's in trouble. Locked down. Ultimate comes out. The sniper shoots a bullet and picks up a kill. Sin are going to be able to take down an inhibitor. And Flares actually stops the turret. What is this? Legacy can't even get that turret yet. Carbon almost dies to turret aggro. A 12-minute inhibitor? Is this Sin?
Sin is absolutely destroying Legacy around the map. Sure, Claire goes for the aggressive play, but Ryoma's up to it, at least trades 1 for 1. Doesn't even burn the second summoner spell, and they get 3 turrets for 1.
What is going on?
At this stage of the game, I mean, who can actually deal with super creeps?
Oof. Going to be a difficult task. Tally's going to be at least stuck in his base. That split push threat that Camille has is nullified for at least another 12 minutes.
I mean, it's gone for nearly ever now. He's just so far behind. They're going to be able to chip away turrets. And we keep saying this, like, compositions aside, like, how much better is Camille than Renekton late game? Well, right now, it needs to be at least, like, 2,000 gold, because that's what Renekton is up, so half an item. Don't think it is. And that's with Flares conservatively, like, not getting any further ahead, which he will because he's going to be able to rotate around the map freely, while Tally is just stuck there doing absolutely nothing.
Well, let's check in with the gold, shall we? It's 1,300 in favor of Flares. Now 400 with that turret falling. In the jungle, Juves is down in CS, but he's 1,000 up over Carbon. Mid lane, 1,003 for Ryoma. And FBI about the exact same lead ahead of Lost. Sin have advantages across the map at the moment.
They certainly do, and their composition, you know, we said it comes online at 2 items. Syndra or Lost.
Gets stuck in the animation, but Ryman not quick enough to the trigger to lock him down. FBI will continue chipping away at turrets, and Sin saying, let's go bottom. Flares has prepped the minion wave for us. Oh, Dominus being popped. He wants to go in. Flare will dash back out, pops the ultimate though, so that's a big cooldown being used, and Sin pile in towards the bottom lane inner turret. No Camille available. Flares is at half health. The Legacy can't defend this turret.
I mean, they can do absolutely nothing. As I said, they can't push the super creep wave out enough to get Tally involved in any form of the fight. In fact, he's losing HP trying to knock these down, and he's had to go Tiamat early. Is part of the Camille build.
Ouch. Ouch. That super minion hurts.
Yeah, don't know whether he would have wanted it before the Trinity Force. Maybe he did to try and match what Flares was bringing, but regardless, no choice. And
Infernal Dragon is picked up here by Sin. Sin are looking on fire to start this match against Legacy.
And I mean, it all started in the exact same place. They went top lane, 2 for nothing. Sin are just consistently able to counter gank that side of the map and come up the goods. And you know, if it's not Flares by himself, it's the fact that he's got Juves in his back pocket. Ryoma trading with Claire in what was a very confident matchup for Soul Strikes. I think he really needs to reevaluate the strength of his players, because Sin, they're coming in hot. I mean, they are so psyched for this match. Everyone's seen Juves' videos.
Yes.
I mean, they're getting as many views as the OPL right now. He does not feel like he is going to lose.
He does not. He's a very confident man, Juves. You see Legacy trying to do what they can to defend their mid lane inner turret. And the evolution of Sin is fantastic to watch, because historically when they had Rymeister, it was the Juves Rymeister show. Juves is in his back pocket. He'll lose out in the jungle in terms of CS, fall down a bit in gold, make sure Rymeister pops off. Then we saw Flares and Ryoma join the team. We're like, oh, Juves can sit in one of their back pockets, so they have a winning point on the map. but it just seems like everywhere else just does fine for Sin if Juice can't help them out. Flares is getting Juice help, getting so far ahead. Ryma's going one-on-one against Claire. Rogue and FBI look so comfortable in the bottom lane as well.
Yeah, they certainly do. And the biggest thing for me is their rookies just haven't looked like rookies during this playoff. Now they're finally collapsing to Flares. He will fall down.
Yep, be taken down top side of the map. But do Legacy lose a turret for this? It seems like they will. Mid lane Inner is going to fall. And turret is incredibly low. Legacy do muster a defense in time, so they'll delay the inevitable.
Yeah, I mean, it's still going down in the next couple of minutes. So mission accomplished if you are Sin. You don't shop with the gold right now, but you're going to get it eventually. And you can just see that this is a very...
Ryoma's caught him, doesn't get the stun, but the ultimate goes out, and Claire Ignite is sticking the final auto attacks enough, and Ryoma pulls a play from the Tainted Minds book, hides in a brush, picks up a kill.
Yeah, and that's just really nice play because he knows that Claire wants to push it out as far as possible because they need to get some minion waves in their favor. Instead, picks up a kill. Now Teleport going to come into the base. Telly can't join because he's still looking after Super Creep.
Teleport onto a minion, taking up the turret. Sin looking to try and burst this down. They get it nice and early. 2 inhibitors, 17 minutes into the game. Inhibitor already being piled in on. And Rogue is on split push duty. The Zyra is looking to push mid lane while Sin break the base of Legacy for the second time in this game.
And this is a final second versus third now. And Sin, the underdogs again, are absolutely styling on Legacy. 7,000 gold, all but 4 turrets down. Make it 3. They're just absolutely annihilating them.
They can't even take Baron yet. That's how early into the game this is between Sin and Legacy. There's a Rift Herald sitting on the map, but Sin are like, we can take inhibitors and turrets. Why do we need this guy? He doesn't help.
Skips leg stay all the time. All he has is a big back.
Well, one man that doesn't skip leg day is Tally, but that's not helping him against the super minions right now. He's having a tough time. Seems like it's almost harder than taking on Flares at the moment.
Yeah, well, as I said, Super Creeps at this stage of the game, they absolutely slap. Oof. They don't pull punches. And you can see, actually, they are going to maybe ping out the Rift Herald right now. Wouldn't be bad to pick it up. I mean, 20 minutes of continued pressure if something goes real wrong.
I mean, it's great, but it's super effective when it's in split push duty.
Yeah.
There's nothing left to split push. There's 1 turret left spawn.
I mean, there's nothing left, really.
7.
Carbon hasn't been in his jungle this whole game.
7,000 gold lead for Sin with an Infernal Dragon. 8 turrets to 1. Legacy just look off in this game.
And somehow they just keep doing it. This is blue side Sin. This isn't even their final form.
Nah, not on red side yet. Next game.
And you can see Lost actually just can't even kill the Super Creeps in the league.
Legacy looking for a dive. Tally gets interrupted by Rogue. Double knockup comes in. Sensei, we can fight this one. Legacy already on full retreat. They know they stuffed up that fight. And Sin looking to take down an inhibitor for themselves.
And this is what we talk about. I mean, it's just the Zyra. She's so good at stopping people diving in. It's why you don't really want to play Rengar into it. Because if she gets down a couple of plants, if she gets down that ultimate, it's so much damage. Claire can't approach Ryoma. He just kills him at the moment. It's going to be the inhibitor falling for a second time on the top side of the map.
Yep, Sin pick it up. Ryoma's already prepped the mid lane inhibitor turret by gaining some chip damage on it. Sin should just walk up to this and take down all 3 inhibitors. Sub 20 minutes.
Legacy's base is in shambles. I mean, the good news story is...
Claire looking to try and jump in, flashes over the wall, doesn't connect with the chains, and ultimate from Ryoma deletes him from Summoner's Rift. It's now 4 on 5, double stun from Ryoma. Carbon and Tally forced to flash away. The inhibitor is taking a beating. Jews will be stunned up by a bit of damage, but that's all 3 inhibitors broken. 19 minutes, 50 seconds into the match, and Legacy have nothing left in their base to defend.
Glass half full. They now have 2 waves of Super Creeps that they can farm.
3.
Glass half empty. Yeah, 3. Sorry, I meant 2 Super Creeps in each wave. Glass half empty. It's 20 minutes into the game, and they're being absolutely destroyed.
That's a shellacking here, Spawn. 9,000 gold.
I don't know if there's a word for this.
Infinity Edge and Hurricane already picked up by FBI.
Yeah, no power trough this game. I don't care who you play. You be playing Sonar AD carry at the moment. You're this far ahead. You're going to be useful.
Can Legacy stall out? I mean, Sin can just walk towards Baron and try to fight them in the open with 6 super minions destroying the base.
I mean, I've seen stranger things. Maybe Carbon just sneaks a Baron for himself. They can't push in. Sin continually lose out on farm because really you can't farm anything with 3 super creeps pushing into the base at this stage of the game. You're just going to be standing around. I mean, there's always a potential for a comeback. Is it going to happen? Highly unlikely.
We've already mentioned Sin are a momentum-based team. Taking this into game 2, whew. Tough task. And if you're Legacy, you definitely have to be thinking about not only game 2, but the rest of the series.
Oh, yeah, you stopped talking about this game a while ago if you're Legacy. I mean, it's a best of 5. This game, you know, you haven't been in a best of 5 format. 3 of you players, all Carbon's in trouble.
Take quite a bit of damage, force back. Double super minions, 4 super minions already on the Nexus here. First Nexus turret is going to fall nice and easy for Sin. Everything's just piling on in. Legacy try to go for one last stand. Tally locks down FBI. A shutdown comes out from Claire. Lost will fall. And even though they looked like they were going to put up a good fight there, there's just too many minions to deal with. And Sin, they've done it again. They pick up game 1 in this best of 5 series.
And look at Juice. He's like, yep, just a standard day in the office. Went in, picked up a 22-minute victory. Absolutely destroyed Carbon. Got the counter gank on the top side of the map. I've done this all before. I've done this 2 days in a row.
And Sin looking confident, looking settled. No longer the happiness, the jumping up and down after picking up a single victory there. No, guys, we should be used to this by now. We're starting to pick up wins here and there.
And you can tell that Legacy, I mean, this is their first match in the Gauntlet. Just weren't used to that intensity. Because you could see as soon as Juves and Flares had any kind of advantage, they were just pushing it. This is playoff League of Legends. And you could tell that, unfortunately, just slightly on the back foot. What is normally a small mistake that, you know, you can just be like, don't worry, guys, it puts us 5 minutes behind. We'll farm this one out. All of a sudden, they're knocking at your doors. And big macro errors is the biggest takeaway from this game. Legacy, macro-wise, looked really abysmal.
Huge macro errors. I mean, Sin, to get advantage top lane, but then they pushed down 3 turrets in the space of a couple of minutes.
They had a 12-minute inhibitor. That shouldn't happen, no matter how far behind you are.
Yeah, and there was an absolute shellacking for Sin there as they take down Legacy.
Stop stealing my damn words and throw it to the analyst desk.
Oh, let's throw it straight back to the analyst desk so Swan doesn't hear me anymore.
Is that over? Is that already done? What?
Well, there we have it. Sin have taken that first game very quickly from Legacy. And, gentlemen, what happened? That's crazy.
I don't know what to describe that. Jish was saying upstairs that that's one of those scrims that, like, you just FF at like 10 minutes. You're like, okay, let's go next.
Yeah,
like,
this is wasting our time.
Yeah, this isn't going to happen on stage. But then, like, it's look, this just happened on stage. Yeah.
So let's talk about this, because going into this EGM, you're the only one who said, look, Sin take first game.
Oh, this is
But
coming
did
through.
you expect it? Yeah, did you expect it them to take first game in what, like 22 minutes or whatever it was?
Like, no, absolutely not. Like, you don't expect that. Honestly, if you're Legacy, you watch our series with Sin yesterday, and then, like, Carbon said he wanted to play the Chiefs, but I think he would have rather play Sin than us, like, in the Gauntlet, right? I'm just going to claim that.
Sure.
Like, pull that out, whatever. But I think they're going to be shitting their pants right now.
Right.
Like, honestly, coming into this series, they're not expecting to lose like they did. They would like we did. They're looking at us laughing that we lost to Sin, and now, like, that just happened. They've lost to them twice already in the regular split. Like, I don't know what to say.
Yeah, I think I sort of had this like idea that momentum doesn't exist, but maybe I'm eating my words a little bit. Yeah, Sin looked really, really good coming into this game, and I think you could definitely give it to like Legacy. You know, slow start, haven't played 10 games in the last 2 days like their counterparts have, but I think maybe Bryce's prediction on that, you know, the first game and then they sort of regroup, come back a little bit. Definitely not the 3-0 I said it would be, but
well,
yeah,
mathematically impossible now. Sure.
Yeah.
I'm feeling pretty good at the moment.
Yeah.
I still think it's going to... I mean, and Legacy will have a few games to regroup. Like I said, they're going to be dragged kicking and screaming to that Game 5 series. But the big thing about it here is that Dark Horse X factor. And we just saw it in that game there. Just for some reason, they have this ability to just baffle, frustrate, fluffle teams, whatever you want to call it. Fluffle seems to be the case.
Not a word.
We're making it a word just for Sin. And to be honest, it's just... Like, that's what you did not expect that. Even I didn't expect that, and I said they're going to be winning this series. So
let's take a look at this draft, because obviously Legacy were able to watch 10 games versus Sin right now, right? And they've banned the Thresh, they banned they banned the Fizz, obviously.
Yeah.
They banned the Rumble, which has kind of been a pretty priority ban as well. So they've obviously learned and they've been observing, but why didn't it work? Jesh, let me start with you. You've done a number of drafts in your time.
Yeah.
Did Legacy, could they have improved their draft at all?
Yeah, I think Legacy's draft, especially for a team that you could argue is coming in cold, is probably a little bit optimistic in how they sort of drafted for the late game. They didn't really have any insurance policy. Me and Ejim were saying how they had no wave clear. And when you look at like the Sin comp where they're playing like these really early ganking jungler, lane bullies in Syndra and Renekton, if you get behind in that, I don't really see like where's your avenue to get back into this game? Like, you need to be like 25 minutes to get your 1-3-1 going, and they've just got no wave clear or like any sort of insurance policy.
Yeah.
I mean, 12-minute inhib and you have no wave clear. Like, basically what happened, they just like took everything on the map. Like, they couldn't really do anything. Yeah, I don't like Tommy Syndra, Ryoma Syndra.
Yeah.
Yesterday, like, we didn't really think much of it coming into the series, and then we banned it the entire time because he just roasted us 2 games in a row. And then he just did the same to Claire in the 1v1. Like, I really respect Claire's LeBlanc.
Yeah.
Looked like he was a bit nervous on stage, I think, a few misplays, but he just got, like, solo killed. He got ganked and, yeah, like, basically all the lanes just lost. And then Juves just ran around counter-ganking Carbon, like, at every turn. Like, top lane, Carbon, like, walks around the corner just as Juve bops over the wall with the plant, like, cocoons him, they die. Bot lane, actually, I don't know who placed the ward in the bot tri-bush, but as Carbon was coming down for a gank, they saw it coming a mile away.
Yeah.
Juves had so much time to just walk into the lane, literally sit in the lane as Carbon walks around the corner and just dies. And they got TP for it as well.
Yeah.
I mean, we also have to look at this bot lane in terms of they had the Caitlyn. Now, Caitlyn typically has that power trough throughout the mid game, but when there is no mid game, she's looking great.
I mean, 17 turrets worth of gold.
Exactly. It was just ridiculous how she was able to push that first turret down. And then Caitlyn's great at sieging, and if it's still the early game, she was more than happy to sit there just auto-attacking the turrets, playing PvE the entire time. And that's exactly what happened, and Legacy just let it happen. I think one of the discussions was, Legacy tried to make a play in the bot lane, completely forgot about top lane, and that was the game over pretty much from there and then.
Well, speaking of top lane, this top lane team fight, Mendrix, I know you want to talk about, is...
Is it a team fight?
Well, it's a team fight, it's a turret fight.
It's a turret
Kill
fight.
turrets. Let's take a look at it, because it's an early inhib.
I mean, it just shouldn't be happening. That's the big thing that I want to take into account here. I mean, they're just there having a time of their life. Like, Legacy's thinking, we can make a move here. Tally's doing whatever he can to, like, slow it down, but momentum is clearly in Sin's favor. They can't even get the turret here because Flares, he's a monster, and he managed to hold on for quite some time. And really, this is completely worth for them to be trying to trade the bot lane for an inhibitor. I mean, this is the outer turret for the inhibitor. Just should not be happening.
If you're Legacy, what are you thinking at this point? Because you should have backed, right?
Yeah, I think it's kind of one of those greedy things where they were obviously looking to trade. They were behind in the tempo because of the early gank top, and they took the top turret. Sin's bot lane had priority, so they reset and went top and just pushed all the way through, right? And it's kind of... Legacy need to just acknowledge that they were losing the trade, and they just need to back and not disastrously lose an inhib at 12 minutes. Like, they were just like looking for the trade bot side, and then Flares played it well, denied enough of the wave for them to not even get the turret. They lose an inhib.
Yeah, I'd say as Legacy, you can sort of afford to play a slower early game because you know you have like that scaling. If you lose your outer turrets, then you can hold the inners a bit safer. Once they get cracked open and they have that inhib down, then there's way too much pressure for them to snowball or turtle the game out. Turtle the game out at all from against the snowball. So,
and it does come down to the draft as well. I mean, if you look at what Sin have, they've got 3 priority lanes. You've got a Renekton, and that typically does outpush the Camille. You've got a Caitlyn and a Zyra. They're going to outpush the bot lane. Syndra, definitely going to outpush LeBlanc as well. In terms of what LeBlanc does, she's really good at moving around the map, making stuff happen there. So you're more than happy to slow the game down, take it late, because you will outscale. And they just didn't do that. They tried to play Sin's game, and it fell flat.
So just tell me about the mentality after you lose an inhib at 12 minutes. I don't know if you've ever coached a team that's had that happen to them. Maybe not, but...
that's probably happened to you and me a couple of times.
at that point, like, are you saying... are the team saying to themselves, all right, this is done, let's just move on? Or is there a mentality where you just try and stall it out? Because you were telling me that the lane is then naturally pushing and you lose a lot of farm as the aggressive team.
Yeah, so obviously it's... Even if you're getting more farm, like it's still not ideal to not have an inhibitor. But I think that, so like you're using that time, I think as Jake mentioned on the cast, you're sort of focusing on next game.
Yeah.
But more importantly, like you're in a best of 5 in like a Gauntlet playoff sort of situation. No one's like typing /FF. Like everyone's still working out how do they win this game? Like what's the next thing to come back in this? And if that's going to be that they can try funnel more farm onto Tally and hold the other outers, then maybe that's a 1 in 10 chance, a 1 in 20 chance of coming back and winning. But that's obviously what they're playing for.
All right. Well, these are both teams who kind of play, whose wins and losses are kind of defined by whether or not their junglers pop off, right? I mean, I don't know that's kind of like a truism because that is kind of how the game formats, but certainly these are both teams that are led by their junglers. So I want to take a look at Juves' stats for that game because he's obviously not feeding. Which is how how Sid lose games, right? It's when Juves decides to go, 1-8 or whatever he did, 1-10 or whatever he did yesterday.
He just makes the decision to be like, I'm going to go 1-8 this game,
So what happened this game with Juves, Ejim? Tell me about how he played.
I mean, he just had Carbon's number, I think. But like he counter ganked him twice, like in the side lanes. We talked about it earlier. He was just like the perfect time. He bopped over the wall top lane, and Flares, like what happened in some of the other series, like they get an early double kill on the top lane, and then they just use that advantage and they snowball it very well. And then happened in the bot lane, just waited for him to walk around the corner, and yeah, it was just there. Like he wasn't farming as much as Carbon, but like he
had really low CS, didn't he?
Yeah.
So I think that's sort of what typifies Juves' playstyle is that he doesn't jungle, he just ganks. And it's like there's a big discrepancy in the two, right? Like a lot of good junglers, they'll path between like camp to camp to camp to gank, and Juves is sort of like, oh, I can be in this lane and help facilitate that. And, you know, it's not maybe the most like...
Optimal?
It's, I was going to say intelligent, but like I don't want to really like hurt his feelings. It's like... It's not the best playstyle, I think, but obviously, like Sin are making it work. Like they made it work against Chiefs, they made it work against Avant, and it's starting to look pretty.
You don't need to point to him,
like just in case he forgot.
Like look at that goal per minute as well. I mean, at the end of the day, it's really high because just towers are falling. And if it's because you've got the lane pressure, it's because you've made it work for your team. You don't need to get the camps if that's how much gold you're just coming in naturally by taking objectives. And really, if you look at it, his damage wasn't that high for the team. Everything was about enabling them, and he really made that work. And I think you were discussing the choice of his item build as well, in terms of he went for Talisman instead of going for Machete. And that might have played a role in him sort of saying, you know what, I want to have mana, so I'm ready for the ganks, rather than just sitting down and farming my jungle.
Oh, it's the opposite. If you go Machete, you just want to run, you get your Mobi's first buy, and then you're not using any mana on the camps or anything. You're just running straight into lanes and throwing out the cocoons.
So an interesting stat is that Carbon had almost double the neutral CS that Juves did in that game, right? So it's 86 to 40 something, 43 or something. So
sounds like maths.
44. So I'm getting these numbers fed to me live. But I want to ask, like, does everyone know that that's how Juves plays? And if so, like, how do you punish it? Because if that's not optimal play, then what do you do to punish it, right? Then you try and get your jungler fed on CS, then I assume.
It sounds kind of like irrelevant to say, but like if you don't die, like it's really risky. If he doesn't do his camps and he gets into a lane, looks for a gank and it doesn't work, then Carbon just takes 2 camps, walks into his bot side jungle and takes his camps, and then Juves has nothing to do.
Right, so just farm under towers, that's what you say.
Well, no, you just have, I don't know, you just have to respect the ganks more. Like you can't just cede pressure. Dying to ganks is inevitable sometimes. Like for a large portion of the game, Juves' top side, Carbon can't just tell Tally, just sit under your turret and do nothing.
Yeah.
Like, he will just, like, you will lose the game. Tally will be literally irrelevant. He has to, like, be in XP range and actually farm, right?
Okay.
So, like, you're going to die to some ganks, but over the course of, like, a best-of-5 series, if Juves keeps playing like this and Legacy see what he's doing and they start playing safer as the series goes on, if he doesn't get these ganks off, like, even in this game where Legacy just got absolutely stomped, Carbon had double his CS.
All right.
And Juve said it himself, though. Like, typically, you see them being strong laners. They like to push out. That never happened this game, but they still managed to find the ganks because Juve says Legacy have gankable lanes. I love it when I play against Legacy because I know they're going to be pushing in and just makes it an optimal ability for me to gank. So it is, I guess, comes to the idea that it works in their playstyle. Maybe come down again to the fact that Sin just happened to be the kryptonite for Legacy.
Stop saying that. Because that suggests that Legacy was born on a planet made of sin. That doesn't even make... Anyway, look, it's not important. What? No.
We're getting too religious
No,
now.
because isn't that the...
Oh, no.
It's Superman's... Look, I don't want to go too deep into the lore.
Okay.
Don't correct me.
That took a while.
Don't correct me. I'm done with this. All right, guys, let's talk about what Legacy can take out of this game. Because obviously, you get stumped like that, you don't feel good. But were there any positives, EGM, for them? Nope. All right, Jish, thoughts?
Okay, so I think if you're honest with yourself, especially if you're Carbon, knowing that Juves is going to play the ganking style, I want to see Carbon, if he can get the Graves, definitely. Otherwise, move towards like a Kha'Zix, Rengar, something that's going to scale and doesn't need to match in ganking. Because as Bryce was saying, if he's getting triple his CS, then he'll be like level 11 hitting when Juves is hitting level 8.
Yeah. And
if there's not already lacking inhibitor in the top lane, then... You know, like team fighting wise, the Kha'Zix or the Graves are going to do so much more.
All right, then, EGM, let me ask you then, are there negatives from Sin's game that moving forward they need to shore up?
It's just the risky style.
Yeah.
Honestly, like Sin kind of epitomized the risky style, and they talk about it. Juves talks about it in his interview. So they've kind of just committed to it, and it worked out this game, right?
Yeah.
So They're just going to keep doing it, and if it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't.
All right, Mendrix, any closing thoughts?
It's really hard to sort of say, like, take away, what is bad, what is good from that there, because it's just such an outlier of a game.
Right.
And when those sort of things happen, you kind of go, let's just move on to the next one, because to be honest, for Sin, they knew it was pretty much over when they got that inhibitor, and then it would have been the same for Legacy. Legacy, like, okay, we should be moving forward, I think, like you guys were saying, just scrim style.
All right, well, we'll see if Legacy decide to ban out Ryoma's Syndra in the mid lane, and if they maybe let Flares get his hands on that Fizz or even the Rumble. But to get us into Game 2, let's check out some highlights, and we'll be back after this.
But mid lane, again, Ryoma and Clay going at it. There is Ignite ticking, the flash forward, first blood by Ryoma, but they trade back and forth. It's a 2-on-2 top side, and Flares is low. Tally gonna be taken down. Juice picks up first blood, and now Carbon is in trouble. Incredibly low, Slicer's in, Dicer's out, and that's a double kill for Sin in the top lane. Oh, that's a 1-on-1 in the mid lane. Claire flashes the Q. W's going to deal some damage, and the cannon minion's just too much for him. Another 1-on-1 trade. And look at this. Sinner in Legacy's base. This is 12 minutes in. Oh, Tally's in trouble. Locked down. Ultimate comes out. The sniper shoots a bullet and picks up a kill. Sin are going to be able to take down an inhibitor. And Flares actually stops the turret. What is this? Legacy can't even get that turret yet. Carbon almost dies to turret aggro. A 12-minute inhibitor? Is this Sin? Teleport onto a minion, taking up the turret. Sin looking to try and burst this down. They get it. Nice and early. 2 inhibitors, 17 minutes into the game. Inhibitor already being piled in on. And Rogue is on split push duty. The Zyra is looking to push mid lane while Sin break the base of Legacy for the second time in this game.
It's going to be the inhibitor falling for a second time on the top side of the map.
Yep, Sin pick it up. Claire looking to try and jump in, flashes over the wall, doesn't connect with the chains, and ultimate from Ryoma deletes him from Summoner's Rift. It's now 4-on-5, double stun from Ryoma. Carbon and Tally forced to flash away. The inhibitor is taking a beating. Juice will be stunned up by a bit of damage, but that's all 3 inhibitors broken. Double super minions, 4 super minions already on the Nexus here. First Nexus turret is going to fall nice and easy for Sin. Everything's just piling on in. Legacy try to go for one last stand. Tally locks down FBI. A shutdown comes out from Claire. Lost will fall. And even though they looked like they were going to put up a good fight there, there's just too many minions to deal with. And Sin, they've done it again. They pick up game 1 of this best of 5 series. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're about to go into the second match between Sin Gaming and Legacy Esports, and currently Sin are leading 1-0.
They certainly are. They absolutely smashed Legacy that game. It was over from 12 minutes. I mean, really poor macro play. Actually, just really poor understanding of like what your objectives were in that early game as well. Out of Legacy, and Sin run away with it. I mean, if you're Carbon and you're playing scaling lanes, don't go for ganks. Just counter ward, track Juves around the jungle, actually try and fight him in his jungle, because Lee Sin at the moment, if he ever gets to jump on Elise, absolutely destroys her. But instead, went for some risky ganks. Top lane, bottom lane, got killed on both of them. Game over.
Pretty much. That summed up the entire match. And Sin, they've had quite a few matches that have that exact same tale, where Flares gets ahead of top lane thanks to a counter gank from Juves, and the game's over. After that single gank, I believe it's 4 or 5 times now during the entire Gauntlet run. Legacy, they've had the luxury of watching Sin play 10 matches. They would have seen this happen a couple of times.
But the trick is, it will never happen to me. They were sitting there watching AV and like, huh, how stupid are these guys? This is never going to happen to us. They were sitting there watching the Chiefs and like, God, that team's gone downhill. That'll never happen to us. Game 1, guess what? It happened to you, Legacy. Now what do you do to respond?
But for Sin, they decided to ban out a new champion here, as Ivan, Brom, and Fizz will actually hit the bench. Respect ban from Sin there, as Syndra is banned out by Legacy with Thresh as well as Rumble.
Yeah, that LeBlanc counter pick. Whew. Back in the top drawer. I'm not going to see that one again. Unfortunately, did not work out for Claire. And interestingly enough, Sin has taken blue side. They were picking red side pretty much exclusively for the first 2 games, but obviously valuing that first pick.
It's momentum, Spawn. They won on blue side. They can do it again. Rogue has picked up Zyra as their support of choice. A champion that's actually banned out against him commonly. Legacy, however, take Varus and they pick up Misfortune instantly.
Interestingly, they take Varus over Ashe though, because now you're giving over Ashe Zyra, which if you ever burn the flash on MF, turns into a really hard kill lane. Sure, MF should win this, but I just feel like Ashe is a little bit more sound than Varus at the moment. Is that just me? Maybe.
No, I completely agree. And Ashe is actually locked in for Sin, a pick that's been denied from FBI for quite some time, and Victor as well. Sin already have a really decent team composition lined up. Let's see what the final pick from Legacy is going to be here, though. We haven't seen Misfortune I would say since week 3 or 4 in the OPL.
I think Ejim's the only person that still was really playing it. Is a good counter to Zyra still, but definitely isn't that pick that you can just take into like Malzahar and Karma anymore.
Does really well in this lane matchup. It is a really good support. The Make It Rain slow is absolutely obnoxious to deal with. You get it about 4 or 5 times in a team fight.
Yeah.
And she packs a punch. Does a decent amount of damage. And Legacy, they've taken the kryptonite of Sin so far, which is Orianna.
And that's what I want to talk about, because now all of a sudden, we see that Sin isn't playing as high a tempo. They've got a Victor as opposed to a Syndra. And Legacy have picked a pretty big control style. I mean, I'm expecting Tank top lane to come out, so lots of bans of like I expect maybe a Fiora or a Cannon ban to come out next on the side of Legacy. I expect a tanky-ish jungler like a Lee Sin or a Rengar being picked up here. And then you're just going to play a slow tempo game. You're going to look to teamfight. You've got the big ultimates of the Shockwave, Varus, Bullet Time as well coming out of Miss Fortune. Like, this is what Sin has struggled with in the Gauntlet.
It certainly is, and Rogue has been a big factor to Sin's success this entire Gauntlet run. I don't think he's had an incredibly poor game so far. Might have made a couple of mistakes here and there.
Yeah. But had a couple of sloppy games.
Hasn't run down mid yet.
Yeah, he hasn't. He hasn't done the Oath special. But I think that the impressive thing about Rogue is that he keeps FBI in check.
Does.
And Rogue's a very aggressive player when he wants to be, but he's not being mindlessly aggressive at the moment. He's winning lanes. He's getting very good routes out of the Zyra.
Now I want to see if this Misfortune pick is going to shut that down, because it is a hard counter to Zyra, and it is picked up by Cupcake and Lost, the strongest bottom lane duo in the OPL.
Yeah, potentially, although they did lose out on bottom lane with some help on Juves last game.
Yep.
We're going to see the Gragas potentially jungle, potentially top. That doesn't give anything away. Legacy played in both roles.
Does not, and Juves likes to pick it up in the jungle
Juves
as well.
Is napping. I mean, he has had a couple of long days. That is true.
He has. The bans that came out from Sin were Nautilus and Shen, so they're denying a couple of tanks top side of the map from Legacy. Makes sense that Tally wants to pick up the Gragas, which is his next most played tanky champion.
I've just been told that making videos make you tired by our producer. I don't want to hear it, Matt. Videos is easy. You stick in the control room.
Careful, Benji will start to pipe on about getting OV to cast. Cannon and Renekton were the next 2 bans coming out from Legacy, targeted towards Flares, his go-to champions in the top lane. But he does pick up Poppy, a champion that was used to great success into Renekton when they played against the Chiefs, I believe.
Yep.
And the final pick from Legacy, again, is going to be Lee Sin in the jungle. Juves will be taking Kha'Zix this time around.
Yeah, so Juves has defaulted to Kha'Zix quite a bit, actually, prioritizing it over Rengar, prioritizing it over Graves. You can see Carbon doesn't really want anything to do with those two either. Instead, wants to have some form of early pressure.
And there's just... what are you doing, Rogue? There's so much control from Sin heading into this game. Poppy, Victor, Ashe, Zyra, big AoE control champions.
Yep.
And then you've got Kha'Zix, who's just, happy to clean up the stragglers from the side of Legacy.
Well, we've seen a lot of W evolves from Kha'Zix first, which means that you do also have a huge slow, pretty good control yourself, as well as pretty high damage still on isolated targets. So I don't mind Kha'Zix in this comp at all. I think that there's a hazardous approach. If you ever dive in on Rogue and you don't get him, he's going to lay out that ultimate. He's going to make sure he has all the plants available. Not to mention the fact that Poppy already shuts down a lot of Lee Sin and, Gragas engage as well. So I think that Sin's composition is completely fine. They've got some scaling elements as well. Legacy's comp looks much better, looks much more well-rounded. However, Game 1 was a really sloppy affair from Legacy. I mean, if you play that poorly around the map, it doesn't matter what you pick, Fish. Because they weren't defending turrets with their champions. Nope. I mean, you can say they didn't have wave clear, but they didn't even have anyone in the lane that was being pushed.
Yeah, losing a turret at your inhibitor at 12 minutes and 20 seconds is always a tough task. That completely shut out Tally for the rest of the game. Yeah, he was stuck dealing with super minions.
He was weaker than the super minion. I mean, he had to wait for cannons to come up and help him out with it. It was just an ugly affair. And, it is Game 1, as I said, Legacy. 3 of their players haven't played in best of 5s in Oaths before, so they have to move forward. I mean, Claire actually did play a final, so I can't give it 2 of them then.
And Adrian was saying on the desk when we opened up the show today that Sin, they are a momentum-based team. They could potentially storm onto the Rift in Game 1. They did exactly that. Let's see if that momentum carries over into Game number 2. And to tell us a little bit more about that, let's check in with Sin's coach, Bensel.
Thanks, guys. I'm here with Bensel, and first of all, congratulations on that Game 1 victory. Super quick. But moving into Game 2, you guys banned Fizz this time around. What's up with that? Flares is popping off on it.
Yeah, I think Rumble is an objectively stronger champion at the moment. If you ban Fizz, it kind of forces the Rumble ban if you don't have another counter for Rumble ready, and we don't expect Tally to. So That's the logic of that ban, yeah.
Yeah, super smart. All right, well, moving down into the bottom lane then, Zara and then into Misfortune, which is a traditional, or has been, a kind of a counter the last couple of 6 months or so for that champion. So how do you think Zara's going to go?
I think if you have Ashe with Zyra, it can neutralize that somewhat. We'll probably get pushed in early, as is the way against them F lanes, but at level 6 you have a lot of kill pressure against them.
So squishy.
Yeah. You have the longer range threat of the Ashe ult against the shorter range threat of the Var Assault, so it's a small advantage there.
All right, excellent stuff. We'll see how it plays out. Thank you for speaking to us and best of luck in the game.
No worries.
There you go. A lot of respect from Bensel towards the drafting that's come out from Legacy, but identifies that he's going to be weak at certain points in the game, and they'll be strong later on. Tally, though.
This is so cheesy.
He's going to be in a little bit of trouble. Juice and Tally going to be able to spot him out. Flares forces the body slam start from the Gragas, already at half health, and Juice will try to take red buff at level 1 here.
Yeah, so you can see that Tally actually doesn't have a ward, so he can't stop it at all. Has already warded the brush, but can't really get in there and I guess, disrupt the jungle pathing coming out of Juice.
Let's see if that's going to help Flares out and how much, because getting down to half health at level 1, forcing to take a body slam, might be the good knife for Tally's lane almost to kick things off. But bottom lane already you can see the power from Lost and Cupcake, Misfortune as well as Varus. Heaps of range advantage over the Ashe and Zyra.
Yeah, but at the same time you can see the Carbon's done the smart thing. He's buff to buff right now. We'll be able to pick up at least 2 of the buffs. Going to go towards Raptor Camp and grab that big advantage there as well. So he's not going to be down and out in this game. It's a good start out of Juice, great idea. However, execution doesn't set Carbon all that far behind.
Nope, it does not. We'll shock him a little bit and interrupt any of the plans he had earlier. I can do just fine as Claire and Ryoma trading in the mid lane. Ryoma's happy to trade up against the shield of Orianna.
Especially given the fact that he has heal and Claire only has the cleanse because he is, of course, going into an Ashe. We talked about this a lot yesterday. But as soon as you see Ashe Zyra, you should take cleanse as a mid laner because you're going to be a big target in the mid game.
Especially when AD carry starts to rotate in that first rotation. If you get a good arrow down, oof. Going to open up the map heaps for the team. You can already see Flash just being so aggressive against Tally. Tally does have a potion available. He's one of the few top laners we see go for the Q max on Gragas, picking up a lot of rings to compensate for the mana he uses.
But you almost feel like Tally, I mean, he has a passive, but that's more useful late game than it is early game. It's sometimes worthwhile when the lane goes this way to just duck back and get your crafting potion or maybe even a second ring and then come back into lane. It's not really hard pushing against him, but you can see that he is willing to stick at it. It's just that Flares has all of his corrupting potion charges still available.
Very cheeky from Flares here, waiting for the W to expire from Tally before going in for a trade, making sure he gets the maximum damage down.
Both top laners actually reading that one really well. Tally didn't burn too much beforehand.
Rogue's going to take a ton of damage here in the bottom lane, forcing a heal out of FBI as well. So bottom lane for Legacy is winning very early in terms of CS, as well as their trading at the moment. Some of the spells are down to Juve, so looking for a gank top side of the map. Tally going to have to be careful. Flares has popped the W. He will jump in, just get some chip damage on towards Tally, force him out of that lane, and Carbon looking bottom side.
Yeah, exactly right. As soon as you see that, you can just start counter jungling. As Ejim said on the desk, the way that you stop this is you don't die to the gank and then you take away farm, because that should mean Juice falls behind. All of a sudden he has absolutely nowhere to go on Summoner's Rift. He's going to go towards his Krug, find that Carbon already took that one away.
Yep.
Danger is if you ever get collapsed upon. So you have to be very careful of where FBI and Rogue are right now.
Rogue is popping his final potion. Carbon has hit level 4. Juves is level 4 himself, and Carbon is going to recall.
A bad recall spot. He's going to have to burn Flash here potentially.
Oh yeah, he does. No wards available for him. So that's Flash burnt. Juves trying to collapse on towards Carbon.
I mean, it's not going to work. But right idea. Chase him out as far as you can. Make sure he has to go all the way back.
Oof. Rogue not having a good time in this lane. Constantly poked out by the Varus as well as Misfortune. Lost and Cupcake working really well together, but only a 2 CS lead for Lost. FBI still has a health potion. It's Rogue who's in a lot of trouble at the moment.
Exactly right. So as long as Rogue plays a little bit further back, should be okay. You're not going to win this lane until level 6, as Bensel said. And Ashe Zyra just have a lot of kill threat. I mean, as long as Zyra has a flash available.
Ooh, big trades in the mid lane. Claire actually not getting the better end of that one as Ryoma stands up confidently to the Orianna.
Certainly did, and Claire stepped forward into that. Both top laners actually coming back without their teleport, so you can see that that suited Tally a little bit more. He has more wave clear just in his kit, so that's probably going to suit him. Also has Flash Body Slam available right now if he wants to go towards mid lane, try and get a gank going.
He's taking a stroll towards mid lane, but that is currently pushed in. Just going to clear out the scrying as well.
And you can
spot
see that Juves, like, let's talk about jungle for a bit, because Juves has got Raptor Camp, which he just took down, and absolutely nothing else available. Gromp just came back up. And you can see that there's 13 CS between him and Carbon, so you're expecting one major camp, or...
Big slam in the
I'm not
wall.
talking about that right now, because Tally's actually in trouble in a tank versus tank matchup somehow.
Down to half health. He's all right.
But the one thing that Juves has done is spent a little bit more time in lane, so the CS is still even. Not CS, experience is still even. See whether that continues to be the case.
Oh, Carbon, incredibly low here.
Yeah.
They know Juves is somewhere inside of this jungle, but he'll just hop back out and continue to just be a pest. So Carbon's doing the right thing. Like you mentioned, farming up. He's 20 CS up, but hasn't been able to get an advantage here. And Cupcake looking for a cheeky gank. In the mid lane, a Shockwave might shock for Ioma. Might be enough for Cupcake to pull the trigger as well. Here they go. Just shows himself, so doesn't get anything for that.
I mean, at least you're putting pressure down in a certain part of the map. You can see that right now you don't really need it in bottom lane, because FBI are going back with disjointed timings from Rogue, so it's not going to really cost Cupcake all that much. Plus, Strat is absolutely ridiculous for being able to run around the map. You can see that also, given the fact that Cupcake was the one harassing, he's about 400 gold up on his shop, so he goes back and gets himself that Ruby Crystal, so he's going to be slightly tankier.
Going to try and get a cheeky snare.
Close.
Flares top side of the map with Juves, though. Big Wave is pushing in. Carbon's nowhere to be seen. This could be a dive. They decided to execute on it.
Still risky to dive a tank. He has got double ring. However, if anyone can do it, it's going to be Poppy. Very tanky at this stage of the game.
There's a level up as well. Tally just used his W, so no damage reduction going to be able to come in. Flares looking to tank out the turret first. Juves
Really
jumps
nice.
in. First blood. Easily executed by Sin.
Yeah, and all of a sudden, that's a huge creep wave gone. And I feel like we just keep talking about it. I mean, no wards in the lane. Juves. Oh,
arrow's going to connect. Cupcake gets locked down. Heal used nice and early. Rogue is still only level 5, though. They pop their own heal very early. As Varus uses the ultimate.
Yeah, actually a little bit interesting from Rogue. Could have maybe flashed that Carbon now in with level 6.
That spotted him out. Good snare from Rogue. Doesn't kill him, but pushes him back. Claire still has Shockwave, so Ryoma has to be a little bit careful, but he's pushing Claire out of lane again.
Exactly right, and that's all it comes down to. All of a sudden, he can hold the creep wave there. He might even be able to just hold and get a cheeky recall in. No, lots of mid laners like Fantix and Swift will like to do that. Instead, he's going to clear this one out, has the double rings, maybe doesn't have a valuable shot fish. And he should even be able to make the second one hit turret by the time he gets here. Carbon again stealing away red buff, but really when the top side of the map is in a little bit of trouble, bottom side is the only place you can play to, and Juves knows that and respects it.
It feels like every game so far, Juves has been getting out jungled, so to speak, in terms of jungle camps being taken away by his opponents, but he has been making it work by getting one side of the map ahead.
Exactly right, and he's just prioritizing something else. Carbon's prioritizing taking camps, trying to get to level 6. Juves is prioritizing getting flares in advantage.
Oh, good snare. That's
huge.
a flash forward. Cupcake's dead.
As I said, you don't want to play MF into Zyra Ashe because they do a lot of damage. I feel like you can play it if the 80 carry doesn't have any hard CC, but they'd already pretty much got everything out of Cupcake the first all-in. No heal available from Lost means that he falls down this time.
Rogue's just a monster. He's been playing fantastic the entire Gauntlet run. A monster to watch in the bottom lane, and FBI just compliments him so much. They're a little bit shaky when they started to split off together, but synergizing very well now. And Flares, he's 2 levels up over Tally. Carbon is here, so he's got to be very careful. Gonna get knocked out, slams him into a wall, takes him on. The Q will follow through. But Flares, he's happy to turn around and say, let's go, I can fight both of you.
He actually just 2v1 them, and he's actually looking for more still because Juves is coming in.
Oh, that's a nice use of the W. Stopping Tally. Here goes Juves over the wall, gets good damage down, but Carbon's there to get the safeguard going. He's still on the hunt, though.
Yeah, exactly right, but what they're going to do is force him off another big wave. You can see this time around, Legacy had the right things. They had the ward around the wall. They had the ward in the lane, so they knew that Juves wasn't coming at the start. Cupcake ducked mid again and found absolutely nothing. In fact, Ryoma is having a little bit of a chuckle at them and completely composed. Is still even in CS, actually going to be up by 1. And everywhere else on the map just looks like it's going in Sin's favor.
It certainly does. They got about 500 gold in their lead. Bottom lane was a huge advantage for Legacy, but FBI's done a really good job of making sure he's even in CS. And now they've got kill threat bottom lane.
Exactly right.
Rogue
this
show
is
that.
What Bensel was talking about. You just have to respect the early game that's going to come out of MF. You have to realize that she's going to outpoke you, that she kills your plants way too quickly. But as you get towards the latter stages of the game, you're always going to be able to blow her up because she's just so squishy. And as an MF player, you have to play up the lane, because if you're not playing it to pressure the Zyra, there's just no point picking the matchup. So clashing of styles, and Sin look very comfortable in that.
So we are checking with the top lane this time around. It's important to note that due to Juve's presence, Tally's forced to use his teleport to get back into lane while Flair still has his. So map advantage currently in Sin's favor, and Flair's is winning this lane. You can push it in, duck in the Fog of War, try and get a cheeky teleport play. There are deep wards behind the bottom lane, so they've always got to be careful of that, and Juves is making his way down.
Yeah, and Tally, unfortunately, has had to go full budget roller as well. Triple ring. Teleport coming in. There's so many members down here already.
Can't be cancelled. Juice is going to jump in. They're going in. Rogue is going to die first, though. Big ultimate's coming in. Lost has been locked down with Cupcake. Both of them at half health.
Is this a mistake? There's only 3 members here. They're going hard onto FBI.
He's in trouble. Gets taken down, but can Sin pick up more kills for it? Carbon's in a bit of trouble. Lost is running into a minion wave, and Juice should be able to pick up that kill. So the minions will slowly take him down, but a little bit of botched attempt too early from the Sin's bottom lane, and they just trade bot lane for bot lane.
Certainly wasn't. That's what I said. Rogue is very aggressive. Sometimes he goes too early. That was one of those times, and all of a sudden, Tally gets a big reprieve top lane. In fact, he's going to be able to pick up so much CS underneath this turret. Also get a little bit of chip damage. So Legacy at least trade evenly in what was the first big macro call out of Sin. And as you said, it could have gone better, but still okay.
It was okay, but that was just way too early from Sin.
Yeah, that should have been 2 kills, maybe even 3 kills for absolutely nothing in a turret. Instead, it's just a 2 for 2, and they lose a lot of damage top.
Because when you go from that play, you still have to respect. Yes, top laner can't get there. Mid laner, we can see him. But the jungler's going to be around here. Even if he's not, you've got to expect him to be, so you play that play differently. But still, Sin just lose about 200 gold of their gold lead.
That's also how you defend that play. You know, we talk about it a lot. Hard commit one direction. And in that case, it was towards the squishy members. They didn't want to go towards the tank that was teleporting in. So as you can see here, they hard commit onto Rogue. And then as soon as they see more members coming down, the call is FBI right now. All 3 members start going forward. In fact, they use summoner spells to pick up the kill. Carbon actually lives here because Flares doesn't want to keep diving underneath the turret. Of course, Lost will still go down. Carbon in the mid lane. Throws one high, wide, not very handsome.
Roma sitting pretty in the middle lane as well. More than happy to go toe-to-toe against Claire. Flair's now's got some work cut out for him because Tally is going to get his teleport back first. Flair's has ways to cancel that, but that means he's got to continue pushing in against this Gragas.
Also, given the fact that Tally also just does so much magic damage at this stage of the game, and Flair's has gone with the Sunfire Cape first.
His clear is just fantastic as well. He's actually maxing W this game.
Yep. Strange that he maxes W with a triple ring start.
Leeson's here. Be careful. But Rogue and Ryoma going to just step up, see what they can do against this wave. Misfortune Z is just pretty disgusting to deal with.
Certainly is. However, they do clean it out, but still a lot of chip damage one more time going across. So you have to start worrying about turrets if you are Sin, because if one of them falls, they're a little bit like dominoes. Then the duo lane starts rotating all around the map and knocking them down.
Oof. Tally's just really oppressive once he's got his triple Doran's ring available. Flares seems impossible for him to trade anymore against his Gragas. Every time his passive's up, that's 100 health that Tally gets back, and his wave clear is obnoxious.
Yeah, it certainly is, and this is kind of why Gragas is, ooh, great.
Big arrow, stun onto Cupcake, pops the bullet time, but that's damage dealt. He will flash out of it, lives to tell the tale. The final plant auto attack is not enough.
Just lives to tell the tale, but still heal as well as flash burnt. Is that now an indefensible turret? Lived on 12 health. And Rogue could have just flashed in there for a cheeky ignite or auto attack. Didn't decide to, so you can see playing a little bit more reserved.
Save some of the spells. Might be crucial if Tally comes in for a teleport gank later.
Agree.
Let's watch and see if that pays off. I mean, a kill, 300 gold, great, but an objective, even better. Might as well save that for that.
Exactly right. You can see that now, because Carbon isn't actually in. Oh,
he's on Ryoma. That's going to be a kill picked up by Legacy's jungler with the assistance of Claire, who almost would have fallen to the Chaos Storm.
Yeah, exactly right. I mean, you've got to give credit to Carbon. We were talking about bottom lane being pushed in, but has the eyes on the prize, needs to get the Orianna ahead. So makes a good call to go mid lane, and now as a duo, they can rotate bottom.
This is dangerous. If Carbon gets in behind this bottom lane duo, Tally's got teleport. Flares is almost back up, but not quite. And you can see the respect from Sin. They back out. They can't see anyone on the map, so they decide we're going home.
Exactly right. And you can see one more time, even though teleport's available, gank the teleport. Juves knows exactly where he needs to be on the map. They're pinging it out already.
They might be able to get this. Top side of the map. Gragas has been jumped on by Karzik, so let's have a look and see what's happening to Tally. He's supposed to use the ultimate, but bottom lane's where we're looking at.
Exactly right. So now they're going to have a base race here for a little bit of turret damage. It looks like they...
Ooh, this is going to be close. Juves does do a lot of damage, but it should be bottom lane to force first. Carbon's going to be able to pick that one up with the rest of Legacy. So first brick for Legacy. Sin still equalized 1 turret for 1, but now Legacy have a slight gold lead for themselves.
Exactly right. And you have to say that the pace of the game is a little bit slower.
Is this cheeky?
It certainly is. They still have a ward down there, and Tally can teleport if he wants. Here he goes.
Greg spots them out. Carbon jumps in. Good flash away from the queue. Now Carbon might be a sitting duck. As teleport is coming in from Flares, he's going to be able to get in the back line. Tally is here already. FBI's got to be very careful. Good body pop, but a slam into the wall. Carbon goes in, brings Rogue with him. As look at the kiting from FBI, picks up that kill. Ejection goes out towards Cupcake as he's knocked away. Flares is still trying to fight this one. Juves is nowhere to be seen in this fight, but that's just a 1-for-1 trade. Sorry, 1-for-2 trade.
2-for-1, yeah. So Carbon goes down, but the kick onto Rogue means that they are able to secure a second. Could have used it to execute FBI. However, wanted the second kill for his team. But still a lot burnt there. Ooh, Flares. Just trying to be cute and cancel a couple of backs. He's actually playing in the Poppy very well. 20 CS up.
Oh, Juve's going to get Shockwave here. His #1 natural enemy, which we've seen many times in the Gauntlet.
Certainly have. He's looking for the ward that gave him away. There was a couple in that area. Don't think he's going to find them all.
This is a much more even game for Legacy, but still not what we expect from them going up against Sin. We expect this to be a pretty much one-sided affair.
I mean, everyone expects different things when it comes to Sin. I've learned that over the last couple of days. I mean, they didn't have the most consistent season. In fact, they were losing games against teams below them. Lost 2 against AV. Picked up 2 versus Legacy. The other games they lost were against Chiefs and Direwolves. They didn't look great against Abyss when they played them. However, when they're in the main event, when they're like here to actually play, when it matters, they're able to step up. They secured themselves 4th, and now they're fighting for 2nd right now, Fish, and potentially a date with Direwolves next week for the grand final.
I mean, they've secured themselves as a top 3 team to finish Split 1 of 2017. Let's see if they're going to be able to take more. They're already a game up in this best of 5 series, and this game looking very even. Going to come down to team fights, and both these teams look like they have very strong team fights going into the mid game, but Juves has found Carbon. That's a lot of execution damage.
Just missed.
It does actually hit Cupcake in the mid lane, but they dive onto Roma. They burst him immediately. Will trade 1-for-1 as the jungler gets taken down by Flares in the back line. Knocks Lost back. He's going to flash out. Bullet time from Cupcake separates the rest of Sin as they wait for that ultimate to expire. The knockout comes through. Shockwave only connected with FBI as the W from Poppy not enough to stop the body slams coming in. Lost, the sniper, gets one for himself. Flares is still trying to stay alive in the back lines. The minions are hitting the Poppy, but he will live, and Legacy get the better end of that trade.
Yeah, fantastic little team fight for Legacy there. Although now, that was a close one. You can see the blinking health bars. It's 1-for-2. Carbon did fall down. However, they get the turret for themselves. So first real gold, 2,000 in the advantage of Legacy right now. They have a turret up. No one's really even looked at Dragons.
And no Chaos Storm using that fight. Roma was just CC locked the entire time.
Yep.
Could potentially be a different story there. But Cupcake really good with his ultimate, separating Sin, giving so much time for Legacy to get chip damage on the front line of Sin.
I mean, let's take another look at it. That arrow was aimed for Carbon. They thought he was going to ward hop away. And the right calls made. They just go very strong onto Ryoma, lock him up. As you said, doesn't get the ultimate down. Then a little bit of questionable target selection starts to happen here. Everyone kind of piling into the tanks at the start of it. And really nice Shockwave there, just separates the team fight. It means no one can come forward. It only hits FBI, but it chunks him out enough. And then Lost, just fantastic with those Qs, as you mentioned. And Flares even has to burn summoner spells to get out. So ultimately, Legacy just played that one a little bit cleaner.
And now they're ahead. They're 1,500 gold up ahead of Sin. Very comfortable sitting in the mid lane now, looking for even more advantage. But Flares, he's jumped on top of Lost. He's got no flash, and Juves with the evolved W slows him down. The corruption.
Carbon is here.
The corruption from Varus will keep him locked down so he can't follow onto Cupcake. But that's a good pick for Sin.
Certainly is. I mean, it's one against the Tide as well. Top lane turret was so low, we said that they start falling like dominoes. Instead, they get the bottom lane turret on side of Sin, as well as a kill. So they bring it back within 900 gold.
Roman's now bottom side of the map, pushing against a Gragas.
Cupcake is pretty much...
You're in trouble. The Poppy is just going to keep hammering it down. Ultimate use. Does he have the charge? Good flash from Cupcake. Going to be able to get him out.
Carbon looking to clean him up.
Bullet time coming out there. Just stops a bit longer. Is he trying to die to the misfortune? Yes, he is. Won't give Carbon any assist there.
Exactly right. So no assist going down, but Claire good enough to hold mid lane turret solo.
He forced his flash and cleanse there, so that should be an Ash Arrow connecting.
Yep. Definitely right, Fish. Good catch.
Let's see if FBI continues pushing. For now, we have Varus stationed top side of the map. As you mentioned, that top lane outer is very low and an easy objective for Legacy to pick up and increase their lead. They're about 1,500 gold ahead still.
You can see that Serrated Dirk picked up by Cupcake. Interesting. Normally we see Black Cleaver as well as Last Whisper picked up. Serrated Dirk's a weird one. I don't feel like flat penetration all that good on support MF.
He's got his Kindle Gem, so maybe just looking for a spike of damage.
They're going for a turret dive into Claire here.
That's a big teleport. It's not spotted at all as Rogue flashes forward, but Claire instantly pops in with the shockwave. They're trying to go for this. Claire's going to be taken down nice and easy. Sin get a dragon as well. Going to push for mid lane turret, but what a play from Claire to react to that one.
Yeah, really nicely done from Claire. He does pick up the support. I feel like you do not actually need the teleport there if that's the call, although Carbon in a little bit of trouble.
Down to half health already. They're going to tackle up Tally to give FBI some room to take down this turret. Carbon's coming in the back lines, kicks Ryoma. He's CC locked, but trying to turn this one around. There they go. That's a dead Victor again. No Chaos Storm being used, and Flares has to get the heal to get him back up to speed. Carbon looking to try and dash in here, get the kill onto Flares as well. Legacy playing these fights near perfect.
He's just not dying. Oh, Flares nearly took Carbon down with him again. He was on underneath 100 health. But that's a second time that Ryoma has died. Summoner spells available as well as the ultimate Fish just cannot get it off in these team fights because Tally every time is just body slam into the cast. Really confident throws there. Not letting any gap in between the combo.
Nope. Gives Legacy a 3,000 gold lead and Ryoma not having his game this time round. He is 1,500 gold behind Claire, so that's half the gold lead that Legacy have at the moment.
And Legacy looks sharper. As I said, it's kind of that intensity thing when it comes to playoffs. You have to be able to play at a higher level than you expect during the regular season. Sin caught the Chiefs off guard with it yesterday, caught Legacy off guard with it today. But now they have to go back to the grind. And they've been here for 3 days already.
They have.
They know that best of 5 is hard work. So they didn't expect this one to come any easier than the ones on Friday or Saturday.
Let's see if they're able to pull this one back, but Legacy looking a lot stronger.
Arrow is available. Cupcake stepping very far forward there.
Tally is close by though, so Legacy are very confident in this play if they make it.
Problem is that if you get arrowed, you die very quickly if anyone's in support.
Poppy's bottom lane though, no teleport available for Flares, so that'd be a numbers advantage for Legacy. Trying to collapse here. They don't see Rogue, but the snare does not connect. They're still going for this one. Legacy fancy a fight. Tally shows himself. That should be no-go for Sin without their Poppy.
You can see that they back away. They just wanted to pick onto Carbon. Weren't really willing to burn anything major for it and start a team fight. So instead, now have to respond to the Flares split push.
Flares going to get body boxed in the bottom lane there. He's still a level above Tally, but they're just massive tanks now. Long gone are the good trade from these two as they just equally share damage and tank damage at the same time. Arrow splits the wickets as Carbon and Lost go side
really
to side.
nice ult.
Ryma's dead again here. He pops the ultimate this time round, but it's all for nothing. Tally now trying to collapse. Good W from Flares. Means that Tally can't
Flares
flash
coming in from the left-hand side. Watch the Orianna.
Flares got to be careful. Knocks out Ori, so that's a good target there. Means Legacy can't chase as effective, but Ryoma stepping so far forward time and time again.
Yeah, exactly right. So Ryoma gets picked off, having a very poor game. 0-4 at the moment. Not really getting anything done for his team. He's half of their deaths.
Still have some great poke though.
More. He's a third of their deaths. Sin have, they have fairly decent poke, but it's not really all that sticky when you have Blade of the Ruined King as well as Gragas passive.
Just noticing as they were disengaging. Backline of Legacy were losing half their health over and over again. But 80 carries are kind of equal now in terms of items. Lost is going to get a quick buy-in here with 2 extra kills, 3 extra assists. You should expect him to be slightly ahead.
Yep.
QSS already picked up, so that's going to deny Ash Arrow.
Such a good item when you're ahead, especially if you're ahead the exact amount of gold. I mean, it just means that now you don't have to worry about Ash Arrow, you don't have to worry about a Rogue Zyra snare either.
You're not sacrificing damage.
Yeah, exactly right, because you're still even. Although, FBI goes back and gets himself a Hex Drinker.
The same
amount of gold.
80 carry is very even here.
I actually really like this build. I was talking about it yesterday. I don't go Hurricane, I go Phantom Dancer a lot at the moment because I feel like as an AD carry I'm just useless and I don't get 3 bolts across people. Obviously they're much better than me at this game, so that's probably why they go Hurricane. But Hex Drinker into more at this stage just feels so impactful.
Yep.
You're able to survive the burst and then just turn around and turret people to death.
And when you have Blade of Ruin King, that's already 1 lifesteal item.
Yep.
Getting more
Lifeline comes online.
Oof.
Boom. Laughing.
Now Ward here is going to be able to spot out FBI, so Legacy know exactly the movements of this 80 carry. They're trying to group up towards the Baron Pit. They've still got a 3,500 gold lead to work with Legacy. Lots of that is on towards Claire, who has about half the lead. Ryoma really needs to step up in these fights. If he can live through the initial burst, it might be a completely different fight for Sim because they're still training even, losing Ryoma at the start without using ultimate.
Exactly right. And Ryoma actually just needs to be able to get a couple of spell rotations out. I understand that he wants to be aggressive at this stage, but, you know, 1 or 2 spell rotations with the ultimate dropped is definitely the difference.
And Claire's having a great game on this Orianna.
As is Tally, actually, for an early, you know, couple of ganks going up in his lane, has been able to definitely turn it around.
Just a game of footsies here, it seems, between Sin and Legacy. The call is to send Ryoma top to continue clearing up the waves, whereas Legacy just grouping up as 5, trying to catch anyone from Sin in a bad position.
See whether we trade a Baron positioning here for a Dragon.
Or do they collapse on towards the Poppy? Ryoma's not here, so even if they try to take down Poppy, that's big, but Hawkshot spots him out immediately. Tally's going to get sped up, and Legacy charge on towards the rest of Sin. That'll be just fine, though. They disengage towards bottom side of the map, and Ryoma taking the safe route back towards the lane.
Air Drake, of course, just proving the big difference there, Fish. Gives them the movement speed they need to successfully disengage.
The gravity field from Ryoma will lock up some minions here. Legacy retreat into Fog of War. They might have to send someone to deal with Flares, who is continuing his split push attempts. There are some good wards from from Sin in the mid lane. So if Legacy do push out far enough, Poppy could get a good teleport flank.
Yeah, definitely agree. However, what they're looking for is, you know, swapping a little bit of positioning for the second Dragon. They want to keep stacking that one up, making sure that if it does come to a late game team fight, you know, they have the Elder to threaten. Sometimes it's just about having an extra area to threaten over. Obviously, they're not sitting there thinking, Air Drakes, yes, we must collect these because they're going to unlock a slate game.
Oh,
that's a Mountain, though. So that's better.
Mountain Dragon picked up by Juice. Nice and easy, actually. Legacy no wards to spot this one, and Wildale recalling as well. Flare's now looking for blue buff. Carbon's on the wrong side of the map. Tally picks it up, though. Away from 2 members of Sin.
Yeah, Juice didn't have Smite available.
Does deny Claire his blue buff. So we'll have to see if Carbon can take his away. He's looking to try and stop Ryoma
This is
here.
risky. When you go over the wall, obviously you can W out, but he uses it. Oh, got it.
Just goes for the smite. Easy steal. Ryoma a little bit upset with that.
Generally, you pull it into a brush, so he can't do that. He has to use his Q as well. Then you can just turn around and output a lot of damage into him if you would like to.
But fairly quiet now between Sin and Legacy. Legacy will be comfortable. 4,000 gold up is no laughing matter.
And it has quietly grown. I mean, they've been able to clear out much more wards around the Baron area.
So it's 1,000 for the 80 carry. Lost. Mid lane's actually caught up. Only 1,000 going in favor of Orianna. Jungle is dead even, about 300 in their favor. Top lane's still in favor of Sin. So it's actually Cupcake.
Yeah, Cupcake. 4-2 and 4.
Absolutely 2,000
popping
gold.
up.
Oh, he's got his Black Cleaver
right now, and Claire is top lane. They've pinged it out.
There are big wards though. There's the arrow trying to look for Cupcake. Doesn't connect, so Sin might just disengage. There are a lot of wards behind Sin. They've got to be careful because a big fight can come out from Tally. And they're pinging out to move towards the Baron side of the map. Arrow still down. Not even a quarter of the cooldown has been refunded. Tubes jumps over a wall. Legacy looking to collapse, and these two teams playing on a knife edge right now, Spawn.
They certainly are, and you know, the first person to blink probably going to fall down. You can see that really only Flares is the member on Sin that is comfortable cheating through any kind of Fog of War. Everyone else needs to be careful.
Big play from Legacy though, pushing it towards mid lane in a turret. They're going to slam up Tally here. Flares will get some damage, but the return comes in. That's a big shockwave into bullet time, and Legacy are going to obliterate the 1-by-1. Ryoma,
Huge Chaos Storm.
Huge Chaos Storm. Can they get anything from it, though? Legacy have low health bars, but they've already lost their support.
Potential teleport is going to come out. You can see the ping's already going down. He's got home guards, and he would be in on the back line. However, do they pull the trigger? They know Legacy's going towards Baron, but can you actually stop it?
They've got to try. I mean, you can't give up the Baron for free. There's that scrying of everyone now from the rest of Sin are running in towards this. Teleport's coming in. Baron already at half health. Legacy have to be careful. You can see they peel off. They're trying to go for a fight. Jude's going to get tagged up by Carbon, but is he dead? Carbon's going to be the first one to fall in this fight as FBI chases on down. The rest of Sin now going to collapse. Claire is low. Big heal from FBI, but Lost takes it down. Double kill for FBI. Tally is stuck between 3 members of Sin and gets pummeled to the ground by the Poppy Hammer.
What a great team fight out of Sin. Backs against the wall. FBI comes up huge. Trades his life for 2, and now with the jungler dead, they're going to turn onto the objective.
Rogue is coming. Cupcake's ultimate is going to come up shortly. Lost is trying to snipe people out, but the Q doesn't deal too much damage with attack speed items. Sid looking for Baron. It's getting low. Juice will smite this one away. Flares is now looking for the re-engage. Juice flashes off forward. Bullet time's going to deter them from going any further forward. Flash burnt by Lost, but Sin have Baron.
Yeah, and they get a summoner spell as well as the ultimate. Juve's actually just hopped over that wall, so burns absolutely nothing. They secure the Baron. And this game, which was sitting so nicely for Legacy, that were just slowly building up their league, they make one aggressive call, Baron right now, and it comes back, bites them in the ass, and now they're back to square one.
And I mean, that fight almost looked like Sin knew that they weren't going towards the Baron, and when they saw it, like, this is stupid from Legacy. Let's kill them.
Yeah, and Carbon just overcommits, and then all of a sudden, FBI picks up one. And then it's just able to continue to walk forward. This is what Adrian was talking about being a turret. He just keeps walking forward. He's not even trying to cut anyone out. He just knows that he has a lot of damage at this stage of the game. And then obviously Tally is just being CC'd by everyone. So he can't get that done. And you can see it going towards his Maw as well as the Last Whisperer right now.
He's got to be careful though. Everyone from Legacy is piling in down on towards the bottom lane.
But at what cost? I mean, you've got 4 members running up mid.
Ooh, FBI. He's stuck, throws out the arrow, just going to try and stand and deliver, but there's no one there to save him. Almost takes Carbon down with him, though.
Exactly right, and all of a sudden, no empowered recall. Top lane is absolutely massive. Mid lane's got Baron empowered minions. This actually might just be one person dead for a turret trade in top lane, which is still not a good trade for Legacy right now.
They're going to be able to get back there in time. I believe Home Guard is active, and I don't think Sim want to take a fight 4-on-5.
Definitely not. They do have Lichbane here, and turret is quite low.
They will get some good damage, but Legacy say, we got to fight you straight away. The ultimate's being thrown by Lost. Flares taking a lot of damage from the Black Cleaver. He's not back into the team. That's another kill for Legacy.
What a great ulti out of Tally. He really is having something of a game right now. You could see that Rogue's ulti was also really good in that team fight. What happened is it just split Tally from everyone else. Tally marched forward and got the perfect keg. However, Rogue tried his best to deter.
Big shot calling from Legacy, no. Pig off FBI, get back to base, stop them taking turrets. That delays Baron buff. They might only have a quarter left to work with everyone from Sin up. Maybe not even that, because Flares is down for 30 seconds.
Exactly right, and he doesn't have teleport available, so you're right. Really nice shot calling there. Thought it might have been an overreach to send 3 people into the bottom lane, but Sin didn't have minion waves prepped. And now they're in behind Ryoma as well. This could just be another pick-off.
Oh, he's going to throw down the gravity field, try and cut someone off. Puts the ultimate down to Carbon. He's taking so much damage. Ryoma's going to die here. No Zhonya's available for him. And Legacy picking apart Sin piece by piece.
Exactly right. That's 3 back-to-back picks. As Sin are trying to control their minion waves and just overextending without vision control and getting absolutely punished.
Ryoma's not having his game right now, 0-5-2.
Yeah, certainly is not.
So, Legacy going to try and push against the flow. Baron buff still available for Sin for maybe a wave or 2.
They've got some big tanks and they've got Shockwave available.
Oh, they're trying to burst down Flares again. Using everything on towards this Poppy. He lives, though, and is able to back out alive. Legacy not going to take too much damage for that one. Lost going to get chipped out slightly. Baron buff minions are now going to finally rotate in. Flares teleport is almost back up and available. There are some wards for him to teleport to, but they're in vision of Legacy. One deep ward in Baron Pit. Decides not to go for it. Tally throws out the ultimate. Good flash from FBI. Gets him back to safety. No arrow available, but Juice trying to jump on in. Sin saying, all right, we can try to take this fight. That's a flash forward. Lost. He's got 7 kills. A big target for Sin if they can find him. They're trying to escape. Tally's able to slow down the rest of Sin. And that's going to be the end of that fight right there.
Certainly is. You can see that they're just being sped up. Air Drake will kick in, but it's not going to be enough to continue to chase through MF, Dissonance, everything else that's hitting. Big wave bottom means that they are getting some damage onto a turret right now for Sin. And Ryam has also gone mid lane to push up a second wave.
They've got to be careful, though, because there are some big wards for Tally to teleport to.
They're way too far behind.
Let's see what Sin can do.
I mean, behind the flow, not behind actually in gold. Just you can't run that far on a teleport play. That's a better ward.
Yeah, they're going for it. Might catch them off. They find it. Stops the teleport. Gravity field was there, and they were ready to burst down the tank if they need. So Sin
what
now.
What a heads-up ward out of Ryama, though.
Yep.
I mean, someone that's not having the best game, able to completely nail that one.
Carbon's caught out by Rogue, slammed to the ball by Flares, already at half health. Legacy now fighting on two fronts as Tally and Carbon team up. The rest of the rookies sitting on the right side of the map.
And top lane is pushing in. All of that damage already done. So you can see two fronts again. Looks like it's stacking up, so potentially going to fall.
Turret's at 9 health as well, so
Ryman
Legacy have to
caught.
fight away.
Goodbye.
Ryman's caught, he's dead again. The mid laner from Sin getting pummeled time and time again. Carbon's going to be able to flash out. Juice jumps in aggressive. Lost lives to tell the tale as well. That's a double kill for Cupcake.
Certainly is. So Cupcake going absolutely nuts. Tally still wants more, although this is an overcommit.
Yeah, Flare's now going to try and pin him against the wall. FBI doing as much damage as he possibly can. Tally will take a sip from his keg, heal back up quite a bit of health. Rogue trying to tag him with the snares. And Ryoma's really having a tough game here, Spawn.
And he had Flash available again, I'm pretty sure, Fish. So just overstepping time and time again. You can see the top lane wave hit the turret and bounce back so they don't lose either turrets right now, Legacy. And by the skin of their teeth, still hold this gold lead. And we're getting towards completed item builds.
So, Victor, although Ryoma's not having a good game, 6-2. 320 CS, he's ahead of Claire in CS. Just sold his blasting one to pick up. No, he got it back.
Yeah.
He's going for the Void Staff instead. Has 3 completed items with perfect X-Core. If he lands a good Chaos Storm and a good Laser, that's it. That's all he has to do in a team fight.
I mean, he did hit Lost with both of them. It's just that Lost has double MR items, which is probably why he's going for a Void Staff. But you're
Rogue's
right.
getting one as well.
Should be easier. Rogue might be going for Rylaz. Also builds out of those 2 items.
Cupcake 7-2-8. He hurts. He's got a Black Cleaver.
Oh, he's a monster.
Mortal Reminder.
Arguably does more damage than his AD carry.
Dustblade's coming out soon as well as Legacy look to try and separate
Flash
them. That's
forward.
a flash forward from Lost. Bullet time. FBI's locked down. Nothing they can do. That is an aggressive play from the Kiwi sniper.
And that just might be Baron, because 15 seconds left. You cannot fight without an AD carry at 40 minutes into the game. It's just so much of your DPS. And they're looking for another pick. If it's going to be the Xyrus overstepping, Rogue needs to be very careful here.
No QSS available for FBI. No Mikhails because it's a damage-based support. And they're going for it. Poppycopter misses. Legacy still trying to hunt them down. Baron buff is now live. 29 seconds on Lost. Sorry, FBI to respawn. What's the call here, Spawn? Did they just decide to push mid, sack Baron?
They go Baron. I mean, on the side of Sin, no, you have to try and stop this. So they're going to bring everyone in. Juice probably just going to look for a steal.
5,000 health.
Shockwave is available.
They do have a ward over the top. No control ward to deny
They stop
vision.
damage again.
They stop damage, but they haven't disengaged fully. Now Baron's going to regenerate a lot of its health. Good gravity field. Flares knocked in. Big ultimate from Rogue as well. Keep them locked down. Ryoma pop went off in this team fight, and it's about time as Legacy have to retreat with the tail between their feet.
I mean, they can just commit to Baron. If they take the 50-50 and they dive into the pit, you're going to be better suited for the fight. All of a sudden, it's actually going to be Sin that start this one up.
Dignitas, is that to you? Because Sin might be gifted the second Baron of this game. Legacy looking to try and fight, but with everyone so low, it's going to be difficult. Tally is teleporting back in. Carbon over the pit, low on health. Do Sin back out. Bullet time's going to go wide. Big arrow's going to come out. They chase down the jungler. He's dead. Juice is back into the pit.
You got to give it up.
No smite contest going to come out. Shockwave will kill Ryoma, but Baron buff going over towards Sin again.
Really nicely played out of Sin. They prioritized the jungler who was on no health because of the last team fight. They jump in, get the objective, and get the heck out of dodge. Carbon, 1-4-14, had a very impressive early game, but in the team fights isn't looking all that great.
He had his hands up after that fight as if to say what happened. He did not understand, it seemed, how Legacy were able to give that one out.
Oh. And it was just Ryoma standing over the wall the first time around. They prioritized flares, couldn't blow him up, and then Ryoma actually got his damage out this time. And he's got his Void Staff as well, going towards what could be QSS, potentially GA. Abyssal? I don't feel like Abyssal's a good item.
QSS picked up by FBI is huge, though.
Yep.
They can't lock him down anymore.
Yeah, no more flash forward onto him.
And like we were mentioning, Rogue is a damage-based support. He almost has his own Void Staff. Cupcake though in this misfortune. That was the one team fight where he didn't get a good bullet time off. And it's the one team fight that Legacy have really lost.
Yep. Completely agree. 83 CS, 8, 2, and 9. He's got 3 damage items as well to his name.
I mean, even his Sidestone, whew, that gives you some damage on your ENR as well.
Let's not go nuts. Hasn't got all that much magic penetration.
No, he does not. You see that he no longer does any damage to flares.
They've actually just burnt QSS accidentally.
Whoops. No one saw that.
Has a Knight's Vow for
it's on FBI.
Yeah,
So
that's smart.
12% damage reduction for FBI.
And we talk about this a lot. If you want to build damage on your support, someone else has to be willing to pick up the supportish items.
Yep. It's a big item to pick up. Surprised we don't see 2 in competitive play all the time now. Legacy now trying to defend against a massive mini-wave. You can see Ryoma playing so different already, all the way back. He has no flash available, so has to be very careful still. A body bot from Tally means he's dead. But Sin, happy to let this one push in. They've got bottom wave pushing. Yep. It's slow, but that turret's already so low.
And it's going to pile up very quickly. Flares actually takes a lot of damage.
That's an arrow, lands on Cupcake. Not the best target, and Juice has been locked down by the ultimate. He's going to get knocked into the team. Does have Guardian Angel, but still alive. Shockwave only on the flares, as well as the bullet time. Sin are laughing at the moment because that's big ultimates burnt by Legacy.
Certainly is, and they haven't really used all that much. Arrow is down, but everything else still available. And you can see that FBI still wants to play.
They've just got to wait for health on flares, health on Juves. He's trying to go into the jungle to regenerate some for himself. Still has Guardian Angel. That's big for them, but Legacy might have done enough to stop this push a while longer. Ultimate from Flares trying to knock people out. Going for that turret push. They do get it. So Sin get what they came for, and bottom lane is massive.
Yeah, exactly right. And all of a sudden, you potentially are going to pick up a 2-for-1 deal on the turrets. Baron doesn't really seem to be all that much against these control mages at this stage of the game.
They got it.
However, equalization of gold, 42 minutes in. Whew. And it was a Rylai's. As I said, Rogue just wants control over the fights. I feel like it's about getting Tally in front of the rest of his team, zoning out everyone else with the ultimate, and then making it impossible for them to run through.
You see Cupcake's gone for a pickaxe as his last item. No slots for pink wards here.
That's the IE.
Oof, that's going to hurt. Eventually you just sell the Sidestone and say, Tally, pick one up.
Yeah,
I can't do this anymore.
Get yourself the rapid fire cannon.
I'll just go wild at this point. Get a Yoma's full lethality. Lost might be in some trouble here. Flares looking to try and collapse. Gets Carbon instead against a wall.
He's in trouble.
That's a big burst of damage from Lost, as well as the ultimate being burned. He flashes out, doesn't die to the Q. Rogue has been caught though, throws out the ultimate. Shockwave misses. That's big. Ryoma though, kicked it to the team. Legacy pick up a kill. Carbon pays for it with his life, and Tally will actually knock FBI away. Jude's trying to get the snipe kill. Cupcake over the wall, does so much damage. They're trying to get the Poppy into the fight. Juice comes back up and he is alive. Guardian Angel, the Gragas, will get knocked into a wall again, and FBI, the moving turret, picks up another kill.
3 for 2 coming through for Sin again, and they thought that they had won the fight because they forced Flares out, but with the teleport, able to rejoin. Hats off to Lost, however. We talk about turrets a lot. That kiting was absolutely beautiful. Late game Karzik's trying to jump on his head, but he just kites him out. You can see that Flares, he's tanky enough to take a couple of turret shots. They want this one, Fish.
Oh, you can take all the turret shots in the world at the moment. Sin, break the base. Inhibitor is now down. Poppycop is going to be firing up from Flares. 8 seconds on Claire. They've got to be very quick. Tally does have teleport, but he's 30 seconds away. And Sin will get the first inhibitor of this match.
And they've just turned the game on their head. Late game composition. Poppy is just so useful, and this is where Gragas arguably does fall off, has the CC, but not really all that much damage. And Lee Sin, he's just a kick. Carbon got a good one that fight. Booted Ryoma into the team.
He needs those every single fight now, though.
Yeah, but that's what you are. You're a kick bot. I mean, he's going to get a GA, he's going to respawn, but you can already see he's resigned himself. He's picked up a locket. Let's take a look at this again. He starts it off, Flares just gets chunked out, and they're like, we can fight. But Flares gets back to safety far enough that he's going to teleport back in. Rogue flashes the ulti, and that's the kick I'm talking about. Potentially teamfight saving. But then he falls down, and look at Lost on the back end here. Just beautiful kiting, back and forward. Juves is going to pop his GA because of that, but unfortunately for Legacy fans, Flares then has enough time to rejoin the fight, zones away the other 2 members, goes for the big body slam and picks up the final kill.
Some interesting notes is because QSS was used by Flares accidentally, he didn't have it that fight, forced the flash, couldn't get out of the Varus ultimate.
Yep.
Lived by next to nothing, and there was a Q coming out from Varus to hit all 3 procs of his blighted quiver, and that would have killed him. No GA was available for Poppy at that time. That would have been a different team fight for Legacy.
Completely different team fight. Potentially that's Lost and Cupcake, the 280 carries just running over the top.
Big flash from Juves as well. He got out of the shockwave with it. Allowed him to live through the fight and continue to push for Sin. Sin are now going to try and barrel down the top side of the map. Legacy actually a little bit out of position here. Sin could try and rush this one.
Yeah, they certainly could. I mean, they were trying to push mid lane out as far as they possibly could. See, Tally has got there in time, but that's a lot of damage.
Yeah, that turret is incredibly low. Flare's looking to try and jump in and throw the buckler at it as well. Standing on top of the gravity field. Carbon will take some shots from the plants. Now Sin are going to be careful. There is a big minion wave bottom, and Elder Dragon is up and online.
And what you have to look for right now is... Oh, not that.
Again, Juice gets out of the shockwave. That's a big ability burnt by Claire.
And that's what I was going to say. You have to look for how Sin are able to navigate their way around Claire's shockwave. Because in the past, they haven't been good at it. Now he's just burnt their biggest teamfight ultimate as Baron is respawning.
And they're in the pit. That's a Kha'Zix trying to take down Baron with Blade of Ruin King, with a Victor. Legacy got to try and look for these fights, but there is no teleport, no shockwave available. There is going to be a turret taken to the bottom side of the map by Legacy's minions.
They've done the do-si-do. They want top lane. They absolutely do not care about the objective right now. They want the second inhibitor. Legacy are out of position.
Claire's shockwave halfway down through cooldown. Tally does get here in time, holds the minion wave off the turret crucially. Massive minion wave is pushing bottom side of the map for Sid. Flares does not have his teleport yet, but it is up soon and he's going back to base.
So they actually pull off on the call. Thought that they could have potentially pushed for it, Fish, but they say no. We're not going to rush this one. We've put in 47 minutes of hard work. And this might be the game that breaks Legacy if they're able to pick it up. So you can see Sin, they're just going to play it out nice and slow.
There's no teleport for Flares. If Legacy have timed this right, they could try and rush Baron now if people go back to base.
It's like 10 seconds. Timing it within 10 seconds is such a gamble.
They're doing the same. This is the same brush Legacy have hit in most of this game and trying to run out through mid lane. Seem they're kind of used to that now. Haven't fallen from the trap yet. Shockwave back up and available, but Claire low on mana. Do they try and charge Flares here? They do. He's going to run away.
The problem is he's just so damn quick, and I don't think you blow him up in one combo regardless. You can see that they're sending 2 members towards the Elder Drake, and then they're trying to keep everyone else a little bit keen.
They can take this. I mean, it is Kha'Zix. With Ryoma, they're going to ping up Baron and they go for it. Legacy say we have to trade. They know something fishy is going on. Do Sin take this trade though? Are they happy with Elder for Baron?
I mean, I don't think they're happy. You can see Ryoma's running over already. They got Carbon out of the pit.
The Baron is low. Can Flares get it? He can't. Carbon still gets the kill onto Baron. Flares though is on top of Tally, and that's an empowered Elder Dragon team with 3
Flares
elementals.
Is going over the wall.
He's got Claire into the wall. Good clans being used by the Orianna. There is a GA available. Oh my goodness, Ryoma with the massive ultimate from the Victor.
They're still going.
Sid, they have wrapped around the backside. No flashes for the rest of your team, boys. Claire's will sneakily get out alive, but Lost is going to go down. Shut down for the Poppy. Legacy lose their AD carry.
And all of a sudden, Flares still has teleport available, and they have Elder Drake with 3 dragons. The burn damage is going to be so huge.
Ooh, where did they go? Sin are looking to try and push mid lane down against Baron buff minions into the base with the Elder Dragon picked up. They're trying to make this one a 2-0 against Spawn.
They're trying to win the game right now. This may be the last team fight.
Can Legacy hold off?
Inhibitor back up.
40 seconds on Lost to come back up and online. They do have minions pushing, but very slow. Juves is incredibly low with a Guardian Angel. Flares trying to get in amongst the back lines. FBI kind of backwards. Cupcake almost gets him there.
I think that's all. I think that potentially you run past and throw a buckler at top lane turret, although FBI now in big trouble.
Oh, Carbon's tagged him with a Q. Does he get tackled? Decides not to go in. That's an arrow thrown forward. FBI delivered into the team. Flashes away from the shockwave. He's now life-stealing his heart out. Roma drops the base. Doesn't do all that much. And we can see the Guardian Angels are starting to get popped. FBI still trying to stand and deliver. Can he take them down? But that's a shutdown on towards Flares. And Sin have to run back.
All of a sudden, you disengage. Tally actually taking a lot of damage from those plants. Needs to be careful. But I feel like Sin bit off a little bit more than they could chew there. They tried to end the game. Reality probably should have gone for top lane base turret. Would have been 2 inhibitors down, but whoa, that's a ballsy call either way.
87 minutes. The gold lead is completely tied up. Sin have the Elemental Dragons as well as the Elder Dragon here. Baron buff will last a little bit longer for Legacy, but that's going to expire soon.
And now if you're Ioma, I mean, do you keep the QSS? At this stage of the game, kind of useless. Do you just get Azonias instead and hope you can outplay?
Turn golden. Stay alive.
I mean, what you're really hoping to do anyway is just flash on Lost's head and one-shot him. So does QSS really help you do that? I mean, the pick potential is now erased if he has it up and available.
Void Staff has been picked up by Rogue on Zyra.
Yeah. Oof. Whichever support outputs more damage in this last team fight is probably going to win the game.
I don't know if you're serious or not right now.
No, I'm deadly serious. I mean, you've got a full AP Zyra.
We have a sweet coming in from Spook. Sin are definitely not clean, but they are certainly confident. I don't disagree with that after that last play. FBI was in between the base, trying to take down a turret that had no minions pushing on towards it. Everyone's back up and alive now.
Ooh, Ryoma. This is one of my favorite things to do on. All right, who cares? Tally's going in.
He's going to try and bash in. Knocks
Got
FBI back. He's got no flash. He's dead. Cupcake gets that kill. Big play from Legacy.
That is huge from Tally. His Gragas play has been on point. They're still pushing in with Baron up creeps.
Carbon has got flash as well. Nobody from the side of Sin has flash available.
If
he lands a kick.
Live for 60 seconds right now.
Let's see if they can do just that. Legacy don't have a wave pushing yet.
I mean,
it's going to
look how much
collapse.
damage Rogue does. What fun champions are Zyra and Misfortune? AD carry players everywhere. Shut up.
Does Rogue pop ultimate here? There's the Chaos Storm. Sorry, the Gravity Field.
They've held them off the turret. It's only 30 seconds more.
So that's one ultimate. Knocking Tally out of the fight only, though. Trying to hold on. Gravity Field gets popped there. Lost now going to town on these turrets.
Carbon.
Rogue's ultimate knocks Carbon down low. Claire is going to take the first cent of that laser hit, and Tally soaks up the damage of this turret. There is still a shockwave available for Claire. Gravity Field will knock the back. Knocks the GA out of Carbon, though. So that's a win. If you can take one, that's a win. 14 seconds at FBI. Legacy might have to back out.
They don't even get the inhibitor anymore. Carbon just walked into a gravity field, got sucked forward, and then lost his GA. I mean, I can't describe the play any prettier than that, because that is, he took 2 ticks, stepped out, and stepped back in. That should just not happen.
Legacy are going to go back to base here and pick up the final remaining components of their item. I mean, there's a redemption coming out from Carbon with his Locket.
Redemption Lee said.
With Knight's Bow and Locket. He is a support, Spawn.
You just hate to see it.
I mean, you change his items, cover the jungle item, and change it with Cupcakes. Looks more like a support.
Cupcake got his IE, though.
Yep.
That actually, like, so you get bonus damage on your bullet time from Infinity Edge. So if he gets a full channel bullet time with all the, lethality and armor penetration he's running, that will kill everyone.
I mean, he's massive. Late game Misfortune is no joke.
Isn't this hilarious? We're saying, so the game plan right now is ignore the Oriata for, like, slightly, kill Cupcake, and then focus everyone else.
Yeah, bullet time. Screw the Shockwave. Who needs that?
Well, Shockwave into bullet time right now.
Oh. Ryoma does have a QSS still, so no 6-item arrow. Hits Tally. Is that the target they want, though? Juice is going for Oriana. He's flashed on top of him. There's the Shockwave being used, but it's only on towards the bug. They pop Tally's GA, but Juice is dead. Tally's going to fall. That's the front line down. No Shockwave.
Lost.
Bullet time is available. Cupcake has not used it yet. FBI trying to move forward. Ultimate onto FBI. There's the bullet time. Rogue's in trouble. Big ultimates coming out, and Flares is separated from the team. Claire is dead. They pick up a kill there. Flares is still alive. That's a flash forward, only popping the GA.
Yeah, but can you stick around and kill him here? Because there's just so much damage out of Ryoma.
Gravity Field almost takes him down there. A couple more ticks, that would have been lights out. Sin have their AD carry, and mid lane are pushing up mid lane.
You can see that they still want this. They're so confident, Sin.
They're like, no, Ultimate's no problem. Teleport in, buddy. Let's go. We're closing out this game.
It's a 3-on-3. Let's see what's going to happen here. Ryoma already getting some damage down. There's a piercing shot from Lost. That's the inhibitor going to fall. Sin pick it up. No defense from Legacy.
Yeah. So one more time, we'll have a little bit more of a... Just calm down, because they only go for the inhibitor. What the... What is going on?
I agree with your sentiment there, Swan.
This is actually one of the most entertaining back and forward game of League of Legends.
I mean, Juice should have said he's saved his video yesterday for today. This might be the match of the century, because we might be going for a century.
And he actually just threw his body.
Teleport. Tally's coming in. He's running towards Baron. Oh, Flair's got Carbon. Knocks him into a wall, but that might be a mistake. He's going to take some damage. No, he takes no damage.
He takes 0 damage.
So no GAs for the frontliners. Oh, Tally knocked into a wall. Ooh! The Ash Arrow barely misses everyone there. Tally's going to get knocked up in between the bodies there. Oh, the bullet time, though, just obliterates most of Sin's frontline. Ultimate used by Losto just to try and keep them nice and safe. And turret's actually falling bottom side of the map. That's an inhibitor turret.
And now they just wait. I mean, I feel like Sin actually even lost track of their side wave there because they were like, Baron, we must do Baron. Then like, actually, we can just wait for bottom lane wave. Because that's huge. And all of a sudden, Tally used his teleport to get towards Baron the first time.
So big ultimates available will be the shockwave as well as the kick. Flashes up for Lee Sin as well. So watch out for Carbon if he tags someone crucial with that sonic wave.
And this is the right call. Push top lane turret. All of a sudden, Legacy, what do? Do you go mid lane?
That's inhibitor dead. Minions have just destroyed the inhibitor.
Yeah, exactly right. So now all of a sudden, 2 inhibitors down. If anyone shows, they can just pull the trigger.
And because Tally teleported in towards that Baron play, he doesn't have anything to defend the base. The minions are crashing on towards the inhibitor. Legacy have to go for a last stand.
Yeah, they certainly do. And even if they get it, is it going to be enough? Because you can see that Sin right now just escorting the last creep wave into top lane.
They've got to try and pick someone off. Minions already into the base. No super minions in the base yet for Sin. So the turrets will be able to deal with them quite effectively. But it is a massive wave.
It certainly is. And it's going to be joined by another one coming up mid. You can see Lost as well as Claire ducking into that one, trying to cut it off. But all the while, Sin have priority over this Baron area.
They can pull the trigger now. Claire is in the mid lane. It's going to take it way too long to get it towards this Baron. Can Cupboard steal it? That's what they need right now.
I just want Cupcake's ulti to come out.
Flares misses his own ultimate. There's the Baron. Really low. Cupboard's going in. Gets picked up by Juice. And now Tally as well as Cupboard stuck in the pit. Bullet time only connects with Flares. Ultimate comes out from Ryoma, knocking down Cupboard. It's a 4-on-5.
And it's going to be a 4-on-5 with super creeps already in the base. Only 1 outer turret remaining. And Sin might have just won game 2.
I mean, yesterday was the start of that Cinderella story. They're trying to continue it and bring it to match point this early into the best of 5 series. They're pushing up the wave with Baron creeps. Sin are on their way to the base against Legacy.
They're going to push in Fish. This is going to be the last team fight. Legacy will not go down without at least one more scuffle.
They need a big shockwave from Claire. Sin just take down the final inhibitor and they decide not to go any further forward.
You got
Sin call it off.
40 seconds of a 5v4.
I mean, Elder Dragon's being pinned out by Sin right now. That might be what they're trying to take.
Elder Dragon, 5v4. Just walk into the base and kill the turrets. That is absolutely blown my mind.
Ryoma is refusing to sell his QSS. I don't think he realizes he can upgrade that even further. Get that Mercurial Scimitar going. Get those auto attacks going as Victor.
Just got to weave him in there. I mean, he's got the least fade. You don't actually use AD because of that, I don't believe. I think it takes your AP ratio as well as your base, but who cares?
Oh, my goodness. Sin looking to try and take down Elder Dragon here. Just trying to screw the last few nails into that coffin.
You hammer nails into coffins and you screw screws.
That's the exact reason why I use that. In case you haven't found the trend in our entire cast here, Spawn.
I haven't found a trend in anything, Fish.
Sin, though, now going to try and continue pushing down the bottom lane. No inhibitors, only base left
Baron, Elder Dragon, they've spotted out Carbon. Nothing else can go more right for Sin right now.
Pull the damn trigger, Sin! Go into the base. Try and end this one against Legacy. But it's on a knife edge. If Legacy can get a miracle shockwave, it's game over.
It certainly is. I mean, if FBI, Ryoma, Rogue get caught in the same shockwave as well as a bullet time, they still might lose this game. I think it's going to be hard.
Double Elder Dragon picked up by Sin here. We're running out of graphics. Someone help Bogan out. Sin now pushing in. There's double minions coming
Here's
in.
all the creep.
Everything's piling in. This is the last stand for Legacy. Sin looking to try and split up. They got Flair's top side.
Carbon's
Redemption
burn
used.
is redemption.
Turret is low. Claire is already trying to push out, looking for that shockwave. Flair's going to be able to take down the first turret. Second turret under fire. Carbon's dead. That's GA popped by Carbon. Lost, nailed by an arrow. Instantly QSS is out. But the turrets are taking so much damage. The Nexus is open. Sin are looking to try 2-0 Legacy here, taking the game 3 as slowly
Just hit
members
the damn
are going to
Nexus.
fall. This is going to be game. Sin, take this one to match point.
Woo! That was a long one, Fish. 60 minutes. But Sin go up 2-0. You can see that they're drained. 5 games Friday, 5 games Saturday, but now they are on the brink of facing the Direwolves in the grand final. And Jubes looks like he's about to cry. Jubes actually might be crying.
Would not be surprised. Woo! That was, I believe, over 60 minutes there, Spawn. And it was Legacy controlling most of the lead, but Sin kept taking Baron after Baron away from them.
Yeah, I mean, that was a very close game. Legacy, they were up by like 4,000 or 5,000 gold majority of the early game, but Sin just kept on coming.
They certainly did, and with that, pick up the win and send this one to match point again in just 2 games of this best of 5 series. But to break down that long haul of a game, let's send it back to Hingers and the rest of the analyst desk.
Thank you, Fish. Thank you, Spawn. Well, gentlemen, I feel like at some point we just need to admit that Sin might be quite good at League of Legends, right? Like we keep saying, oh, no, they're underdogs and stuff, but they're 2-0 Legacy.
I don't know what's happening. The fact that they beat AV and then they beat us and then they're 2-0 against Legacy, I'm actually baffled that is the situation we're currently in.
Yeah, I think they're sort of self-aware enough to know that they don't have to play perfect League of Legends to win against these teams in Oceania, and I think that they're actually playing to what they're going to call their own style very well. I think
their own style.
Well, I mean, I don't want to say that they look like they're shit fighting around the entire map, but it kind of does.
Let's talk about their own style and use it as a framework to analyze that game. So it's basically just forcing fights, right?
Yeah, so I think the one caveat I'll add to that is that they do actually seem to have good sideway control later in the game, and that sort of comes back up again and again, and it comes at trumps for them. But yeah, they do play around. Juve's early pathing is not going to be centered around getting himself ahead. We've mentioned that it is to play for his lanes, and they sort of translate their small lane leads into that mid game where they're going to play around with better side wave control and relying on their opponents to ignore side waves in favor of fights, and then upon winning the fight sort of thing, they just punish Legacy in these games really hard.
And when I looked at that, it wasn't your typical Sin, we're going to force your fights, just run at you every single time. It seemed controlled. There was this sort of chess game in that mid game where these guys were looking for the right engage, not just on Sin's side, but also on Legacy side. And really, it does come down to this fact that Sin were able to get some good team fights, like you said. They were able to do their own style in that fact. And then they were able to get the big Barons, and they were able to get control from the game from there.
Well, the other thing I want to talk about before we go into the draft is when you say that Juves' style, right, allows him to go behind in CS because he's ganking. That's something we've been talking about a lot, all split, but also especially the last couple of days. Is the skill discrepancy not as... Well, I don't want to say skill discrepancy, but in terms of him going to Carbon, right, does he trust the fact that if Carbon's essentially building support items, right, that you don't...
You say essentially when he's literally building support.
It's like if Carbon's buying pink wards and building a redemption or building a GA. I mean, Carbon's just said, look, I want to build GA so I can go in and not have to worry.
GA is fine, but I think kind of what epitomizing what you're saying about Jews, right, is if you went into your next solo queue game and then you asked your jungler to sit in the top lane bush and chunk the top laner at level 1 instead of starting the jungle, right? Yeah. Juves literally started late. His first camp was actually late to get a cheesy chunk on Tally walking back to top lane at level 1. That, it just epitomizes what he's trying to do, right?
Yeah.
He's just not farming the jungle in the first game, running around on Elise. This game on the Kha'Zix, cheesing him, cheesing Tally early and then playing through top lane for flares. And
it's working.
It is working. And I think Ryoma came up really big this game as well. In the early lane phase, I guess that was a really long game, right? So we've all been looking at team fights and that sort of stuff. But early on in the game, I think Carbon spent a lot of time just running back and forth on the bot side of the map, just wasting a lot of time when Juve should have been getting punished for playing how he is. And then Tommy Ryoma in the mid lane, kind of just 1v1ing Claire and just winning 2 games in a row now has come up. I guess we didn't see any massive play around the mid lane, but him constantly doing that means that Juves can get into the side lanes without fear of Clay rotating.
All right, so those are some things we can talk about as we bring out this analysis. Let's take a look at this draft. Mendrix, what in particular stands out to you? Because it's the Misfortune Zyra kind of combo or lane that is kind of striking to me right now.
Yeah, so Misfortune's a support pick that you're not typically seeing at the moment. It's because, Zyra hasn't been picked up as much. But now that Rogue typically likes it, it is a great counter into. I think, Ejim, you actually mentioned us before that Misfortune tends to just wreck Zyra when it comes to lane.
Absolutely. I think before we touch on the Zyra, I think I want to talk about the Lulu, because the only reason we're seeing the Zyra MF is that Lulu isn't being touched. And it's kind of ironic because I lost yesterday and I played 5 games of Lulu in a row. But Lulu is just better than everything else, and I don't know why it's not being picked, but Rogue is a really good Zyra.
Right.
And then they pick it up, and then Legacy immediately answer with the MF, which I think is a really good answer in lane. MF, you literally can't trade back. Her E make it rain range is just so long, and it's kind of just suffocating to lane against. But I don't think they built enough of an advantage as they should in the matchup down bot lane.
Yeah, I think it comes back to what you were mentioning about Carbon's indecision. When you've got a bottom lane that's pushing into the turret for the first maybe 10 minutes of the game, if you're not capitalizing and taking control of 3/4 of the map with that pressure, then I think you're doing something wrong if you're from in Carbon's position.
Right. Okay. Well, let's transition to talking about the actual game. And there's a Baron fight I want to talk about, which is when Legacy start up the Baron, and then Sin are able to take the team fight and then take Baron. So is this, Mendrix, when we look at this replay, I want to ask, is it macro play or is this just luck? What's going on here?
So this is actually a bit of a macro mismanagement by Legacy because they're pretty low here. I mean, Sin do a great job around this team fight. FBI is absolutely popping off. But the big thing here is that, yes, you managed to get a pick, but you've hanged around for quite some time. FBI's been allowed to be able to walk back in after, I think there was a death from it before. And really, with a team fight coming through from that, they're able to get the Baron afterwards. And it comes down to the fact that Kha'Zix is a really great pick as well because he's had a lot of neutral objective control. He's managed to pick up 2 dragons at this point in the game. One of them is a mountain. And immediately afterwards, being able to turn on it, because I think there's only 3 members that they had at the time, they just turn on to the Baron straight away and pick it up afterwards after winning that team fight. And it was because Legacy overstayed and Sin were able to capitalize with that neutral objective control.
Yeah, and I want to touch on Legacy overstaying. I think for a large portion of this game, when you get to mid to late game, it's basically just dances around objectives, right? And Baron was the main objective for a lot of the time. And I think Legacy are just really hesitant and really uncomfortable around Baron. They don't just force Baron and force people to come into them to fight them, whether they want to force Baron to take Baron or to force the fight. They just don't pull the trigger fast enough. And in that situation, they've just been farting around for so long. And then Sin just come in and take the fight, and Legacy half commit. Carbon was so far down from his team. He was so split off, and then he just dies for free. And Sin just clean up.
Should Legacy have just turned and finished Baron then and then sacked it, or what?
I mean, who knows, in the hypothetical world, what's the best thing? But I think that you need to sort of unite on one front, whether you're just going to burn and turn, whether you're going to just start a fight, ignore the Baron. Burn the Baron and turn for the fight sort of thing. Well, that's what we always said anyway. But you just need to make a decision, right? If you're going to get the Baron, then get the Baron.
Right.
If you're going to go for a fight, go for the fight. Don't sort of, as Bryce so elegantly put it, fart around. Sort of stick to your guns a bit, I think.
Yeah.
I do want to talk about, they actually had a pick beforehand and they sat for 30 seconds before they decided to jump onto that Baron. So they had the time to do it. They had the choice to go for it, but instead they wanted to go for another pick. Didn't work out for them, and then they decided to go for the Baron afterwards. You can't go for that Baron at that point in time. It ends up hurting you more.
All right, well, speaking of Baron fights, let's take a look at another Baron fight, because I feel like
this game's Barons.
Yeah, just, in a 600-minute game, you're going to see a bunch of Barons. So what's going on in this one?
So with this one here, again, it comes down to Legacy want to go for this Baron again. I think actually this is the one where they decide to go, yep, we got the pick, we didn't find it before, FBI is respawning, and really, Sin are just able to continue to do this dance the same way again. They don't burn and turn, they do the burn and turn. That is a really big Zyra ultimate there that just locks him up. As you can see, the AoE is doing all the damage it needs to, and now they decide to walk around and continue this dance once again. And they managed to pick up, I think they try to come back into it again, FBI's there. It's just not going to happen for them, because Sin have the control again. They've got the Mountain Drake. They're more than happy able to jump into this. Such a long replay.
Yeah, I think honestly the big thing about this is the mid priority. Because Sin have mid priority, Legacy kind of forced up, they're sitting above the Baron pit right now, and Sin don't actually have to commit to anything right now. They're just sitting on 4k, and the mid wave is just slowly going to push in, right? And then Carbon just gets roasted off to the side, and Sin just finishes. There's no jungler to contest. Tommy, a bit unlucky, burns all his summoners and then dies anyway. But mid priority is so important when it comes to Baron contests, and it's just Legacy aren't respecting, well, I was going to say sideways, but it's all the waves, right? Like Sin just have better wave control than Legacy in these games, and it's costing them big time.
So just talk about mentality in these late games, right? Where you're playing for 45, 50, 60 minutes in a game like this. I mean, you've coached, teams all over the world now. So, on 2 continents, more than I've done. So at that point, are Legacy making poor decisions just because they're exhausted, or is it they don't know? Like, try and peer inside. Do they not know what the right thing to do is there, or are they just kind of arguing, or what's going on, do you think?
Yeah, so me and Ejim actually had this little discussion about, I guess, like how you use practice, right? And I was saying that if Legacy aren't very confident on Baron, then spend a month just losing Barons in scrims and actually learn to play it decisively. And I think that, like, as we just saw them sort of not know what to do, like not work with their side waves or mid wave, like if they just start dedicating time to improve what is clearly a weakness in their game, then maybe that turns around in time for playoffs. But it's just, at the moment, I think that they're a bit lost with it.
All right. Well, because we have Ejim on the desk, I do want to talk about this support matchup, MF Zyra. Now, we touched on it before, Ejim, but when you look at this game, right? I mean, Sport is off in the corner now, laughing. What strikes you there?
Cupcake, to me, is a very good player, but the man just doesn't buy bloody pink boards. Look at that. That's 7 to 36, right? The entire game. Like, actually, I want to talk about this. So early on in the game, Cupcake picks up a Dirk. I think he completely misbought. He thought he was building into the cleaver and then just bought the wrong items. And then for the rest of the game, I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt and say that he was struggling for item slots because he had that Dirk that he just sat on. But I think stylistically, you know who the true support is on Legacy, and Carbon does not wear the pants because he bought Redemption and he bought Locket, and Cupcake just was sitting on longswords the entire time.
But how do you play into that then? If you're Sin and you know that's going to happen.
Well, I don't really know.
Prioritize killing Cupcake.
Yeah, well, I mean, like, if he's going to do that much damage, he's going to end 11-2 because, like, he just gets to buy damage. Like, that's unfair. I want to buy damage. But, like, I think...
It's Volt's watching right now. Look, there's a new meta evolving in O's.
Tim, come on. No, I think... Honestly, like, it just feels wrong, to be honest. I don't think it's optimal to have your jungler building Redemption and Locket and have your support building AD.
Yeah.
MF obviously is going to build the AD, right? I think she gets 2 items and then goes Redemption. But... yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I think obviously a large flaw in their play right now is they're not playing the map very well, and you could probably pin a bit of it onto the fact that they don't have vision. They can't see where Sin's deploying to, what they're setting up for, right? Because their support is too busy building longswords and over pink boards.
How much is a pink board worth? Like 70 gold, 75 gold?
75 gold.
75 gold, right? So how many boards can you get for a longsword then? Like 5? 4? Yeah, 4 and a bit.
Yes.
Yeah, like just buy the wards.
Yeah, I don't know. Like the MF Zyra matchup is good, and like Cupcake finished the game like 11-2, and his score looked amazing. But like maybe I'm nitpicking, and maybe it's a bit rude because they lost. But I don't think he had like a very great game considering his scoreline. I think it's just like decisiveness is just biting Legacy in the ass. Sin, even if they're not playing like optimally, even if they're playing risky, going for like risky early skirmishes or whatever, right? They're just collectively as a unit, just like united, and they're just running around as a death ball and doing things. And Legacy are being hesitant and aren't pulling the trigger, so their side waves are getting pushed in, and they're just getting...
All right. Well, before we get into game 3, which could be the last game of the night, who knows, it's match point. Let me get from you, starting with you, Mendrix. What do Legacy need to do to turn this around, and can they take a game?
I think they need to do what Sin are doing and be confident. That's the big thing that they're missing out on. If you just trust in yourselves, do what you're going to do. If you're going to go for the pick, commit to the pick. Don't go for the Baron afterwards. If you're going to go for the Baron, commit to the Baron. If you can do that and you play well, you should find that you're the ones with the objectives. You're the one winning the team fights.
All right.
Yeah, like the beauty of playing a best of 5 is that if you're like unified and make the wrong decision, you got 4 more chances like not to mess it up again, right?
Yeah.
But I guess if you miss all the shots you don't take or whatever, I think if they're just not playing as a team, right, then they just have no chance against, as we just said, like the Sin sort of like unified forefront.
What do they do to turn it around?
Well, I think Lost and Tally are actually playing pretty well. Like in their losses, I think both of them are actually playing pretty decently. And I think in their room right now, like Carmen should be sitting there, like gathering the boys around. He's just like, come on, like, what do you want? Tally, what do you want? Tally's just getting roasted by like Juve's just sitting in the top lane. So like maybe give him a bit more of assistance, because I think his Gragas performance was really good despite how much pressure he had on him. And then like Lost as well, like I guess they had a good matchup in that bot lane this time, but it didn't go as well as they'd hoped. But look to get that again, and then put the players who are playing well in a position for them to carry you a game.
All right, well, that's the advice from the desk going into game 3. Sin are currently up 2-0. We'll be back with the casters right after these highlights.
Still going to take on the turret first. Juves
Really
jumps in. First blood. easily executed by Sin. If Flares will get some damage, but the return comes in. That's a big shockwave into bullet time, and Legacy are going to obliterate the 1-by-1. Ryoma, though, huge Chaos Storm. Can they get anything from it, though? Legacy have low health bars, but they've already lost their support. Baron already at half health. Legacy have to be careful. You can see they peel off. They're trying to go for a fight. Jude's going to get tagged up by Carbon, but is he dead? Carbon's going to be the first one to fall in this fight as FBI chases on down. The rest of Sin now going to collapse. Claire is low. Big heal from FBI, but Lost takes it down. Double kill for FBI. Tally is stuck between 3 members of Sin and gets pummeled to the ground by the Poppy Hammer. Sin looking for Baron. It's getting low. Juice will smite this one away. Flares is now looking for the re-engage. Juice flashes off forward. Bullet time is going to deter him from going any further forward. Legacy have to fight away. Ryoma's caught. He's dead. Again, the mid laner from Sin, getting pummeled time and time again. Carbon's going to be able to flash out. Juice jumps in aggressive. Lost lives to tell the tale as well. That's a double kill for Cupcake. They stop damage, but they haven't disengaged fully. Now Baron's going to regenerate a lot of its health. Good gravity field. Flares knocked in. Big ultimate from Rogue as well. Keep them locked down. Ryoma pop went off in this team fight, and it's about time as Legacy have to retreat with the tail between their feet. Tally is teleporting back in. Carbon over the pit. Low on health. Do Sin back out. Bullet time's going to go wide. Big Arrow's going to come out. They chase down the jungler. He's dead. Juice is back into the pit.
You got to give it up.
No smite contest going to come out. Shockwave will kill Ryoma, but Baron buff going over towards Sin again. That's an arrow thrown forward. FBI delivered into the team. Flashes away from the shockwave. He's now life stealing his heart out. Ryoma drops the base. Doesn't do all that much. And we can see the Guardian Angels are starting to get popped. FBI still trying to stand and deliver. Can he take them down? But that's a shutdown on towards Flares. And Sin have to run back. Flares misses his own ultimate. There's the Baron. Really low. Carbon's going in. Gets picked up by Juice. And now Tally as well as Carbon stuck in the pit. Bullet time only goes to Flares. Ultimate comes out from Ryoma. Knocking down Carbon. It's a 4-on-5. Flare's going to be able to take down the first turret. Second turret under fire. Carbon's dead. That's GA popped by Carbon. Lost now by an arrow. Instantly QSS out. But the turrets are taking so much damage. The Nexus is open. Sin are looking to try 2-0 Legacy here. Taking the game 3 as slowly
just hit the damn Nexus.
This is going to be game. Sin take this one to match point. Took them some time, but they hit the damn Nexus eventually, and now the Underdogs Legacy have to fight with their backs against the wall against Sin, who are just looking so dominant at the moment.
Unstoppable force. I mean, really, you got to take your hats off to them. I mean, as I was saying on the desk, when does sloppy, just, really weird pathing, but when does that just become brilliance? When does it become, reading top lane, knowing that they're going to overextend because they don't expect Juves there? When do these decisive calls to just stick with the play? I mean, you've got to back Juves right now, and you have to back Sin because, really, they're the ones that are just making all the proactive calls.
They certainly are. We'll have to see what's going to happen heading into this match, because you have to remember, although Sin were able to keep it fairly even, they were about 4,000 gold behind throughout the entire mid-game, and Ryoma had a disaster of a game.
Oh, he was 0-5 at one point. He had an absolute shocker.
So if Ryoma could be a little bit more composed heading into this match, you have to think it's going to be even more difficult for Legacy in this game.
Yeah, and I did bump into Juves, and he said that was a message. Composure. Let's hard reset, boys. 60-minute games are hard. Best of 5s are hard. But let's just go back, reset, stick to the game plan, and make sure that we are closing this one out in similar fashion, because the last thing you want to do is what you did against the Chiefs, which is open up that door, let the wind blow in. They took that one to Game 5, and they did win it, but you don't want to play 15 games in 3 days.
It's something that you do when you're playing sport quite a lot. You score a goal, you can see one, you just say, no, it's still 0-0, guys. Play like it is still 0-0. And you can see Sin here, 2-0 up, but still have to be very composed going into this match. Ivan, Brom, and Malzahar are their 3 bans heading onto the Rift. Fizz, Syndra, as well as Thresh, the bans coming out from Legacy. So Zyra still open, and Rumble instantly locked in for Flares.
Yeah, and we've seen this. Rumble seems to win this matchup a little bit.
Does fine against
Renekton doesn't push him out anymore. Rumble, ever since we changed the fact that he just does 100% damage to creep, burns down the creep wave too hard, and has good itemization. I mean, if you need to, you can go tabbies, but normally Arm Guard is just enough to keep you safe.
Legacy prioritized the Varus pick again. So this could potentially just be an Ashe Zyra rotation.
Yeah, exactly right. They can go Ashe Zyra. It's going to give them a lot of magic damage. Means that Ryoma has the opportunity to go for a Talon, go for a Zed if he wants to pull it out. We saw it against the Chiefs in game number 3, I believe.
And if they don't pick Misfortune here to counter out the Zyra, that can just be a pinch towards the support pool again. So looks like Zyra is going to get locked in here for Rogue. They were hovering over Ashe.
I mean, they also may want to take a jungle just because that has been something in second rotation that's been banned out a lot.
Or Ezreal, which FBI does like to pick up first rotation quite a bit.
I feel like AD carry is a little bit more open. Ashe is definitely, in my opinion, the best AD carry on the patch. I know that a lot of people like Bork and Varus. I just think that Bork Ashe is still just as good.
Does a lot of damage.
Scales well, and the ultimate for me is just irreplaceable in a team comp.
So, Zyra Ashe picks up again for Sin, heading into the bottom lane. Do Legacy pick Misfortune here?
I think you have to. I think you have to throw the Gauntlet.
And that's what they've done. Cupcake will have another game of Misfortune, did 25% of his team's damage last match. And coming from a support, kind of unheard of.
Yeah, it certainly is. I mean, 25% of the damage is a lot, but let's talk about the 7 control wards, because that should be a laning phase nearly for a support player. So you do have to think that Cupcake may be getting a little bit carried away in that game. Did have early item slots consumed by so much gold, but as Ejim was saying, it's kind of your job to get your damage items in early, because that's what you do as MF, but then also make sure that you are doing the team thing.
So Legacy, their first ban in the second ban rotation is a Z ban.
Yep.
Ryoma has been blind picking it a couple times, or picking it in certain matchups, but he hasn't had the best of performances on the champion.
As I said, when you have AP in support as well as top lane, and Elise is still available, AD mid laners just become such a priority that they're getting rid of all of them.
Makes sense. Talon is the second ban that comes out from Legacy. Now you don't really have an AD mid laner you could kind of default to.
I mean, potentially Corki if he wants to go really throwback, or Jace, but I don't think he's going to have to. I think that he's just going to be happy playing control mage.
Whereas Graves was left through the first ban rotation, but Legacy decided not to pick it up early, so that's banned out by Sin, and Victor taken away from Claire.
And they just want to keep forcing Carbon back onto Lee Sin. It looks like they're happy with the matchup. I think that it's going to be Orianna Rengar, however, if they don't take it away in this rotation. Jules likes the Kha'Zix matchup, so I wouldn't be surprised if he goes back towards Kha'Zix again.
And that's probably what he's going to pick heading into the jungle. Gives his team a lot of the physical damage they need.
That would actually shock me if they picked Ryze right now.
Has been nerfed quite heavily. Can still be used. Does have some new combos to play with, but they don't spike as early as they used to. It's hovering over it, but I don't think this will be a pick. Instead, Kha'Zix is locked in for Juice heading into jungle, so a nice balance at the moment for Sin. 2 magic damage dealers and 2 physical damage dealers.
Yeah, and now the Ashe becomes even more important, right? Because otherwise they just didn't have initiation anywhere. Now all of a sudden, Ashe kicks it off with the Ashe arrow. You can lay down the Rumble ultimate. You've got Zyra there in case anyone dives onto you. You're good at going forward. You're good at going backwards with this composition. I really like what Sin has piecemealed together. And Vladimir rounds it out fine. Into Orianna, it's a risk, Fish.
It is.
Orianna, but it gives you a lot of scaling.
She does win this lane, but a crucial factor to Orianna winning is picking up Ignite, so no cleanse will be available for Claire heading into this match. Now does Cupcake throw the gauntlet and pick up another? No, he's already got Misfortune. Lee Sin's picked up here.
Yeah, so 3 out of 3 games goes for the Lee Sin. Doesn't go for a Gragas pick, which Carbon historically has played quite well. Doesn't go for a Rek'Sai or even a Rengar.
And Lee Sin's kind of seen as the pick that you pinch people onto.
Yep.
Carbon's prioritizing the blind man in the jungle.
Certainly is. Had a couple of good kicks last game. But when you go Redemption, Locket, Knight's Vow, you're not the tankiest man on the game, Fish, unfortunately. Especially against 80 carries. And FBI a couple of times was able to just light him up.
But Sin's team comp just looks like an absolute disaster to deal with.
Especially late. If this goes very late, they've got Initiation, they've got Vladimir that's going to be running Ghost as well as Flash. He's just going to fly onto the back line and clean everyone up.
One big thing to remember is even though they pinched the 80 carries in the jungle, sorry, in the mid lane, 80 damage dealers in the mid lane, Vladimir increases everyone's damage by 12% when he hits someone with a Hemo Plague.
Yep.
Helps out a lot. Now Sin with a very scary team comp going in again. Legacy have changed some things up, but still very similar feel.
Yeah, exactly right. And Legacy, they need to win top lane. I mean, it's as simple as that. They need to win top side of the map. Bottom lane will be fine till 6, so you know that you can just get up there, help out. You have to get the Renekton snowballed because otherwise you can't deal with the Rumble. You have to get Orianna getting into that lane. You know that Vlad is running double defensive summoners here because he doesn't like the matchup. Carbon's job is to legitimately find Juves, shadow top side of the map, and help Tally out. If they're not able to execute on that, they just get outscaled, and this game is a foregone conclusion.
Whew, if they get outscaled, it's going to be very difficult because we've already gone to late game once between Sin and Legacy,
Yep.
and Sin, it looked a little sloppy here and there, but they were thriving in that chaos.
They certainly were. I mean, they just like the decisive calls. They're definitely willing to back Jubes. It's kind of how Legacy used to look when everyone knew that Carbon was the one having that last say and the team was around him. Jubes is fulfilling that role for Sin right now in this gauntlet to perfection.
And it just seems like the rookies of, Flares, FBI, Ryoma even.
Flares isn't a rookie.
No, that's true.
He's been around for like 5 years.
So, Ryoma's got Juice to back him up, make sure he's safe.
Yep.
Juice also backing up Flares, who's new to the OPL, not really a rookie. But FBI being kept controlled by Rogue. But Juice has been caught out here. Good damage on towards Carbon. We'll have Ryoma to back him up. But again, like...
Marquise Vladimir. Throwback.
Again, like Sin, they've got rookies, but they're backed up by these veterans who are able to assist them so much.
Yeah, and Legacy is the same. I mean, Tally and Carbon, Claire's been around for a while, but Lost and Cupcake certainly are holding their own in this lane. I wouldn't say that they're being blown out by any stretch of the imagination.
Good trades in the bottom lane going in favor of Sin, and now Zyra's got priority.
Certainly does, so you're able to march up. This is one of the reasons I like Ash. The poke that comes out of the W is just so obnoxious. Tally doesn't have W, has Q, so there's no way he was going to be able to kill that ward anyway. Flares actually might march in and look for a little bit of contest.
Potentially with Vladimir and Kha'Zix as well. They've got wards on towards Kha'Zix's blue buff. So they can spot that one out. It seems like Carbon's happy to start a Raptors this game. G's will have a little bit of a laugh at Legacy over their wards. Thunderlord's Brock's going to deal some damage to FBI, but nothing too drastic there as they just get positioned high enough to take down one of the plants. They're already being popped. They're just getting a good push going for Sin, not necessarily used for damage.
Exactly right. That's all you want. You want to have priority over this minion wave. You want to guarantee level 2 first. Cupcake does take a little bit of damage there, though.
It's good. And they get push priority again. Legacy are not able to take down any of those plants to get a little bit of extra gold for themselves. Excuse me. And there you go, Sin. Now starting to push up this lane. This is a lane where Misfortune and Varus, they win very hard early. So any minion wave you can push in towards their turret helps you out so much early.
Yeah, exactly right. But you can see that Cupcake is continually just cashing in there. And the love taps certainly stack up very quickly.
They do.
Not out of this lane yet. First wave definitely went in Sin's favor, but Legacy fight back nicely.
So this lane, we should see the exact same thing as what we saw last game, which is it will push in for Legacy eventually nice and early. And Rogue's doing the exact same thing. With these 2 early pushes, sacking the 3rd one, heading out to get a ward on towards Carbon's jungle.
Yeah, exactly right. And takes the blast cone away, so it means that there's no cheeky way Carbon can come in for a quicker gank than you would expect.
He's going to expend a ward if he wants to get around that side. And top side of the map, this is what we were talking about. Flares, he's on Rumble, and Rumble has been said, he's weak in lane against certain champions, can be shut down quite heavily, but he's doing just fine. He gets a Renekton. How much harder does it get than that?
Yeah, exactly right. I think really the last one we have yet to see is Riven. We've seen the Fizz, it plays quite well into it. I think the Gragas is okay as far as tanks go into Rumble as well. But the last traditional hard counter remaining is going to be Riven. I think Kled is also a fine matchup. You get pushed in so incredibly hard, but if you ever get 2-3 items, you're just able to run over the top.
We saw
it's
that
very
from
hard to kill Kled. He's just an annoying jerk that hops on and off a weird lizard thing.
And we've seen Pabba do that. We've also seen Swiper have the ability to shut down a Rumble when he is on Renekton, but he has to get ahead first. Already Flares, doing so much damage towards Tally.
Exactly right, and this is the annoying part. I mean, he just sits up here with Flame Spitter, it pushes the wave so hard, which is kind of the Renekton thing. And he's reversed the wave a little bit, which is nice.
Those Harpoons do hurt as well. They're underestimated. And Choose, look at him. Already moving towards top side.
I mean, no surprises there, Fish.
Sneaky devil.
Everyone at home just gasps in shock as Jubes is going to put another camp onto Tally.
Oh, Tally.
Who is already out.
In between waves, forces a flash. Jubes gets on top of him. There's the stun coming through. Jubes not close enough to pick up the kill.
I mean, who cares? He already burned his flash.
Woo!
And he got a big minion wave that's potentially going to hit the turret now. It's a cannon, so he won't lose all that much.
Look at this, though. Zyra and Ash positioning very sneakily to see if Carbon comes over the wall. If Carbon goes over, that might be a kill.
Yeah, it certainly could be. He's not going to use anything to get over there. Instead, they're going to fully collapse onto Carbon. So now the Sin duo in a little bit of trouble.
Yeah, so that's a good move coming out from Lost and Cupcake as well, trying to protect their jungler. Doesn't deny them too much, but does get some poke damage. And again, Ash this time falling behind quite a bit in CS.
Tally's actually going to go with the first item, Hex Drinker. So learning from Swiper's mistakes, where Swiper went pretty much the usual build. as you said, he did get ahead when he was 3-4 items up, was able to solo kill Flares a couple of times even. However, I think that this will be a better early spike for Tally.
Let's see if they can use the teleport advantage for Flares. So he's not a tank, so deep teleport behind Gromp is difficult.
I mean, still teleport into Equalizer at this stage of the game is absolutely obnoxious.
And Sin have been on blue side 3 games in a row. They've won 2 maps on blue side.
Yep.
Which has been the side that's lost throughout most of the Gauntlet.
Yeah,
like
no
8 or 9
longer
times.
blue side curse. I mean, whoever came up with that. I didn't really buy into it anyway. I just thought teams were giving away very weird snowballs on blue side. I think blue side draft is actually quite fine at the moment.
And lots of the teams were saying how it's quite even at the moment, the sides.
Carbon. Going to be spotted by a ward. Juice is behind him. He can just sack that.
But Flares is very low. Tally is low too. He's going to try and back out. Flashes in towards the wave. One more auto attack is enough, and Carbon picks up first blood in the top lane.
So you could see that Juice wanted to get there as fast as possible, but wasn't able to impact the gank. So Flares overreaches, is greedy, didn't even get a shot in. 12 CS up, but does give up first blood.
Yep.
That's 1,000 gold right now, the lead for Legacy.
He may teleport back to lane as well, because that's a big one pushing in. FBI and Rogue having a hard time on the bottom side
Yeah,
of
they're
the
down
map.
20 CS. Lost is really stepping up his game right now, as is Cupcake.
They both are. No potions available for FBI.
I mean, some of them are going to be plants. That's just how the lane works. But 20 CS is still massive.
It is. See Rogue trying to poke back wherever he can, but that's a piercing arrow, and Rogue almost dies.
Oh, no, actually, it's just going to be Ryoma.
Yeah, Vladimir coming in right behind them. There's the first flash used as well as heal used nice and early. Lost, taking so much damage. Crimson Rush not going to go through, but there it is. Flash forward with the help of Rogue, and Ryoma gets a kill in the bottom lane.
What a fantastic play out of Ryoma. Confidence in his support to be able to nail that bind, then flashes forward afterwards. 3 members are going to head top lane against the Rumble, but this has always been a bad play because he just drops the Equalizer and pieces the heck out.
No shockwave available for Claire. This is dangerous, and you can see that. Look, Claire's like, yeah, nah, not staying anywhere near you 3. Get out of my lane.
I mean, as I said before, Flares has been around for a while. He remembers the dreaded Season 2 days, where this was actually just how the first 20 minutes of your lane went.
Oh, there's 3 people. I can't farm. I just wanted to play League of Legends, guys.
Exactly right.
Blue buff being taken away by Carbon, though, and he is a level ahead of Juice. Claire picks that one up.
But at the same time, I mean, you've got a Vladimir mid lane. Who really gives a damn if you give over blue buff? You equalize bottom lane, which is snowballing so far against you. So, definitely worth the investment. Ryoma had to burn both summoner spells, so there's potentially a window here where Claire can look to abuse.
We've got to remember what Bensel said as well, which is Ash and Zyra, level 6. That's fine. They're happy in that lane. It's Claire being very aggressive. Shockwave is available. And Ignite. See, this is why Oriana is so oppressive against Vlad. The constant damage is too much for him to heal back up off.
Did a really nice job of chunking him out there. And the thing that Vladimir likes to do is, as you're trading, walk up to you and get a cheeky Q with the Blood Rush. Obviously, that doesn't really work out all that well against Oriana because she just flicks the ball back to her, does even more damage, and then mitigates all of yours in response.
Good farming though from Roma, even underneath his own turret. Topside map Flares. Takes some damage from...
Get the shield up in time.
Takes
that
some
was
damage.
really weird.
Yeah, some damage from Tally, but Arm Guard is helping him out a lot.
Yeah, Arm Guard as well as the Dorian shield.
Unfortunately, we have a pause coming in from Sin and Legacy here.
First pause of the series though. 8:40 into game 3. You can see, as we take a look at the CS just before it ducks off screen, 17 in the bottom lane, mid lane slightly in favor of Ori. You have to think that that's because Ryoma ducked out and burned double summoner spells. But top lane is in Flair's favor, even though he gave up that first blood.
He's got, so it's a 700 gold lead for Legacy at the moment. A very small gold lead. Juves just has not been able to get into that top side of the map. Yes, burnt Renekton's flash early, but it's Carbon that got first blood.
Exactly right, and that's what we said Carbon needed to do. He needed to really shadow the top side, make sure that he was keeping them safe. First blood for himself means that he's a little bit accelerated. He took away a blue buff as well, so he's trying to play with that. But what you have to look for is the scaling advantage that Sin have. I mean, with the Vladimir, with Rumble as well, eventually they just come online and can't be stopped in teamfight situations. So is 600 gold at, 7-8 minutes in enough? Probably need to keep trying to stretch that a little bit, get it out to the 2-ish thousand, pick up that first turret advantage for you before you're really safe in your early game.
Yep. And Legacy, they're quite comfortable with a lead at least. With their current composition, they're more than happy to team fight as well. just Sin and other ones are like, all right, guys, we are scaling. We definitely are. If we can get to the same point we were in last game, we will be very happy to take fights against Legacy.
Yeah, exactly right. And now that should be the message. Like, everyone take the deep breath. Calm down. We are absolutely fine. We gave up first blood, but he's still ahead in his lane. Bottom lane, we've always talked about this. You come online at level 6, just make sure that you have the ultimates available then. We're going to be able to pick up a kill. And Juves is actually being very good at just rallying his troops. You can see that Carbon's still just hammering away at keys, making sure the APM stays up.
The tab button, the favorite button of junglers.
Got to make sure that your APM score is always high, Fish.
Oh, goodness, this man. There's Rogue. He's been a big fan of these chords, Spawn. Time and time again. Twirling them around. Every time the camera packs back to him. He's not doing his finger guns anymore, though.
He's just a little bit of a fidgeter, Rogue. I mean, that's all it is. Just likes to have a little bit of a fidget.
Oh, we've got elevator music as well, Spawn.
Oh,
this is
just
great.
some soothing tunes.
It's not Dodo Sin, it's not Silver Scapes, but, you know, it's great.
Certainly is. Thanks, Richard Chow.
Get to wait for a while. But in all seriousness, a lot of players in Sin have really stepped up throughout the Gauntlet. We talk about Rogue and FPI a lot. This man, though, he's had still up and down games. This game, can't quite tell you. He's been all right so far, doing the right things.
Certainly has. I mean, honestly, I don't even think people say that they live or die by Juves. I think they live or die by his shot calling. I think the different thing that changes is when he's ahead, his shot calling becomes very, very aggressive, and that's where you see Sin go out and out. But really, the carries have been Ryoma, Flares, as well as FBI, and then flanked by the support staff.
Someone needs to check in with the cameraman in Sin's room. I believe he has fallen down there before we cut over towards Legacy. And there's Cupcake on your screen. The rookie this split previously played with XR5 when they were promoted into the OPL, paired up with Blinky. This time around joining Lost, and the duo have looked phenomenal ever since they've joined the Legacy lineup. Past few games have not been any exception. Maybe a couple of poor team fights from the two, but still looking like they're synergizing fantastically. I mean, the one that comes to mind is Lost flashing forward 50 minutes into the game with an ultimate and Cupcake following up for the kill.
Yeah, exactly right. And the thing that you like to see is the synergy is still there, even in high pressure scenarios, Fish. So got to take your hats off to the rookies. In fact, across the board, I think in this playoff runs, we've seen that the new players coming into the OPL, breathing that fresh life, still able to play in big pressure situations.
And Claire as well, Legacy's newest member, one of their newest members. He had a brief stint in the CS lead in the LJL. And from what I've heard, he was an absolute monster there.
Also played the best of 5 at Luna Park.
He did?
Where they were able to take, I think, Chiefs 2-5 games.
I remember that just because of Max Atlas Anderson.
You can see that lots of members from Legacy rotating down, but it was well sniffed out again from the Sim bottom lane. In fact, they don't even give away Juves' presence.
Reacting very well, Rogue and FBI. It has cost them a little bit of lane priority, and Lost and Cupcake have been abusing this.
But the thing is that even though it costs them a little bit of priority, how much do you want to overextend against Zyra Ash? Like, if you fall asleep for half a second, arrow comes out, all of a sudden Zyra is flashing forward with double plants, and you're going to die. So you can see that even though they're pushing in, they're not really getting all that much chip damage apart from what the creeps are doing.
They've got Lee Sin on the bottom side of the map, and they spotted out Kha'Zix. That might be the call. Try and take down the bug himself. Carbon Lost and Cupcake strolling through the jungle, now spotted by a ward.
Yeah, I'm not going to get anything from that. In fact, there's no camps available on the bottom side of the map.
They'll just take all the blast cones away, maybe a dragon. Good guy Lost, allowing Carbon to jump back over, but they just go for a stroll. They don't get anything for it.
Exactly right. So all of a sudden, Legacy back at square one.
Carbon's still here, though.
I mean, he really is trying to stick with this play. I think he's trying to counter gank. Potentially.
Well, I mean, FBI
is still there.
FBI can throw out an arrow, and all summoner spells out of that. Oh, there's the ultimate. FBI is going to get locked down, taken down. Very easy, clean kill from Legacy.
Pretty poor play out of FBI, though. I mean, he stepped forward for the creeps. Legacy actually might look for a first turret here as well.
I mean, broken ulti the wave, but that's about it. That's going to be first
turret.
turret.
He dies. I mean, there's still kick available from Carbon. He still has flash as well. So that's just going to be first turret going down most likely without a fight being put up.
Yep, first turret picked up by Legacy. A decisive play from Carbon in the bottom lane gets his lanes ahead. Juves and Roma looking to try and get some damage here, but that's all they're going to get.
And all of a sudden, they're rotating up. You can see that they're pinging on the way into the mid lane. Claire stepping forward aggressively, maybe looking for a shockwave here.
A little bit of dance-off in the mid lane.
Both mid laners knowing exactly what was coming.
Rogue is hiding in the wings. Player's going to be sent over to collect his blue buff, and Lazaro just pushes out the wave. So, Legacy now got a 2,500 gold lead just 11 minutes in. That's a good lead to work with, and that's already shown in the Blade of the Ruined King picked up by Lost this early.
Yeah, and that's what I said. This is where Legacy need to accelerate the pace of the game, because 700 gold, not good enough. This amount of gold, what, 2,500 gold? That's definitely closer to the lead that they're looking for.
So we have a look at that. It's 800 in favor of Lost, which is good early. That's the upgrade of Blade of the Ruined King. So that's enough for him to push an advantage. Mid lane, it is slightly in favor of Claire.
They're bringing everyone down here.
And you have to, but is this going to be a fight that goes in favor of Sin? If a Wild Arrow connects, it might be.
I mean, they were looking for the arrow, and they had cheated flares into Fog of War, but the arrow wasn't yet available for FBI. It's only just coming back off cooldown now. So you can see that that's enough to deter from the turret, but also gives Tally enough time to shove it into top lane.
Gives FBI some breathing room, though, with all members of Legacy mid lane. He's going to continue shoving this wave up, forcing Orianna down. And we talk about this a lot, and Legacy seem to be the team that do it the most, but Orianna's not fantastic in a 1-3-1 comp, but can be used to destroy the side waves that are pushing in.
Yeah, but you can see straight away they just don't want her down there at the moment, because Ash Arrow into gank out of Kazakh's is probably going to be enough to kill Ori at this stage of the game.
So Lost and Cupcake pick up the wave, they get there right on time.
Not going to lose anything from this, and the gold lead's just going to extend because they've been able to really maximize the farm around Summoner's Rift right now, Legacy. So we're going to get close to nearly a 3,000 gold lead, Fish. And if you Sin, you got to start sweating a little bit. The reverse sweep
and this is
a long way away, but you got to start. You know, shadows of doubts in the back of the mind.
And this is exactly what we expect from Legacy heading into this best of 5 series. Sin putting up a good fight, but Legacy maintaining control of the early game.
Yep, and they are a really good laning team, Legacy. In fact, this game will show us a lot about if Sin are going to stand up to Direwolves, in what fashion are they going to do it. Direwolves has a lot more priority around their jungle. Shermfire, I think, is performing a little bit better at the moment than what Carbon has shown in these games.
And if there's any game that Carbon needs a captain's game, it's this one. When your back's against the wall, when you know you need to reverse sweep, that first game is the one that matters the most.
Yeah, it certainly is. And coming from the jungle is a really big boost for the team. We saw Spooks' Gragas game lift the Chiefs yesterday. It wasn't enough. We also saw Juve's Gragas game put the nail in the coffin of the Chiefs.
Screwed it in the coffin.
Definitely put the nails in the coffin. But Sin now from behind, we'll see whether they can maintain any semblance of control. They've got a pretty good 1-3-1 comp with Vlad being in a side lane.
FBI and Rogan now sitting in the mid lane with that turret down. That's another big thing. If Sin can find an avenue of an attack to equalize the turrets, that's a lot of the goal lead gone. Legacy won't have those small advantages, and this might be the place where they do it. Bottom lane with Juice creeping in.
I mean, there's just no way Claire ever leaves the turret. He's just going to wait for all the CS to crash. And he's going to be more than happy to just vacuum it up. They might have, in fact, caught Carbon out, however, who is on top of a ward. Potentially can look for a collapse here.
Trying to his Raptors. FBI has not thrown out the arrow yet. Juice is waiting. Instead, it's just going to be fight for Raptors. Oh, there's an arrow. Carbon's locked down. That's a flash forward from Rogue. Ultimate coming out as well. Bullet time for Cupcake. Everyone's just getting destroyed. Ryoma's in the back line, and the red carpet is on everyone! Legacy are falling like flies. They're cutting down the trees. Sin are going to be able to equalize here. And is that an ace? Yes, it is. Only Claire left alive.
So it's a whoa,
not yet.
Shockwave.
Claire's going forward. He flashes in. Flash just stands and delivers. And there we go. That's finally the ace.
Ace for one. So not the cleanest ace, but still able to pick it up. And what a play out of Sin. With that, they're going to be able to knock down the mid lane turret, equalize that gold lead. 2 of the kills onto Ryoma, 2 of them onto Tubes, and I think it was actually Flares. 1 onto Tubes and 2 onto Flares.
And suddenly, if you're Legacy, you're having flashbacks because the first time they played each other in the regular season, everyone said, you know what, that was the perfect storm for Sin. But I'll go into that later. Take us through this one again, Spawn.
Yeah, so Carbon just get caught out, and you can see it coming a mile away. Ryoma flies in. Flares with the perfect equalizer just cuts the team in half. And then Tally has to honestly flash out of there. And you can see Jubes at this stage. He's hands off keyboard. He's just screaming at his team saying, let's go, boys. Claire tries his best to get anything out of that, which was just a kill onto Flares. But the back end of the team fight cleaned up, and Juves, very, very happy man. So it was 2 people that fell down. Juves did go down, Flares went down, but 5 kills over to Sin.
And what I was saying is the first time Sin played against Legacy, best of 3 regular split very early on into it, everyone said, that's the perfect storm. Sin got the perfect storm to win the game against who were at the time top of the table in the OPL. The second match, though, completely different story. Sin were able to just wipe the floor of Legacy, and a big factor to their 2-1 victory was Ryoma's Vladimir.
Certainly was, and Ryoma just, lost. He didn't see them.
Oh no, Juve's here as well. That's a lot of single target damage. No summoner spells available either. He is dead. He's going to try and get a return kill on towards Juves, but Flares is going to try and burn him alive. And Rogue's here as well. Misses the snare, forced the safeguard out towards Claire as well.
Yeah, forced the flash out of Carbon, and all of a sudden top lane priority is there. Cupcake still has ulti if he wants to try and burn through one wave. The FBI can send the ultimate up, and they do have to respect the Ashe.
There's a bullet time coming out from Cupcake, just trying to trim the wave. Big shockwave pulls Juice back in, and it's 2 kills picked up by Claire.
And Claire says, not today. 4-1-0 Oriana. I hear you like this champion a little bit, Sin.
Yeah, funny about that.
So, the mid laner of Legacy, when they needed him, is stepping up quite big.
He is, and he needs to. He's got most of the gold for his team. It's still Legacy's lead right now. They're still about 700 gold up. Tally finds Ryoma, jumps in after the E is used, but don't think you're going to be able to take that trade quite effectively. Hexdrinker is available now for the Renekton.
Exactly right. Moving towards as well, Black Cleaver. So Tally's going to be very useful in the mid game. He's going to be able to chunk through a lot of the health on all the squishy members because tankless lineup Renekton is a little bit more useful for later into the game.
Sonya's is picked up by Ryoma here. That's going to be a very difficult Vladimir to deal with.
Generally, you see something like an Abyssal Scepter picked up second, but I like the early Zonias just given the fact. Oh, arrow going out.
Arrow
this is going to be the fight.
5-man top. Does it connect? Does not. Lost in Cupcake. Micro themselves enough to avoid the arrow connecting.
So that was a really smart arrow because it's stuck in the trees for as long as possible. So you have very little reaction time to be able to see that one coming. It obviously wasn't online, so it didn't connect. But just like the thought process there, out of FBI as he threw that one out, went through a lot of terrain. Which obviously you can't ward, which is why I'm talking about it.
Well, they don't get it. They still only burn an arrow for it, and that's what you want to see out of Ashes. Those hurt. However, going to be continue pushing up the top side of the map. Claire with a shockwave onto this Vladimir. Half health Ignite is ticking as well. He goes into Sanguine Pool. That's a big misplay from Ryoma. Zonya's Hourglass is used, but he's dead. That is a huge misplay.
I also think that's a little bit of a misplay out of Carbon, to be honest, because I don't think he should be taking the kill. Give it all over to Claire and see if he can carry. However,
give it to your damn 4-1 robot.
Exactly right. Looks like they're going to be able to push in for another turret here. Cheeky.
You never know what you get when you do that. Sometimes they might just flash in anticipation.
Yeah, exactly right. Juves didn't have it available, so it wasn't going to happen.
Jump in anticipation. FBI still holding up this mid lane, and after one big fight from Sin, it looked like they were able to pull this game back for themselves. But now Legacy, 2,000 gold up, sitting still very comfortable.
Yeah, but they still gave up 2,000 gold in that team fight, so they'll be 4,000 gold up if they didn't do that. You can see that across the board, it really is all the gold just rested on the mid laner. Claire is pretty much the entirety of it.
Yeah, jungle's even, and again, you have Mr. Cupcake himself leading with 1,000 gold over Rogue. It was a little bit laughable last game, but when he outputs 25% of your team's damage...
Then you have to respect the MF bullet time, certainly.
So he's got his double longswords again. Should be going towards the Black Cleaver. Avarice Blade actually picked up first.
Black Cleaver doesn't build out of the double longsword.
Sorry. That's right, it goes towards Phage and Kindle Gem now.
Yep. So potentially we're going to see another Dirk picked up, or that's going to be one into the Last Whisper and one into the Phage later. Just seems like such a weird way to itemize. Means you get no potions ever.
Just trying to get as much damage as possible, it seems, Cupcake. Seeing now moving out towards top side.
You can see that Legacy actually want mid lane turret. They're parking their AD carry support duo there.
Ryoma is charging on down, trying to defend this one. Juice is going to collapse as well. But Lee Sin hovering top side. That's a little bit scary for this Zyra and Ashe. actually trying to cut around as Roma clears out this wave.
That's really scary when Vlads do that because you don't know when they're just going to jump on you and when they're just clearing out the wave. Juve's back top, potentially looking for another pickup. Although now Claire has actually picked up Luden's Echo, so he can legitimately one combo FBI. Needs to be very wary of that fact.
Sin have had a lot of practice against Oriana, so hopefully that's going to be put into work this game, because so far, had a tough time dealing with those guys. Good slow coming out from Juve, stops the advances of Cupcake as well as Carbon.
But we've seen a really big dip in pressure again out of Legacy. I mean, you feel like they're 2,000 gold ahead. They need to start making a move at some point. Instead, we're just seeing waves vacuumed up from a scaling comp out of Sin. And potentially another catch onto Carbon. No arrow going to follow though.
Roma going to take quite some damage here. Forced to use the Proto Belts to get back to safety.
And that will be mid lane turret going down.
Renekton's coming as well. Everyone from the side of Legacy are piling in.
Arrow. Teleport coming in as well.
Connects, hits Carbon. Roma flashes in, immediately uses Sanguine Pool. Does have Zonius to go out of this one, but dies as he's kicked back by Carbon. But there's the red carpet, and Flares is looking to come in for cleanup duty. Lost is the first target. Meanwhile, Tally's picked up a double kill, and Flares can't do anything about it. The AD carry's forced to flash forward. Oriana is here, and 2 kills picked up by Legacy.
Fantastic team fight out of Legacy. They split perfectly. They run down a huge shockwave.
2 members already taken out next to nothing. Tally looking like he wants to dice in, but doesn't use the second part of the slice. And Sin lose 2 members, and it was almost close to more.
So they repel the initiation out of Sin. It was once again an arrow into Vladimir, but a couple of things. Huge kick out of Carbon means that he dies before he's able to get his Zhonya's off there, Ryoma. And then Juves goes over aggressive because he thinks Flares is going to be able to clean up the back end. But they just split perfectly. And Flares can't chase because he missed the harpoon. That's nearly as good as it's going to get for Legacy at this stage of the game.
I think on top of that, Ryoma trying to get a second spell rotation out. Didn't respect the kick. Should have just gone straight into the Golden Man himself. Can't do anything if you're dead.
Exactly right. And of course, would have got a lot of health back whilst he was golden.
But still, very scary team comp from Sin. Legacy are just dealing with it really effectively.
Yeah, I mean, if Ryoma doesn't die, all of a sudden you have a Vladimir chasing you down. Let's take another look. So this is what we're talking about. Goes forward, gets a good spell rotation out. Just Zhonya's right there. Instead, doesn't go for it. Equalizer was perfect, but look at the run down, and then they split directions. So which one do you want to chase after? Tally gets the double kill. All of a sudden, Flares has to turn around and try and deal with him. He actually flashes off the Zyra ultimate, and they can't continue to follow. Claire hits a really clutch shockwave here as well. We're not going to see it, but that also deters any, we're going to push mid turret instead. We're going to try and shove up this wave. And that will mean Legacy can finally break this part of the map open.
They're
potentially.
Ryoma's trying to step up. Pops the Hemo Plague there, but Lost is going to micro himself down to pick up that one. Juve's now going in. Arrow lands on the Tally. Cupcake's ultimate not good enough. He's going to fall. Big equalizer used by Flares. Carbon's going to get punched in the face by the overheating robot. And Sin now corner the Crocodile just like Steve Irwin would and get the shutdown.
And that's what happens when you don't have summoner spells available and they're still keeping Claire in the side lane to deal with FBI. FBI's firing his global ultimate. Claire's trying to take the turret, but Sin just turned that one on its head.
And Claire used Shockwave as well, so now FBI is fairly safe. Sin continuing trying to push up towards this mid lane inner. Lost is there to clear out these waves, so they'll get some chip damage and probably not take it down.
For Lost.
Do they go for it? There is the Hex Trick.
Oh, sorry, not Juves, Flares. Whoa.
Trying to roast him alive, but they're just going to auto-attack this turret down.
Still got 1 plant less available, that will go. Oh.
Minions not there, so it's going to take some time to take it down. So they set it up for later.
Exactly right. Just this is the one I prepared earlier. You can see FBI actually does go with Phantom Dancer this game. So we're going to see double Zeal item. You expect he's going to go Hurricane next, potentially because he's been parked in a side lane for so long and not mid lane.
Yep.
Hurricane's wave clear much more useful in the short lane of mid lane as opposed to the side lane where you can't really use it.
I mean, when you look at this match as well, the real threats you're looking out for, besides the big one, which is Oriana Shockwave and the bottom lane duo, but you should never really be close enough to them before the team fight starts. But Renekton and Lee Sin, they dive really quick into the back line, so Phantom Dance is going to help out with that.
You can see Claire there on your screen. He is having a pretty monstrous game right now, but you feel like needs to be repositioned into the mid lane. You feel like this siege onto the mid lane turret has gone wrong twice. They were able to withstand once, but they weren't able to get the second defense successful as Sin picked up 3 kills. So get Claire there. He's a big team fight ultimate you need. Maybe even just 1-4 and make the hard choice of initiating early.
This man, however, on your screen, Ryoma. had a shocker last game.
Yeah.
This game has been up and down, but the one thing I really like about him this match is on Vladimir, he's confident. He knows that when Sin tells him he has to go in, he's going in. He's going one direction, which is towards the other team. And if he dies, so be it. Did a lot of damage.
I mean, Vladimir, I'm going to offend Vladimir players everywhere, isn't the hardest champion to play. He goes forward, you hold down E, hit W, and then you come out and you Q someone. However, you're right, he's doing that to great effect.
He's pressing his buttons, Swan.
I mean, like, but it's just he doesn't even have any, like, skill shots. The ultimate technically a skill shot. He has the build rolling, though. He's got Proto Belt. He's going into an Abyssal now. He's going to have 30% cooldown reduction, plus whatever he took in Runes and Masteries.
Pseudo tanky as well, which is what Sin really need, because Juice is on Kha'Zix, top lane is a Rumble, and Flares' Equalizer has been fantastic.
Oh, I mean, he's a great Rumble player. I think that's just a foregone conclusion at this point. In fact, Chippies before the playoffs was probably looking like the best top laner, it's very fair to say, but Flares in this Gauntlet run, obviously we haven't seen Chippies since then, so it's a little unfair, but not taking him down a notch, but bringing Flares up to, I think, what Chippies was able to do during the regular season.
Oh, look at this little side-scrolling bar we have, Spawn.
Nice, shows us where we're currently looking at. I mean, as we said, Ryoma 4-2-6 is so much of the damage. Loss has been caught out a couple of times.
Oh, we forgot the damage to champions on Oriano. Get away, get it away.
That's why it scrolls. I didn't even see it, to be honest. And Cupcake, Lost and Cupcake both actually, not having a great game 3.
No, they're not. Lost and Cupcake. They're, as much as they're rookies, have been a big backbone to Legacy this season. When Carbon and Clay are not stepping up, Tally's been solid. He's been a solid rock in the top lane.
But he hasn't been as big of a carry threat.
No, he's not.
He's had a couple of GP games, but really the tank meta, I feel, has hurt James up in the top lane. So you're right. A lot of it has been on Lost and Cupcake to be that consistent threat.
And yes, they're stepping up in this game in laning phase, but that's been disrupted so heavily.
Yeah. Completely agree. And now, as Varus, as Misfortune, two very low mobility champions, have to be able to get away from a Vladimir, a Rumble, as well as a Kha'Zix. I mean, just good luck in the mid game.
I'm still waiting to get this result so we can get back into game shortly. But it's a nail biter still. The most important thing is this is Legacy with their backs against the wall.
Certainly is. I mean, this tells you a lot about Legacy. I mean, that man on your screen has been in this position many a times, and he's had a pretty good early game. Was able to get up there, first blood onto the Rumble. Tally, sitting on his right there, has also been in this situation before. Certainly knows what it feels like. However, can you carry the 3 inexperienced, at least stage-wise members into this game? You can see Rogue actually looks tired.
He is a monster, though. This man has had impressive games throughout the entire Gauntlet. He's had his Thresh ban out against him. He's had Zyra ban out against him multiple times. I mean, they're even taking away his Karma from time to time. He's just very, very good at going forward. And this season, working now with FBI, has adapted to playing safe as well. And he still has those sparse abilities where he flashes forward aggressively, picks up kills for his team.
Yeah, I mean, he's turned into a legitimate threat as far as aggressive supports go.
And he was really happy last time because they took down the Chiefs. Immediately tweeted after the EGM was like, I looked up to you. I'm so happy to finally be able to best you. GG, well played. He's thrilled to be in this position. I believe the rest of Sin are, because lots of people were writing them off from game 1 against Avant-Garde. And now they're potentially ready to get into the grand finals against Direwolves. All that separates them is 1 game against Legacy.
Yeah, I wrote them off. I mean, I knew that they were a good team. I even said that, but I didn't think they would be able to bring it consistently. And that was always their problem, that consistency factor. We had said that they were over-emotional. Best of 5 is a different landscape. How do you bring 2 new players as well as an import into a Gauntlet style? You're going to have to run it for 3 days straight. And you know what? They've just, every step of the way, gone back to square one, reset for the games, be able to get in there. And they're 1 victory away from actually booking that date with Direwolves next week.
And one big thing for me was all their matches against Avant-Garde and the Chiefs, which went to 5 games total. They've all been sub 30-minute games. They've all been really quick by Sin to pick up a great and early lead and then smash out the game as soon as they possibly can. And I think if you're the Direwolves looking at these 2 matches, you'd be like, all right, we're going to watch Legacy because they're the team that we're probably going to have to beat. And then you see that 60-minute slugfest that was last game and you go, crap, Sin have a late game as well. This is still scary.
Claire looking potentially for FBI, as apparently we have a little issue again.
He's going to be looking for some time.
Yep.
We were on to Summoner's Rift and then we got back off. We were lied to.
I mean, is Claire going to eat FBI? There's someone heading up the river. Find out next time.
Goodness. On Sin versus Legacy. You can see Juve's there a little bit talkative.
Just asking the referee what's going on, I'm sure. That's a question, Fish.
He did go on Twitter and try to pick a fight with a tree today.
That was actually one of the great... I think his video yesterday was better, to be honest. But I think today's one was the funniest.
But he was so he was he was so excited yesterday. We bumped into him before his match. He's like, I hope we win so I can make this video, and told us what it was.
Yeah, that's all. That was legitimately the reason he gave us why he wanted to beat the Chiefs. It was like, because I have the best idea for tomorrow's video.
He made a great one.
And it was a good video. So, you know, hats off to him. The man made a promise and he delivered.
He did.
Now I want to see what he does with the dire wolves, because wolves are a little bit more dangerous than trees.
FBI getting locked down quite a bit here. Still has Shockwave. Well, doesn't use it, and now Flair's going to pick up a kill. That's a misplay from Claire.
Yeah, it certainly is. Potentially could have used the Shockwave. Could have even flashed some of the damage early. But it's going to be him getting shut down. And all of a sudden, top lane pushes there.
Decides not to pull the trigger.
I think he thought he could get him without it, and then could Shockwave maybe the Rumble backwards so he could run away. But unfortunately, doesn't get either.
Burns Ignited Smoke. You can already see Abyssal Scepter completed by Vladimir here. 3 items. Looking for his Merc Threads next. Bottom side of the map, FBI going for another Zeal item. So double Zeal Ash with the Blade of the Ruin King.
Yep. Probably going to be Hurricane. As I said, I think that this build came about just because he was always in the side lane. And that Phantom Dancer probably saved his life.
But
in that last little scuffle.
So some players don't like the double Zeal after Blade. They liked it after Infinity Edge, but not after Blade.
Oh, Carbon's been caught out here. That's a lot of damage.
Yeah, Rogue's going to pop the ultimate. Juves jumps over the wall. Kickback and bullet time! Not going to be enough. It is! Cupcake gets that kill.
And gets nailed by an arrow. Carbon safeguards to him and says, here you go, mate, I'm here for you. But that is going to be Legacy reopening a 2,000 gold lead, and now with mid lane priority, top lane priority, going to be able to pick up a turret.
Yeah, it really feels like Sin are finally back into this game. They're 12 to 11 in kills, just 2 turrets down, which is really a big separation in what Legacy have in gold.
Yeah, exactly right. So nearly close to 3,000 gold up. Ooh, Carbon flat. Oh, no, he didn't. Ooh,
look at Tally's build. He's gone straight more. That is an aggressive build for Renekton.
Certainly
yeah, we see people sit on Hex Drink all the time for the early game shield, but more is a different level. You're packing a punch now.
He's already got himself Black Cleaver as well. Potential equalizer though.
Shockwave, Flares is dead. Ryma's gone over the top and avoids Lost Ultimate. That AD carry is so low, picks up a kill. Carbon is in trouble as well. Meanwhile, Claire, he's already taken down the Rumble, but Sally's in the back lines, get a kill on towards Rogue. They're trying to dash backwards. FBI and Ryoma can't quite do it. Juves looking for the cleanup, gets Cupcake. Carbon comes back in. Juves, can you do it? Goes toe-to-toe against the captain, but the vice captain is keeping him nice and secure. That's an ace for Legacy.
Really well played out of Legacy, and all of a sudden they've got that 4,000 gold lead. And Tally is massive. 6-2-4, gets through the laning phase, level 16, and they're still looking to extend this lead.
Sin, they lost Flares at the start of that fight. Yes, he got an equalizer down, but still, Claire is stepping up. Even though he's made a couple of mistakes this game, the team fights are why it really matters for Legacy.
Exactly right. He's a 3.5 item Orianna. He's going to go towards a Void Staff next, you feel. And as soon as that comes out, I mean, because it's such a squishy comp, Fish. We talk about this all the time. One Shockwave can change the fate of this entire series. And it looks like he's up to the task.
Certainly does. Carbon also having a great game as well. Here's that fight again.
So we can see that good equalizer goes down, but as a Rumble player, sometimes you watch your equalizer a little bit too much, and Carbon able to survive here. Ryoma actually went into Zhonya's when he probably didn't need to.
Yeah, that's probably one of the first times he should have just stayed and killed Carbon.
Yeah, but it is part of your rotation. And Claire flashes forward, picks that one up for Tally. And then Juves does his best here, but really the mobility of Lee Sin just comes out trumps. I mean, he's able to flash away, gets a good resonating strike back in. And yeah, Carbon and Tally, they played that one very nicely. Ooh, arrow.
Misses Claire very closely. That's a Shockwave on the Flares again, incredibly low. One more command attack would kill him. Cupcake trying to slow him down. Renekton's looking for a flank. He's trying to get behind him. Tally has dominance available. Will get locked down by Rogue. Takes a lot of damage. Ryoma in the back lines looking for kills. Does he have Zhonya's? Does not. There's the equalizer in a poor position. And Sin have to back out. Bullet time is going to deter them from advancing any further forward.
That could be Baron. That was a really poor equalizer use from Flares, because even if it was spot on, it was not killing anyone, and now you don't have it for the Baron defense, and Legacy stream towards the objective.
That has to be Baron. Legacy going to be able to take this one down very quick. Teleport's coming in from Flares. He wants to get back in here. Baron's being taken very low. Rogue gets locked down by Lost Ultimate. They don't get too much damage for it. Tally jumps in. That's Flame Splitter into the Zhonya's. They peel off Baron. Tally, he's going to get taken down. If Dignitas fans are watching this, you know the feeling, because Legacy have given it up again.
And one more time, Legacy. Oh, good shockwave. One more time, Legacy go towards Baron. They don't pull the trigger on it, and one of their members dies. However, this time, Tally picks up Rogue as an exit kill.
And at least Sin can't take it this time, so Legacy can breathe a sigh of relief. And I think it was Just was talking about on the desk. If you know that you're not great at taking these Barons, try not to make those calls as often.
I mean, they did trade okay there.
They did, 1 for 1. But they've lost the top lane turret in response. FBI picks it up, still 4,000 gold behind though.
Yep.
2,000 of that is in Cupcake.
Whoa, and that doesn't mean all that much, to be honest. I mean, we've seen him have some pretty big bullet times. That's nice. He's going to get to level 16 first. That's really nice as well. But he's gone Youmu's this time, which isn't even really the highest damage build currently on MF.
It's what you see a lot in solo queue for the few Misfortune supports that pop up once in a while.
Run full lethality runes into Youmu's.
Mm-hmm. It's interesting. It does give him some early damage, but he's really relying on Tally now to get all the Black Cleaver procs off. If not, his ult does nothing.
I just think, yeah, Executioner's Calling has been picked up, but there is a fair amount of armor.
He just needs to scale now, Cupcake, as sweet as that sounds. He's got 2,000 gold. Hopefully it's enough for Legacy. So if you take away that, Sin, it's just 3,000 gold on the other side of the map. Other places on the map, I should say. Most of it's in Claire and Lost.
Yeah, they're about 1,000 gold up each. I think that the biggest thing for me is that Ryoma has hit level 16. As you can see, 1,000 gold for, yeah.
1,000 for Claire, 1,000 for Lost.
Yep.
QSS has been picked up by FBI though. He has his Hurricane now.
But they're camping this brush again. This seems to be the Legacy special of we're not actually going to commit to it. We're just going to sit in the brush.
Sit no.
Yeah, because they had the arrow.
Oh, there's an arrow. They're going for it. Equalizer on top of everybody. Legacy taking a lot of damage to kick things off, and they're split from the team. Sin pull the trigger. Don't get anything for it. 2 ultimates burning. Tally only used his in response. Does he go back in? Oh, big snare from Rogue. Ryoma's gone back in. Cupcake's in trouble. Bullet Time's going to deal some damage, but the Sanguine Pool keeps Ryoma alive. Carbon being jumped on by the moving turret, which is FBI. And Legacy lose 2 members of their team.
And they've been corralled away from their base, which means Sin has the inside track. And Jish and Egypt spoke about this so much. Ooh. Get priority on mid lane. It is so much easier to close out their game. And that is going to be the first inhibitor falling down.
My goodness!
That was with a 6,000 gold deficit.
The confidence of Sin is amazing to watch. That turret will fall. Rogue steps back in and slaps it with his dragon hands. Tally wants to return. That's a flash forward. Rogue's going to try and flash away. Tally not going to be able to go back in. Oh, Lost. The Kiwi sniper himself picks up a kill. FBI's in trouble. Still trying to stand and deliver, but big shockwave from Claire. Legacy equalized 3 kills. What the heck are you doing, Sin?
Yeah, Sin should have just booked it.
Uh-oh.
You can see that...
is he on a ward? Is Flares on a ward?
Yeah, he was clearing it out. But you can see Baron is the call. Big top lane wave they're going to need to deal with. Flares can also burn them down with an equalizer.
Teleport in. Legacy need this Baron.
Yeah, well, they're going to be able to get it.
I mean...
You can see that... I mean, it's just Flares.
Does he have equalizer? He does. Can do some damage.
He can do some damage, sure.
Oh, he's going to back out. So, Sin, they give up the Baron. That was a...
I mean, that's the right call out of Flares as well. I mean, you don't overcommit for that one. You can see the Legacy, they get back out to a 6,000 gold lead, which is what they were at before.
Oh, hello.
It's going to be even further ahead as they push out top lane turret.
Oh, my God. But in all honesty, like, great team fight from Sin. What the heck were they doing staying so long? I know Rogue had to go back to slap the inhibitor because they misjudged their damage. But everyone else should have got the heck out of there.
Yeah, completely agree. I mean, even Rogue, he got stunned up, but then turned around and was able to land the snare, so not necessarily going to fall down. Flares has picked up a GA, so he's going to be their pseudo frontliner. GA as well as Zhonya's is pretty defensive as far as Rumble goes. And this series has legitimately been pretty much all Sin.
They're the proactive team.
Even when they're behind, they're the ones going forward. And you can see Void Staff was picked up for Ioma. So Tommy is a monster.
He's one item away from complete, 34 minutes into the game. Last Whistle is picked up by FBI, who is melting people from the side of Legacy. They will pick up their first elemental dragon of the game, which is an ocean dragon. This guy's been great to watch, though. FBI has been a fantastic player. There's an arrow straight on towards Tally. He's not afraid. Come at me, you crocodile. Flair's even flashing forward. Dominus popped by Tally, trying to get back to safety. Does have Guardian Angel. Does have to be quick. Big kick, big bullet time. And Legacy saved their crocodile as well. Equalizer's not going to do all that much.
Equalizer. Should have pulled the trigger earlier if you were going to do it. All of a sudden, Baron Up creeps in a couple of waves.
Oh.
Massive bullet time coming across from Cupcake.
And Carbon with a big kick as well, knocking 3 members up.
I can't believe I'm going to say this, but when Cupcake hits level 16...
He's got a Black Cleaver spawn. Whoever Yoma's Ghostblade just looks like a normal misfortune at the moment. I mean, you take him as an AD carry, he's an item and a half behind the other. Which happens a lot in competitive games. Legacy going to continue trying to push their advantage, though, with this Baron buff.
I mean, you already talked about FBI's build. It's a little bit perplexing, Fish, because he does have triple attack speed item kind of with Boar.
So Legacy equalized the inhibitor disadvantage. That's going to be taken down. Arrow's coming up shortly. Legacy can't overstay their welcome. They can't make the same mistake that Sin made.
Yep, but now they're 10,000 gold up. Yeah, I mean, that's huge. Scaling's still on the side of Sin, you feel, just because they're the ones with the Kha'Zix. They're the one with the Rumble over Renekton, over Lee Sin, but until maximum levels have been achieved, doesn't really matter.
Can they keep pulling the trigger, though? Can Sin still throw the arrow out and go for fights now?
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure they're going to try. We're about to find out.
Let's see if they do, because Legacy are going to try and siege up the top lane inner turret.
That's the best thing about Sin, my friend.
Equalizer and arrow. Lands on towards Tally. Claire is separated from the team, though. They're trying to get into the backside. Ryoma pulling in amongst the team. Claire very low. Bullet time into Ryoma. Can he zone his in time? Yes, he can. Legacy have lost their AD carry. Shockwave only connects on towards Juice. And Sin haven't lost a single member. Can Tally get an exit frag? Tries to take down Ryoma. Not enough. Gets a heal from his AD carry, and he's A-OK.
And all of a sudden, the answer to your question is revealed, Fish. They can continue to fight because that is what Sin does. And they're able to 10,000 gold down, pick up 3 members of Legacy, 30-second death timers. They haven't even taken a turret in bottom lane, and they're looking to push it up mid.
Now I know why Sin like Dodo Sin and going to Game 5 so much. That's their theme song here, Spawn, and they're just going to keep pushing. Inhibitor is going to respawn, so that's why I believe they're going towards mid lane. 20 seconds, 15 on Lost, 28 Tally, 20 Claire. Still up against Baron Up minions, though. Can Sin get this in time during the respawn?
Yeah, and the problem is that even though Tally is 20 seconds away, he has teleport when he is up.
Ooh.
So it's a risky play going for this inhibitor.
Juice is slow. They do have a Guardian Angel advantage. Sin have got to be very quick here. They can't make the same mistake they made.
3 seconds on Tally. They just actually have to get out. They cannot take this. They should have gone bottom lane. They have such a giant creep wave. And now all of a sudden they're picking it out. They want the teleport halfway down the lane.
Do they go for it, though? I think it's a little bit too risky.
I think that's a real bad teleport.
Instead, that minion wave bottom side of the map. There's nothing to pressure top side, so that will collapse. But I think Legacy sacked this turret. Unless they pull a teleport from Tally, that bottom lane turret's going down.
Yeah, potentially. I mean, it's got one more wave to hold it off the turret, so they can technically just run Tally down there.
He will get down there in time, but that turret has taken a slight
that's so many minions. I'm so happy if I'm Tally. This is one of those times where you just hope that no one's in the jungle because you're not taking the long way around.
Oh, how much gold is he getting off this? Goodness. He's at 1.5. So that's already 200. That's going to be 300 gold from a minion wave. It's 400 gold from a minion wave.
That's a nice minion wave. I don't know what else to tell you.
Goodness sake.
He is also level 18.
Woo!
Cupcake has reached level 18. Rogue has not. But Rogue's gone with Redemption. No longer full AP Zyra.
Yep.
He's been my MVP for this series. He has performed so well.
He's been fantastic to watch as well. This entire Gauntlet run, Rogue's just been staple for Sin. But 10,000 gold behind. Legacy are in front. But every team fight, Sin are just like, we can go, we can pull the trigger, we can fight this, and they're doing it over and over again.
And you have to be really careful if you're Telly, because the time it takes to teleport in is the time it takes for...
Arrow! Doesn't
Missed
connect.
him.
Good dodge from Claire.
Really nicely done from Claire.
Heads
Backs
up
away.
play.
I mean, that's going to be back and available not too long from now. Doesn't have any cooldown reduction, actually, so it's quite still a long cooldown.
It is. But it's a 5-item mash. Fully upgraded Last Whisper, sitting on the QSS now, so they'll be going into a Mercurial Scimitar later.
But no IE, which means that late game, is she really going to be that much of a threat?
I think with the build, you still are, just not as much.
Yeah, certainly don't hit anywhere near as hard. You hit more consistently, but nowhere near as hard.
Do you get rid of your Hurricane and get an IE there?
I don't think so. I think that now you've built this way, you just have to keep it. You're going to have double lifesteal item, which is really nice. You're going to have double percentage health shred of both your Lord Dominics as well as your Blade of the Ruin King. So there's pretty good synergy.
They'll still pack a punch. We've seen him melt through Tally, which is the tankiest
against Tally, he does a lot of damage just because of the pure HP.
Tally's at 6 items. Carbon's almost there, going for a redemption again. You have to think earlier in the match, 40 minutes, having a redemption's nice as a jungler, but not when you're 55 minutes into a game and the final team fight's about to take place.
I don't even know if it's a good item pickup right now. I think you should go for GA.
As much as this game looks like it's a 10,000 gold lead for Legacy, Sin, they're not out by any means. They're still the ones being the aggressors. Baron is up. Respawns now. That's an Elder Dragon coming up as well. In 1 second, we could see the same do-si-do of the switch. And the same bush going to be camped out here by Legacy. Carbon tags up Juice, but I don't think you go for that play just yet.
Yeah, posturing
Arrow,
very aggressive. Cupcake
there, equalizer right now. No decides not to pull the trigger, and Roma's going to back lines. There is the equalizer. They've melted the support, who has most of the gold. That's 2 for Roma. Juice is jumping in. Big shockwave though. Gonna shut down the Guardian Angel and take down the flag, but the turret himself is moving forward. FBI is looking for even more. The bottom lane duo of Legacy are dead, and Claire jumps up by Juice. Now it's a captain on captain fight. Will he be able to pick up the kill? Carbon going for it. Gets the last auto attack, but that's the only surviving member for Legacy. Is this game?
It should be game. I think that even though Carbon takes down Juves is going to have the last laugh because all of a sudden they've got 3 members still alive marching into the base. Cupcake is 20 seconds away.
Flares is teleported in. 20 seconds. Carbon's got to do the impossible. He has to put up a captain's performance against 3 people. Redemption might be the item that saves him here as he clears out the wave. He's going in, but FBI's on the turret himself. Sin will lose their support. Carbon gets 1 kill. They're on the turret. FBI's kicked back. He's going to get taken down. Cupcake is here. They get the Nexus turrets, but Carbon saves the game just for a little bit longer against Sid. He's trying to take down Flares. He overhits, gets the shutdown himself, and Cupcake wants a return kill. He wants revenge. He still lives. He's going back in with the shield. Almost takes down Cupcake, but he will get the kill and flashes away.
So Cupcake just shows how much damage he's doing at the moment. 3, 6, and 11. He's nearly completed item builds as well. But Sin, Exposed, Nexus have just not been up in this game in the last 20 minutes, and it does not matter because they're able to win team fight after team fight.
Ooh, this is risky. Legacy trying to take down an Elder Dragon without their jungler who's 30 seconds away. Juice has Smite.
I mean, you still don't want to jump into the pit. It's only a 1-dragon Elder Drake. Like,
That's
there's
true.
no point suiciding for it because you just lose the game off the 4v5. Because despite what Sin did last game, if it's 4v5 at 42 minutes, you should lose the game.
They've pinged Baron.
Because look at the sidewave. One more time. Legacy have gone for a neutral minion and just neglected sidewave control. That is just an army of creeps streaming into Legacy's what's going to be their second tier 2 turrets.
Flares is almost back up. No teleport available. There's still Elder Dragon on Legacy, so...
Fish, look at the bottom lane. That is huge.
It is massive, and no one for Legacy can deal with it. No teleport for Tally, and if they show anyone down there, that's going to be a dragon fight. Oh, the arrow does get dodged by Cupcake just narrowly.
But they can still just hold them there.
Lost his top lane.
I mean, someone eventually has to go bottom, surely. That's not stopping.
Lost his top lane, so they're trying to pull the trigger on towards this Baron. Bullet time is available for Cupcake, and Carbon looks like he wants to go in. Tags Flares. Baron gets disengaged upon. They're on top of the Rumble. He kicks him away before ward jumping. Carbon doesn't get the Rumble into his team. And this might be a fight reset as the minions are still barreling down in the bottom lane.
That bottom lane minion wave might actually win Sid the game right now.
Claire's going back. Oh, he wants to go back to base. Tag onto FBI. No kick available for Carbon. And Sid, just wait. They're waiting next to the Baron. They don't care.
I mean, they've got the 6-man. This is what Samsung Blue used to do so well. You just set up the map, wait in front of the objective. They can't go back because otherwise you just win the take the Baron and win the game. And it's still going. It's not stopping for anything.
Oh, Legacy now going to try and pull off the Baron. This has not worked for you. The entire best of 5 series. Stop. Run away. Ryoma's going in. There's the equalizer. Drews is low. Tally's into the backlines, but he is getting taken down so quick. And Ryoma just destroying everyone in the backlines. Will fall. The Crocodile is going to go down. He's dicing away. Sin have lost their mid laner, but Legacy are going to lose their base if they keep this up.
Yeah, exactly right. You can see that the ping is still going out onto that turret out of Sin. Legacy are like, can we go mid lane?
They're going back to base. Sin are going back to base as well. They lost their turret in the bottom lane.
No, they lost like 3 turrets in the bottom lane. That minion wave came from who knows how far back. They had so much time to respond to it, and it's just pushed down 3 turrets in a row.
But do Legacy get Baron now? 30 seconds on Ryoma, and they're all streaming back towards that pit.
I mean, potentially, you're still up against a very fed Rumble. You have to be careful. Also, you can see that Sin want to be able to push up this mid lane. I think that you do get Baron. I think if you're Sin, you just let it go.
And it seems to be the call from Sin. Does Flares throw out a Rogue
is
Equalizer?
actually looking, being, I guess, searched for by Claire.
Rogue Equalizer might come out, but
no, don't even think you waste it. I mean,
Smite on Carbon picks up Baron, so Legacy, they lose majority of their base, but they do get the Baron.
I mean, they've got legitimately 1 turret left available, 2 turrets. I don't know if they lost all their base. There's nothing left inside that area.
How the heck is Sin 12,000 gold behind Legacy? It doesn't look like it at all.
Who cares? Everyone's completed item builds. I mean, that no longer matters. That mattered about 10 minutes ago.
Yep, no more. Everyone's got completed items like you mentioned. Juve's still waiting to upgrade his last Whisper. Flares on 1 instantly large rod component. And now Rogue's going back towards damage.
Yep, makes sense. I mean, get yourself that control that's going to be available out of Rylai's. I just think Rylai's isn't even really like a damage item. I mean, he can go Void Staff as well if he wants to.
Whereas Carbon sticking to his guns. Redemption with the Locket. Mercurial Scimitars picked up by Cupcake.
I mean, one alarming thing for Sin, in all honesty, is the fact that they haven't picked up Death Cap and they haven't picked up IE. Whereas Claire's gone back. He's got himself a Death Cap, so he's exponentially stronger right now, even though Vlad is such a late game powerhouse. And the Ashe is pretty much capped out.
Legacy looking to try and push down mid lane. There is an open inhibitor there for them to try and pick up.
Is this a fight?
Ryoma, he's in the back lines. He does have Ghost coming up as well.
They just chase him off.
Immediately spot him out. Try to get him off his little perch, look for a flank. Oh, the late game is going to be so interesting.
Well, front-to-back team fight, Oriana's always just been the king of. I mean, you just leave the ball at zones away any form of backline threat. And you can see that was able to push the Vladimir away. You can see Claire still zoning. Arrow goes out.
Hits Tally though. There's an equalizer.
Bad equalizer.
Poor equalizer there. Carbon stands on top of it for 5 seconds longer.
That actually might be the inhibitor having to be seeded. Yeah, and now all of a sudden it's Sin that have the huge side waves that are coming towards their base.
But they've got inhibitors.
Because no one just wants to go into a side lane and clear anything this game.
No one cares, Spawn. It's about fighting. Who's the bigger man?
The Ose ARAM. This is actually the personification of the Ose ARAM.
It's not the Ose ARAM about Sin's ARAM as well.
Mate, Ose ARAM existed before Sin was even an organization.
They just brought it to a new level, apparently. Now they're going to go bottom lane. And Legacy should be able to take down another turret here. Now Rumble's top side of the map with Teleport, and Legacy just break the base. That's
exactly
nice and
right.
easy.
They need to actually be very careful here, Sin, because Legacy could have nearly kept going. They had a big creep wave. Instead, they back out. Oof. And 2 parts of the base broken means that next team fight probably takes all. If it's a clean team fight,
Cupcake sold his boots, got Swiftness boots. I thought he was going to get something even more extravagant than that.
Gotta go fast.
So everyone from Legacy's at 6 items. Everyone except for Rogue is at 6 items from Sin. Rogue and Juves. Juves still waiting to upgrade his last spot.
But the real question on my mind is, like, are we going to see Leandro's Torment sold?
Are we going to get a base race?
I hope not.
Sin are pinging out mid lane inhibitor.
Well, they win if it is a base race because they only have to kill an inhibitor
and Rumble,
as well as the Nexus. There's no Nexus turrets left available.
Legacy are going home. So they see this, they go back to base, and Sin pull off immediately.
But they do have teleport. I mean, if they see that they're split right now, they can technically just hard engage onto FBI as well as Juves.
Lee Sin's trying to
Oh,
wrap
teleport
around.
coming out. Juves is in some little bit of trouble.
Juve's going to try and escape. Does have ultimate, does have jump. Ryoma's going to try and group up. There's a top
Juves
off
in
from
some-
Flares as well.
Oh.
Jumps away. Carbon's on top of Ryoma. It's a very tanky Vlad. Pops the Hemo play. Carbon gets popped. That's his Guardian Angel. Sin looking for a fight. Equalizer does nothing, but Ryoma's still alive. Bullet Time does a lot of damage to the back lines. Flares gets a kill. Will die in return. Lost is flashing forward. Sonya's by Flares does so much damage. Juves in the back line. Will Lost fall? He doesn't. No flame spin available. Punches him in the face with the overheated machine. And Cupcake is cleaning up the back line? What?
2 for 3. So Legacy do get the better end of that trade. You can see that Flares as well as FBI are running back to the base because there are... Yeah, I know, Fish. I was about to say it. There are super creeps on the Nexus turrets.
Carbon's going in. FBI trying to kite him backwards. Somehow he's the first one to fall. Pops his GA, but he's still alive. Sid putting up their last stand now. Claire walking to the base. Cupcake's literally an 80k at this point. He doesn't care. Carbon's gone in. Tries to take down FBI. Double up doesn't connect. One turret left standing for Sid.
Is this going to be it?
Legacy.
No equalizer.
They're looking to try and take this one.
You
Bring
have
it to
to
game
defend.
4. And Legacy break the base. Shockwave onto 2. That's 2 dead. 3 kills coming up there as Legacy will take this one to game 4. Trying to find that reverse sweep.
And that is resilience out of a team. Exposed Nexus. 2 exposed inhibitors. And you can see that Carbon is very fired up. And you should be. I mean, Claire just had such an Oriana game. And unfortunately, even though Sin, they put in all the hard work to get their team comp to late game, they still lost out.
They certainly did. And, you know, I didn't even think that call to try and rush the Nexus there, because that gave Legacy Baron, gave them the map priority as well. Ooh. So close from Legacy and Sin in game number 3 here.
Yeah, it certainly was, and Juves could smell it. That one was right there in front of him. When he dived in and took down Claire, he thought he'd won the team the game. But then Carbon goes back and resiliently defends. I mean, game 4, this series is on the knife's edge.
Yeah, it's not going to be the Gauntlet without a game 5, I believe, to finish us off. But before that, we have to get into game 4. And before we get into game 4, let's throw it back to the analyst desk.
Thank you, Fish, and thank you, Spawn. Great work across the board there, casting some very long games in the last 2. And gentlemen, at Sin, you know, it's the Sin train's halted momentarily at a station. But if you're Legacy, I mean, you're not happy with that win. You're not happy with that win at all.
I mean, I think you're very happy with the, like,
yeah.
I think they're very happy
sure.
they didn't just get 3-0'd, but
Sure.
yeah, it was pretty sloppy. I think Claire came up really big for them that game.
Yeah, I think we had 2 games where I think Claire didn't really show up. He wasn't doing enough for his team. And obviously, he turned it around there. He had a pretty good performance.
I feel like it was a battle of the mid lanes, really. I mean, Roma himself, once he came online, he was doing a lot of work himself, jumping into the middle of the back line, putting out all his AoE damage, really allowing the rest of his team to get on there. And Claire did the exact same thing, just really big shockwaves. So, again, mid lane is coming up big.
But if you are both of these teams now, I mean, you're feeling exhaustion, right? I mean, you say like, oh, these guys can sit and play solo queue for 6-10 hours anyway. It doesn't really matter. But this is mentally taxing, right, Jim?
This is different. Honestly, the biggest thing for me in best of 5s is you just lose your voice. You're sitting there in like with the noise cancelling headphones, and your throat actually just dies. Like, and then you look at the teams, right? You have Juves and you have Carbon. Like, they're 2 of the biggest yellers in the OPL. Like, I guarantee you right now, they're just chugging the water. Like, we were sitting upstairs and saw the pause, and you just see immediately like 2 people who are on the camera just pick up a water bottle like that. Yeah, I think, as you said, like exhaustion, like I guess we'll be coming into it. Like, it is tiring. Playing solo queue 6 hours, very different than playing competitive games. And I think for Legacy, that game, like, it was a very sloppy win, but you saw, like, we were criticizing them on their side wave control, even though it wasn't fantastic that game. There was like...
well, they lost 3 turrets to him.
Yeah,
Let's
like...
give Minions the MVP.
Well, actually, yeah. To be honest, that was really bad. But, like, after that, there was some... Like, they set up with the last Baron, and, like, both the sidelines were pushing in. So, like, obviously, they figured it out at some point.
All right, well, let's take a look at this this draft phase, because, Jish, I want to get your... I want to get your thoughts on this pick and ban, because we're still going back to that Zyra misfortune in the bot lane. But what else sticks out to you with this draft?
Yeah, so I think one of the big things from this draft was that we had the blind pick Oriana coming out from Claire. staple in his champion pool. And then we had Ryoma picking maybe the worst Vladimir matchup that exists into the Orianna, which, you know, surprised me because most players that I know, especially on my own team, we were like, okay, so what beats Vladimir? First game we played against Orianna, we're like, okay, that beats Vladimir. Like, that's the champion that you want to pick into Vladimir.
So why did he do it then? What's he trying to achieve, Mendrix?
So one of the things that I find is an interesting interaction is because if you look at that, Malzahar was banned. And out of the blue, interesting, or immediately you get 2 assassins being banned on the side of Legacy. Basically, both aimed at Ryoma.
So just to be clear, what you're saying is once Sin banned Malzahar, Legacy knew that Sin wanted to play Zed.
That's correct, yes. That's like actually something that Ejim was telling me about, which was really interesting that I found. And the next thing that came up afterwards is that, well, now that your game plan seems to be ruined, so you need to make a pivot. And we know Ryoma is very good on the Vladimir, so it just seemed to him sort of default into a comfort pick.
And I'm taking that one step further. It's not even just the Malzahar into the Zed, which is what they did versus us. And then throughout our series yesterday, you saw it. And then they did it again today, where they ban the Malzahar and Legacy answer with the Zed. But it's not just the Zed. They also ban the Talon, because obviously they first picked the Rumble. So, like, if you ban out the AD mid laners, then they're just going to have a full AP comp. And then when Carbon decides to be the support player and build Locket and Redemption, he doesn't take damage from the magic resistor.
So just final thoughts on this draft. Was there anything you wanted to improve? You would improve on either side aside from the Vladimir, or is it looking pretty good to you?
I mean, I think maybe you have to question the Rumble priority. I think it's obviously a very strong champion. Flares' Rumble was a bit of a coin flip Rumble. His ultimates sometimes were phenomenal. And then I think there's probably 3 late fights in that game where I was like, if you were playing a different champion, you might have won this game.
Yeah, because you see that red carpet get laid out, like, and then no one's on it. You know what I mean? A few times in that game.
So maybe refocusing their priority on Rumble, or banning out themselves and then trading around something else, because I think that his late game Rumble was kind of uninspiring.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's again move from the draft into the game, and in particular, I want to talk about the mid lane inhibitor going down, Ejim. I think this is something you want to talk about.
Yeah, well, I think we have a replay coming up. Yeah. And it was like the Sin took the Baron, and then they're looking... Okay, no, it's actually the fight. So this is the fight, like the arrow into the engage. I think the Rumble ulti, this is one of the moments Jish is talking about where he did absolutely nothing. Carbon's got a Locket, so they just absorbed like 90% of the damage there. And then Legacy are looking for the re-engage. This is one thing about Tommy's Vladimir, Ryoma's Vladimir. He is absolutely a faulty Vladimir. He was in a bad matchup, and in this entire game, he was just flashing in and getting like big combos off onto the backline of Legacy. So like, even though he picked himself into a hole, I think, and Sin lost the game, he had a very impactful performance despite being put into that sort of hole, right?
In terms of that hole, let's just break that down further. When you play a 60-minute game, does that hole get bigger or smaller?
Well, I think it's bad in the lane matchup.
Yeah,
like
horrible lane matchup.
Yeah, horrible.
So that's early game, it's bad, but then late game, it's like even.
I mean, like lanes don't matter once you hit 15 minutes and turrets are breaking and you're just running around elsewhere on the map.
All right, so moving forward then, Mendrix, was there anything in that game in particular that you saw where you were like... Because it felt like it could, for the last 15 minutes of that game, it could have gone either way, right?
Well, the thing is that it seems to be a bit personified with the replays that's coming through. It was Sin... Twice they decided to, go for these massive engages and then overstayed and not really committed to it, and then Legacy punished them for it. And here's a big case on it now. This is the first time Legacy go for one of those big punishes, because Sin are trying to go through, they're trying to push in to end the game. They get the inhibitor, and immediately Legacy pounce. And this leads to them getting the Baron, leads to them being able to take their own inhibitor afterwards and get their own form of control around the map. And then it happens again later into the play. It just seems to be like deja vu. History repeats itself. And it all comes down to Sin really needing to go, okay, well, let's not over-engage for this. We have the advantage. Let's get what we need to, get out, or perhaps go somewhere else around the map and continue building advantages so then we get the win.
Yeah, where are your fundamentals, boys? Like, walking out of your gates at the base, just like working out, okay, so we're going to play for this side of the map. We're going to like start pushing these waves. We're going to start getting wards here and stuff. Like, really drilling in the basics of League of Legends. Like, I think that's going to tighten these games up by a lot. Instead of teams sort of just running around as these big 5-man units, just like attacking turrets.
I'm just laughing because you're just talking about fundamentals, and a creep wave literally just steamrolled the bot side of the map, just walked up and took an inhib. I mean, at the end of the game, me and Jess were sitting upstairs and joking, like, someone needs a ZZ rot. Yeah. Like, just, I don't know, like, side waves don't exist. So place a ZZ rot down and then it'll just take a Nexus. Just win the game.
All right, let's take a look at Orianna as well, because Claire absolutely showing up in that game, despite the fact that, the Vladimir towards the end was popping off. So, Mendrix, when you look at this, what sticks out to you?
Well, the big thing that really sticks out to me is, again, that damage dealt. He really was putting his team on his back. He wasn't doing that just throughout that late game. It was the early game as well. He was the one that was sort of been getting the kills around. He dropped a few kills on the side there. I think he tried to go for FBI at one point and ended up giving shutdown gold away. But after that, he was just solid throughout then. And he really is a good reason for why his team are still in this competition at the moment.
Do you reckon Claire did more damage than Cupcake in that game?
It's got to be close.
It's got to be close. I think he did.
Right.
Yeah, very close.
Yeah, but the thing with Clay Zoriano, I think that game is there were just very clutch moments. There were a lot of times, like we were saying, that game is pretty 50-50, right? Like it was back and forth a lot. But the moments that Legacy were about to lose the game, Clay really stepped up and hit like a bunch of clutch shockwaves. So
I'm being told in my ear just now he did twice as much damage as Cupcake. So Cupcake not popping off that much.
Oh, unlucky. Interesting though, like on the topic of Cupcake, right?
Yeah.
Like he did the Dirk thing again.
Serrated Dirk.
Yeah, serrated Dirk is a big
That movement
fan.
speed.
I used to call it the serrated Derek when Radius still existed.
Slash still played.
Yeah. Now, he did the serrated Dirk into, I think, the Executioner's Calling and then went to finish Black Cleaver.
Yeah.
Cupcake, to me, over the course of this series, I play against him a lot. Like we scrim Legacy or whatever. So like I know a bit about him, but he just doesn't buy pink wards in my eyes. And I thought that was a bit of a meme. Like I'm just hating on him for that, right? Like I'm nitpicking, but he just doesn't buy pink wards. Like it's actually becoming like a big thing. And over the course of the series, he's so greedy. He consistently just sits on like a longsword and isn't buying pinks. And then as a support, your gold and your item slots are so minimal, and like you really need to manage them well. And he's sitting on a Dirk for so long and building like components of one item and then finishing the Black Cleaver later.
Yeah.
And it just feels like really weird to me, I guess.
But sorry, no.
Well, I was just gonna say, he's really messing with like his team's like windows and how like when they can be aggressive and stuff because he's delaying himself, and he's like such a huge part of like how they're gonna shut down the Vladimir with the healing reduction and stuff.
But these guys aren't a bunch of randoms. Like they've planned this and they know he's gonna do it. Like it's not like Cupcake's there being like, no, shut up and buy the Dirk.
Yeah,
like this is obviously something the Soul Strikes of Carbon everyone's talked about, right?
You mentioned Soul Strikes. I'm really interested in it. Like obviously Carbon pre-game interviews talks up Soul Strikes immensely. He says he's the best coach to ever exist, right?
Yeah.
So I'm curious, like where this comes from, because I'm pretty sure he's kind of like omnipotent. He's just like he controls everything, and then like maybe Soul Strike is listening to this right now, and he's gonna roast him after the end. I don't know. I'm interested to see like where it comes from.
Yeah.
What I like about it though is how much trust Carbon shows for the rest of his team. For him to sit back as a jungler and go, you know what, I'm going to build redemption. And I'm going to be the one that's buying the pink wards. I'm going to let my support do it. It means that he knows what his team's capable of. It means that he's going to say, yep, I'm happy to actually sit back and let you guys do it and facilitate the team's plays.
I mean, 45-minute least in, you really need your team to step up there because you're not doing very much without like flash and kick.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's not like Carbon. He had a couple of good kicks in that game.
Yeah, actually, he had one. I think he had that one phenomenal kick. Me and Ejim were actually just like, he's changing the game.
just above the Wraith Pit into and then he's got the real carry Cupcake just layering the MF ulti over the top. So like, they obviously like have a lot of synergy and it works really well for them. So
it's just maybe it's
just
meta.
really
bizarre
weird.
to see,
I just hate
everyone
change.
doing it. All right. Well, let's quickly before we go into Game 4 of this crazy series, let's talk about wins and losses. So moving forward, Sin lost that game, but what can they take away from it that's a positive for them? Jesh, you want to start?
So I think obviously Legacy still aren't showing a lot of priority on like their sidewaves or anything like that. I think if Sin just tighten that up, like fine tune what they're doing, I think that's obviously like something that's worked for them in the first two games. Maybe just refocus on that heading into the third.
Yep. So you reckon not pick Rumble? Ejim, thoughts?
Yeah, Flair's Rumble doesn't look too crash hot. I think it's kind of the wrong question. I think at this point in the series, Sin are doing the same thing. They're doing their sloppy whatever the hell they're doing. That's how they're playing, right? And I feel like Legacy, sorry, it's a bit harsh. Legacy are like catching on, and they're slowly, ever so slowly, like fixing things. Like towards the end of the game,
that's kind of what happened with you guys yesterday as well, right?
I don't want to talk about yesterday. They're slowly like fixing their side wave control and that sort of stuff. So I think as the series progresses, I'm a Legacy fanboy. I want Legacy to win.
You're a former Legacy member.
Yeah, predicted the 3-1. That's not the case anymore. But I'm hoping this is good signs for Legacy going into Game 4 and 5.
Yeah, right. And Medrix?
Can we call it fixing the side waves when they just let a wave take 3 turrets towards the late game? I'm just a bit curious on that.
It's an hour-long game. Different things happen, obviously.
But I think looking at what Sin can take away there, their confidence is good. I like that. Keep on doing that. Basically saying, you know what, we will go for these. Even if it's the wrong play and being over greedy, at least they're committing to it. And it seems to be almost netting them that win, which it did for the past 2 games. So keep that up specifically. But for me, I want to say, yes, look after your side waves Legacy, please, because we don't want a repeat of game 1.
All right, well, in terms of what we were just talking about there, do they pick the Rumble? It's interesting to hear. I've just got live information now that Sin have chosen to go with red side this time, which means they will not get first pick. So, Jish, I mean, as the draft master, out of everyone on this table, what, I mean, does that mean they ban, presumably, Rumble, so Tally doesn't get it?
I mean, yeah, that's definitely. I mean, obviously, I don't know what their answers to Rumble are, but I think the biggest thing that says about Red Side is that they're going back to putting Ryoma back on those strong carry picks. I think one of the huge things that pulled out for them well against Chiefs was that they had good matchups for Tommy Ryoma. And then obviously we've just mentioned how finally the matchup where Claire starts doing well in the 1v1 mid, that it turns around for Legacy. So I kind of want to see if they can donate this 5th pick on Red Side to put Ryoma back in the driver's seat.
See if we get Ryoma back on that Syndra. All right, well, that is Game 3 all wrapped up. And to get us to Game 4 and your casters, let's check out some highlights from Game 3. We're back after this.
Down. That's a flash forward from Rogue. Ultimate coming out as well. Bullet time for Cupcake. Everyone's just getting destroyed. Roman's in the back line, and the red carpet is on everyone. Legacy are falling like flies. They're cutting down the trees. Sin are going to be able to equalize here. And is that an ace? Yes, it is. Only Claire left alive.
So it's a whoa,
not yet.
Wave.
Claire's going forward. He flashes in. Flash just stands and delivers. And there we go. That's finally the ace.
And teleport coming in as well.
Connects, hits Carbon. Ryoma flashes in immediately. Uses second pull. Does have Sonya's to go out of this one, but dies as he's kicked back by Carbon. But there's the red carpet, and Flares is looking to come in for cleanup duty. Lost is the first target. Meanwhile, Tally's picked up a double kill, and Flares can't do anything about it. The AD carry's forced to flash forward. Oriana is here, and 2 kills picked up by Legacy. But Tally's in the back line to get a kill on towards Rogue. They're trying to dash backwards. FBI and Ryoma can't quite do it. Juves looking for the cleanup, gets Cupcake. Carbon comes back in. Juves, can you do it? Goes toe-to-toe against the captain, but the vice captain is keeping him nice and secure. That's an ace for Legacy. A big snare from Rogue. Ryoma's gone back in. Cupcake's in trouble. Bullet Time's going to deal some damage, but the Sanguine Pool keeps Ryoma alive. Carbon being jumped on by the moving turret, which is FBI, and Legacy lose 2 members of their team. Arrow, Cupcake, there. Equalizer right now. No, decides not to pull the trigger, and Ryoma's going to back lines. There is the equalizer. They've melted the support, who has most of the goal. That's 2 for Ryoma. Juice is jumping in. Big shockwave though. Gonna shut down the Guardian Angel and take down the flag, but the turret himself is moving forward. FBI is looking for even more. The bottom lane duo of Legacy are dead, and Claire jumps up by Juice. Now it's a captain on captain fight. Will he be able to pick up the kill? Carbon going for it. Gets the last auto attack, but that's the only surviving member for Legacy. Carbon's gonna do the impossible. He has to put up a captain's performance against 3 people. Redemption might be the item that saves him here as he clears out the way. He's going in, but FBI's on the turret himself. Sin will lose their support. Carbon gets 1 kill. They're on the turret. FBI's kicked back. He's gonna get taken down. Cupcake is here. They get the Nexus turrets, but Carbon saves the game just for a little bit longer against Sin. Legacy, they're looking to try and take this one. Bring it to game 4, and Legacy break the base. Shockwave onto 2. That's 2 dead. 3 kills coming up there as Legacy will take this one to game 4, trying to find that reverse sweep. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. If you're just joining us watching, Legacy have started to put on their performance to try and get a reverse sweep against Sin, who picked up the first 2 games of this best of 5 series, but it's been a nail-biter in the last 2 games.
Also, where the bloody hell have you been for the last 3 hours if you're just tuning in? Because this has been an absolute barn burner. I mean, we're going to game 4 again. Looked like Sin was going to be able to close that one out, Fish. They took down both, spoiler alert, both base turrets. Nearly were on the Nexus, but that man on your screen comes up huge.
Oh. Sin were on the Nexus and Carbon somehow able to take 2 people down all by himself. While the rest of Sin were looking to try and destroy the base as fast as possible. Probably was the wrong call there from the team, but eventually Legacy able to pick up the win in that match. Another 60-minute slugfest. I mean, Juice was saying that his match against the Chiefs is going to be the match of the century. He didn't tell me it's going to be the Gauntlet of the century as well.
I mean, if they pick Legacy up on this game, 3-1 against Legacy is a very respectable score for Sin. They go into the final then with a head full of steam, and they've recognized, you know, Oriana sucks to play against late game. Let's just get rid of her.
I think Sin just recognizes it sucks to play against Orianna as Sin in general. It has not paid off for them so far.
Ooh.
Oh, Tally's picked up the Fizz! My goodness! Flares, what do you have to do against that?
I mean, honestly, I don't know. We've seen so little responses to the Fizz. Gragas seems to be the only one I have off the top of my head, but he takes the skill matchup.
He's going for the Crocodile himself. Does Flares know this champion enough to be able to take him on? Sin have also locked in Malzahar as their support of choice with Thresh, with Zyra banned out. Rogue is saying, I'm not going back to Karma. Give me something I can flash forward and kill people with. It was actually crucial to their Game 1 victory against the Chiefs, I believe. My goodness, we have another Fizz game spot. It's not even Game 5. We don't deserve this.
Yeah, I know. Fizz has been so dominant in the Gauntlet so far. We'll see whether that trend continues because normally it's been on Flares. See whether he has the answer for it.
Carbon now going to be locking in Victor. This is the champion to pick up for Claire.
Claire's a really good Victor player, by the way. I actually really enjoy watching his Victor. I think that he controls the pace of the game really well on it. And if they're able to pick up the Ashe, I mean, this is a lot of the strength taken away from Sin in their composition.
There's a lot of Sin's picks being picked up by Legacy. Surprised that they decided to first pick the Renekton heading into this match, knowing that it's not going to be picked up by Legacy unless they throw Fizz mid.
I don't really think it was going to be banned away either, because as far as scaling goes, as well as early laning phase, you feel like Fizz has it.
When Juice has picked up Gragas head into the jungle.
I feel like this is going to be another cheese play. I feel like
kill the Fizz early.
Juice is going to topside kill the Fizz. And look at him. He's got a grin of an evil genius.
He's ready. Get me up there, boys. You want some fish for dinner? Thank God it's not me. So Lulu is banned out as the first ban during their second ban rotation.
Makes a lot of sense. One of the biggest counters to Malzahar. Able to polymorph as well as kill out the Voidlings very easily.
Back when Malzahar was the first pick or ban support, people were picking up Lulu to try and counter him and said it was a soft counter and did well into the lane. And then suddenly Lulu was like, oh, this is the best support pick. Screw you, Malzahar.
WMAX came out of nowhere. The critter duration is just obnoxious in the laning phase as well as the increased movement speed.
Because we used to see Lulu support being used with Protect Kongmo a lot in Korea, then research popular.
But it used to be 3 points into Q and then max E as a support. You used to legitimately max W last.
And now W is like a stun that lasts forever.
Yeah.
You just don't want that. 80 carry pinch coming out from Legacy though. Varus and Ezreal being banned out. With Graves and Lulu being banned out by Sin.
Oh, and now what 80 carry do you pick up? I mean, there is Caitlyn available for FBI.
I think that's what he does go towards. Caitlyn does synergize with Malzahar's ultimate. Lucian is available.
Jhin, that would be a throwback.
And he does lock it in. So Sin, FBI, this was the champion he was known for. He's picking up heading into this fourth match against Legacy.
Yeah, so we're going to see whether the old school matchup of Jhin versus Ashe still goes in Ashe's favor. Sneaking suspicion that ever since the nerfs to everything Jhin valued dearly as well as lethality means that it does fish.
Potentially. Legacy now have to show their hands. Does Karma go back to Lee Sin in the jungle? It seems like it will be his pick of choice.
Lee Sin's one of those champions that if you've just been playing Lee Sin and you're feeling comfortable, just keep playing Lee Sin. Because he has a really unique playstyle, he has really unique parts of the game where he's strong and weak and how you're supposed to look for flanks on him. I mean, if you're in the Lee Sin mindset, there's no reason to change it.
The final pick for Legacy will be their top laner and Trundle. What support?
What? Top lane?
Cupcake has locked in Trundle support? What?
You need to calm down, sir. That is a support Trundle.
What the heck's going on?
Being taken onto Summoner's Rift.
And Ryan with throwing the Gauntlet picks up Zed heading into mid lane. I no longer understand this game.
Neither do I. That's interesting. But we're going to find out. Of course, Trundle, very popular support. Last year,
he was.
When melees were running around, the likes of Tahm Kench, the likes of Alistar and Braum, Pillar is a very useful tool. And you can see Soul Strikes is really barking out orders. I feel like this is something they didn't necessarily want to show. But with a pinch onto the supports, they've taken away Braum, they've taken away Lulu. Zyra, Karma, that's not even a pinch actually. Nami, Karma, both available. This is just a choice.
I mean, does it do well into Sin's team comp? They've got a front-to-back comp with the Assassin.
I mean, they've got a really strong 1-3-1 is what they have.
Do you put the ultimate down to Juves and Flares and say, Tally, go to town with Fizz? Potentially.
Potentially.
FBI has picked up Jin here, which is another throwback, and Ryoma's happy to take on the Control Mage with an Assassin.
I mean, Ryoma just likes playing Assassins, and we've already talked about it at length on the analyst desk. But when Malzahar is on the other team, it becomes nearly impossible to do that. So they pick up the Malzahar first. They get the Zed for it afterwards. Zed isn't really my preferred Assassin at the moment. I think Talon kind of does everything he does a little bit better. But at the same time, I mean, if Ryoma is confident on it, if that is the one that he wants to go towards, you have to trust in your players. And he's been having a pretty good series so far.
He is against Claire's Victor. This is the first champion that we saw Claire really perform well in the OPL.
He had a couple of Jace games that were pretty phenomenal, actually. But yeah, that was the game against the Chiefs where Legacy were able to pick up the 2-0. And Claire, went back towards it and was really able to put in some work. So I agree. He's a very good Victor player. Has a similar play style to Oriana as well. That's one of the things that you do like to see. It crosses over.
I'm excited to watch Fizz, though. It's no longer going to be Flares that picks up the champion. It'll be Tally that's playing Fizz in the top center map. And every single Fizz game we've seen, woohoo! You just wish you never saw it.
And I am just interested to see whether it's Fizz or whether it's Flares. That's the big question for me right now, because if Juice gets into that lane early, picks up a double kill onto that cute little bunny rabbit, then you can confidently say it's Flares. However, if Tally pops off, I don't think we're going to see Fizz at all in the Gauntlet run.
This is very cute from Legacy, trying to catch out Flares. Pops a ward down. Does he get it? Oh, very close, Tally. Better luck next time. No gold for you.
And this is why I don't wear glasses when I shark cast. I gave in to the popular masses, and I'm starting to get a banger of a headache.
Oh, come on. You're only just doing it because it's just me. They're the two most vocal about your glasses.
Yeah, I would actually be scared to not wear glasses on broadcast around Jish.
Legacy were trying to see if they could catch out Renix on the top side of the map, but nothing happens there. Bottom side, though, Malzahar has priority in lane. We don't see leashing from AD carrying supports anymore. Just going to be top side of the map.
What does Cupcake actually do in this lane? I mean, that's what I'm interested in.
What Cupcake does?
Yeah.
Bites Voidlings.
Potentially.
I guess he noms Voidlings in.
Yeah, he has an auto attack reset. Look how much health he has, though.
Goodness sake. He's got 802. Brom would be proud. I think Brom starts at like 812. If you take the right runes and masteries. He's also fairly resilient to harass. You can see he doesn't take much damage there, and when minions die around him, he gets back a chunk of health. So if he can draw some harass away from Lost, he'll be fine. And Lost has actually gone for a Doran's Blade start, so they're very confident in this lane spawn.
Yeah, very aggressive start there. You can see that a lot of harass going down already. We actually see fervor of battle on Jin.
That's a new one.
What?
Over Deathfire Touch, we did get nerfed, but it still feels like the right choice. I mean,
even Thunderlord seems like a better choice than that.
Cupcake's not taking any damage. Now down to half health, finally using his first potion. It just seems like they've been wailing away at him.
Here we go.
There's a pillar, there's an exhaust early, but Rogue responds with his own. Now they're going to hit level 2. FBI does not connect with a W. Seems like going for a cheesy play. As Tally takes so much damage. He's almost dead. Flares gets first blood in the top lane. Take that, you Fizz monster.
And all of a sudden, the answer is clear. It is just Flares in the top lane at the moment. It's not about the Fizz. It's just about that man on your screen. Absolutely huge play.
1v1 takes down arguably what people consider to be the best top lane in the OPL on arguably the best champion to play top lane one-on-one at the moment. What the heck?
And I mean, I said that it was the meta thing that it looks like Tally isn't actually clicking at his usual performance. He's had some good tank games, but not really carrying. However, it doesn't seem to be a meta thing right now because he's got a carry, and it's into a carry matchup, and he still loses out.
Carbon is top side of the map here. Fizz will slowly get back up, so Tally refusing to play teleport.
Around. Technically can wait around if he wanted to, Carbon, and look for a gank, but I always say, you know, give me that many creeps over a jungler.
I mean, if you told me my jungler is Juves, I would disagree. That guy's a monster at the moment when he ganks top lane.
Nah. 100% give me the creeps. No disrespect to Juves.
Bottom side of the map, FBI and Rogue are slowly starting to push in. It really just seems like this lane for Cupcake and Lost was we hit level 2 all in.
All right, now we just go back to farming.
But Rogue did a good job.
Oh, really nice pillar.
FBI flashed away, still very slow. Carbon's coming in. That's a flash forward from Lost. Rogue.
Oh, Carbon hit a creep.
I was going to say Rogue was trying to take up the queue, but he doesn't even have to. FBI will be flashed on. All the summoner spells are being burned and Roma's coming down.
Yeah, so really nicely played there. Actually, out of Legacy, they're going to be able to get a big CS advantage, although now the camp is really starting.
There's an Ignite onto Flares. He's in a bit of trouble. Juice, body bop. Yes, gets it. Can he flash out? Juice, you made a mistake, buddy.
Flash first, Juice. Flash first. All of a sudden, you've given a much-needed kill over to Tally, and he still does have teleport available.
Ooh. But 15 CS lead for Flares, and he's 2 levels up over this Fizz.
Yeah, and you can see Tally now has to burn it. He's coming back with a really poor shot, and Flares is going to come back with pretty much, like, what, Phage? Can he go higher than that?
Poor top lane. Such a huge disadvantage. Hex Drinker already for
Ooh, a
Flares.
Hex Drinker.
Nice and early.
So going through a little bit of defense. That makes sense.
Still aggressive. Still gives him damage, which is good to have. But that shield just ruins Fizz's day.
Second time in a couple of days, Ryoma has fallen down pretty far in lane. This is not going to be the 30 CS to 8 that Swiffer had on him with the Oriana in this matchup. But was he playing Oriana or
He was
Talia?
playing Talia.
Talia it was. Standing on, pretty much the ranged minions, just chucking rocks at him.
But don't you expect to fall behind 10 to 15 on Zed at least?
Yeah, potentially. I mean, Zed also wins against a couple of control mages.
Here comes
Juice is in.
Does he body slam flash? There's the gravity field.
Oh, he missed. He should have hit that.
And he's now going to take some harassment.
No, he's all right.
Should have hit that one.
He should have hit that without flash available. It should have been a summoner spell being burned out of Claire. But at least it buys a respite. Oh!
Level 6 Roma. There is Carbon here, though. Dodges out Sonic Wave and, can't chase him anymore.
What a play out of Ryoma. Fancy feat. Once again, that probably should have been a burnt flash, but Jungle is just not able to hit skill shots.
I feel like Juice was trying to predict the dash backwards from Claire, but he just walked in a straight line. Meanwhile, Flair's going to town on Tally. That's a good dash. You gotta be careful, though. There's a Hex Drinker. Level 6 Dominus! Come back here, you little cottontail piece of thing! So he's gonna chase it down.
Piece of thing, that's what you come up with.
We've turned not to swear on broadcast. Had to hold my tongue back somehow.
Come on, man. You just got to embrace the rogue. That's how we do it on the OPL at the moment.
Yeah, don't like getting screamed at after the broadcast.
That's a couple of solo kills. That's a couple of solo kills. I do want to also point out to viewers that we did not scream at Rogue for swearing on broadcast. That is not true.
I don't know.
Well, I'm telling you right now. But yeah, really nicely done out of Flares. Good guy FBI gives Rogue a cannon creep there.
Loss is going to be able to take the Blast Cone out as well. This bottom lane loss is about 10 CS up. So it's doing all right. But is that just Jin not being as strong as he was?
Yeah, I honestly think that the Jin pick is bemusing, especially...
Ryomax going in. There's a gravity field as well. Pops the ultimate on the last tick with the Ignite. Now Juice comes in with a body bob. Gets the kill as well.
Yeah, so Juice able to clean up that kill. Probably didn't need it, although heal was still available. So better safe than sorry. I think that the Death Mark as well as the Ignite probably would have cleaned him up. Carbon, like any good jungler will, sniffs out a full wave of creeps a mile away and arrives just in time, not to help his mid laner, but to pick up the CS.
Carbon hasn't had much impact in this game. Topside's where it's at 2 levels for Flares. Kindle Gem picked up as well. He's nice and healthy. Tally's sitting on the variety bucket of builds. That's 1 Q. He's already popping a Corrupting Potion. It's level 6. So
does have Fish available, and he has Ignite, so there is a small window where no dominance.
Oh, and as soon as Renekton has half his Rage Bar, you can't step up to him. Flair's doing a good job of maintaining the Rage Bar as well.
And you can see that means that the ultimate's going to be back available.
With Flash and Teleport up. Going down to take down this guy, though. That's quick. Ooh.
That's a Scuttle Crab that hasn't died yet this game.
That was quick.
Now Tally potentially has a jump. Does Fish come out? What? No. Just
He's level 6 and Flares has gotten in behind him. Dominus is available. Jumps in, slice, good stun. Ooh, great trade from Flares.
Certainly is. I mean, that's a lot of health gone and Tally didn't have a chance to play full Trickster there at all. Still has 2.
He's got to be careful. There's an Ashe and a Trundle right behind him with Carbon sitting in the wings. Flares
he can sniff it a mile away, though. You can tell that the recall for bottom lane was due, and it's not here. On the way, ping's coming.
Oh, lost is level 5. It's difficult. There's the Fish. Slice. Does have Dice as well as Flash. There's the arrow now. Level 6 does get popped. They're jumping on top of the Crocodile. Exhaust being used as well. He heals up so much, but 4 members of Legacy is just too much.
Yeah, exactly right. So in the end, they're able to take him down. Carbon picks up that kill. They use, what, 3 summoner spells and 2 ultimates in the end to pick him up. But a kill is still a kill. And now positioning for this top lane turret.
Oh, no.
However, rotation already here. Juves is in the back. Ooh, FBI.
Oh, they're jumping FBI. He's kicked back. Rogue flashes over. Only locks down Lost, but he's not taking up the turret. And they split the team. Lost going to go down to Rogue. But Carver's in the back lines again. Will he fall to the turret? Yes, he will. Malefic Visions gets a double for him. And Ryoma
in comes Ryoma.
There's the ultimate. Tally going to take a lot of damage. Flash forward for Ryoma. Cupcake will live to tell the tale, but still, messy trades top side of the map.
3 for 3 in the end, I think it is. Flares went down for 3 members. So really nice job from Sin there. They actually wrestled back control of a bit of a gold lead. And now they're sending Flares down for a massive creep wave in the bottom. Jubes is going to stick around, make sure top lane hit turret.
Ryoma's ahead in CS in the mid lane now.
Yeah, out of nowhere.
Claire.
Has really good kill threat as well. I mean, he did pick up that kill with the help of Juve.
He did. But the control mage now is going to have such a tough time. You have to farm from distance. You can't bully Ryoma anymore.
Definitely cannot step up to the creep wave, and you can see that Claire knows that, being pretty respectful.
If those double shurikens hit, that's it. He comes back in and slices. Instant lane swap from Legacy. So they're trying to do what the Chiefs did, which is avoid this Renekton.
Yep.
Except it's a Fizz that's trying to avoid a Renekton, which doesn't make too much sense.
Which is the opposite of what happened.
Ooh.
People are trying to avoid flares at the moment.
And I blame them.
You can see full creep wave going to be pushed in here. They're really desperate for that first brick. Thought that potentially Sim would have just stuck around for that one, because now there's 4 people down there. Rotating Juves across.
So I can understand the swap, but they brought Tally down as well. Are they just trying to rush first brick?
Yeah, that's what I was saying. They're just going to try and rush first brick, which is why I thought Sin would have stayed with the top lane turret push. And all of a sudden, there's nothing they can do, because they've even brought a 5th member down in Claire just to guarantee that first objective.
Does that mean that Tally now has to blow teleport to get top?
I mean, there's a big wave pushing against it. I don't think he needs to.
Sitting bottom, so that would be Eddie carry and support will come back to top lane. They gotta be careful though. Lost has gone back to base. Cupcake's still there, will eventually recall. Faithful Trickster gets him nice and okay as Flares continues to push top lane turret.
Just want to let everyone know, a little bit of a graphical error. Had the wrong Keystone Mastery, so it is a Deathfire touch on FBI. Just letting everyone know.
Fish being used there by Tally just to clear out the wave.
Yep.
That's desperate. Top lane turret's almost falling as well. Flares will go back to base and Sin will continue pushing to equalize
Flares
turrets.
didn't actually push for that turret, so maybe could have shoved up the wave and got it. This means that bottom lane turret will go down, but probably going to have to be a swap to defend top lane again.
Oh, they've got to be careful. FBI's going to be in trouble if Juice doesn't... Yeah, Juice stays. So if Juice went back to base, Tally was just going to jump all over FBI. And despite being the same level as him, it's still a Fizz against a Jhin.
Oh, Claire is so wary of Ryoma right now. You can see that Ryoma postures aggressively forward. Claire's still doing well on the CS.
Oh, Carbon's found him though. Does he kick him back? Yes, he does. Lots of damage. Pops the death mark on top of Claire, and Carbon just goes over the wall. Easy execution from the jungler.
Great play out of Carbon there, actually. Stays with the play. Doesn't allow, they kill him quickly enough that doesn't allow him to go back to his shadow over the wall either. So very top-notch Lee Sin play out of Carbon there. 3-1 and 2, having another very good performance. Now picking out Carbon though.
Ooh, they're trying to catch them out. Rogue does have ultimate available. They've got to be careful of this one. Carbon lands a shot on towards Juice, who decides not to follow up, but Claire is rotating up here. Legacy trying to push their turret advantage. Yes, the Fizz might be low, but the rest of the map
Teleport
winning.
coming in. Here we go.
Oh, this is going to be a 5-on-3. Rogue and Flair stuck in the turret. They're trying to lock him down. Good ultimate from Rogue. He's going to be the first to fall. Ultimate comes out from Juice. Gives us a big shield, but he's taking up nothing in this lane. It's all Flares and the rest of the team. Kernical comes out. Lost tanks one. Cupcake stands in front of the rest. Does the 4th shot. Bandit doesn't. Cupcake will live. Tally's now the one that falls. Ryoma gets that kill. Legacy got to run. Captive Audience doesn't lock anyone down, just gets a bit of extra damage, and that's a 2-for-1 trade going in favor of Legacy.
Yeah, so really nicely done from Legacy. Again, they actually they make an active use of their teleport, able to get up there because they're ganking Flares. No teleport is going to be available to try and help him out. Ooh. And Sin, unfortunately, they sent FBI mid lane, so just one step behind.
But still, defending that turret dive and a teleport, only losing 1 kill.
Carbon still has kick as well, and you can see that Ryoma kind of has an inkling that that's the case because they're sticking around to defend this turret.
FBI is getting some chip damage in the mid lane inner, or outer I should say. The Jin picks around the Curious. We haven't seen him for some time. He's going for Yomu's first.
Yeah, I think it's going to be Yomu's into IE, which was a really old school Jin build. Of course, Jin uses IE better than most AD carries, just as the item itself, because he has guaranteed 4th shot. So as long as you get one other on top of it, really does help him out.
So Ryoma will take down top lane. Outer for himself gets all the gold as well. 2-1-1. It's going to be a split pushing monster.
Yeah, they have a couple of them, but Tally being able to pick up a couple of kills, even though he has 5 deaths, means that he potentially can still go toe-to-toe.
More Malmortius picked up by Flares, though. That's an aggressive item.
Yeah, another rush out of it.
Ooh, Ryoma might be able to catch out Claire if he's going to stay there any longer. But arrow thrown. They actually see the Zed, dodges it. Nicely done. The blast cone his way out as well. Pillar does nothing, tries to interrupt at mid-jump.
Yep.
But good fancy feet from Ryoma.
Certainly was, and Ryoma going to stay up top lane, continue that pressure onto Claire, who he has right where he wants. I mean, going towards... Oh, he's just having a chuckle. Going towards that perfect hack stall, but had to stop for the arm guard, which, you know, as a Victor, you really don't want to stop for anything at the start of the game.
So Sinner tied with Legacy in gold now, although it was a very decisive early game lead for Flares.
Yep. I mean, Tally really has clawed that one back. 3-5-3 after, you know, tying solo twice and being turreted over at level 4. Pretty impressive out of Tally. But going for full tank on Fizz, not going for Trinity Force or Bladed on a kick.
Do you have to once you fall behind? Can you still afford to pick up a Trinity Force?
I mean, eventually I'm sure he would like the item. Otherwise, does he even outscale, really? I'm not so sure. I know that Pabu played a game of Fizz and went full tank. He made a couple of really rookie errors that game as well, diving without a knight available.
For now, Flares can continue pushing up this wave. Waiting quite some time. And Flares just waiting. Decides not to do anything proactive. Juice is in the back pocket of Flares. Claire has to be careful.
You can just flash on him right now.
Oh, he's going. That's the chaos. That's the gravity field being used, so Flares can just dart around it. Ultimate gets thrown as well. Juice throws the ultimate in the wrong direction. Claire will burn his flash. So they still get the summoner spell from the Victor.
Yep. Not the heal, just the flash.
Uh-oh. Ryoma's top side. Tally.
But Carbon's here.
Yep, there's the shark being used. Tries to jump away. Will get knocked up. Tagged. Oh, avoids it. Can he still get a kill? No, he can't. Carbon picks up that kill.
And uses absolutely everything there. Uses the ultimate. Actually, didn't use summoner spell. I thought he used flash at the very end. But nicely done there from Ryoma. He knows he's going to die, so he just falls down peacefully. But at the same time, Legacy is starting to pick up the tempo of this game. They're rotating around and getting some good picks. Juve mis-executes on his gang. Carbon nails his.
Sin still looking for bottom lane inner. So they'll trade an outer for an inner turret, which is not too bad.
I mean, the 1 kill on top of it doesn't make it a great trade.
They're about 1,000 gold behind Legacy. Legacy holding on to an early lead. Carbon's having a good game again, 4-1-4.
Has stepped up in the last 2 games, Carbon, and he needed to for his team. As I said, he's the one that has been in this position so many times.
He's 2 levels above Juve, so he's 2-1-4.
Yep.
Doing well.
I mean, he's still farming. We already mentioned this about Juve's playstyle, but he does sit in lanes for a very long time. Doesn't really farm all that much.
FBI's picked up a BS sword for himself, so that should be the Infinity Edge you were talking about. Blade of the Ruined King, though, already picked up by Lost. That's a big spike for the Ashe. And Tally is now working towards his Trinity Force, so just the first item, going for a little bit more tanky stats.
Makes sense. I mean, the triple strike that comes out of Renekton really does hurt if you don't have tabbies. And then Sunfire Cape just gives you a little bit more survivability. You're going to get it anyway. He just builds it out of order to make sure that he can still go with him during the early game. And during the mid game, going to have a reasonable spike still at 2 items. Obviously not optimal, but if you set that far behind, you have to respect your opponent and build tank.
So does Sin continue their 1-3-1? Do they just park AD carry and support mid lane, have Juice rotating around, and Flares and Ryoma split pushing?
I mean, I don't think they actually have any other game plan here. There's no real other way to be able to play this one.
That is very scary. When you're stuck behind a pillar and there's an Ashe on the other team.
Yep.
If an arrow flies out and suddenly Carbon's in your face, you're dead.
Exactly right. And all of a sudden, you can see that Carbon's collapsing on Ryoma one more time. Claire's there as well.
Who's collapsing on who? Oh, it seems like Ryoma's found his mark here as he gets jumped on. There's a body block. Big one from Juice. Will get locked down by the gravity field. Flares is trying to dash on in. Knocks Claire back. No more flash available for this man, and Sin get the pick they were looking for.
Huge ultimate out of Juice, as well as a body slam flash combo. You can see that this time Ryoma has to use everything FBI said.
Arrow. FBI going to get locked down. Flashes over the pillar. Might live for a little bit longer, but that's a flash from Cupcake. Tags Rogue with the thing. And Carbon will get locked down, but no turret aggro being picked up by Legacy's captain.
That's actually really poor play out of FBI.
Oh, Tally's going to try and look to go in here.
Well, they're just going to keep going because all of a sudden they've got the collapse and Tally nails a fish.
Yep. Flares will be knocked up, slow down slightly, but Juves is protecting him. Good body bop, gives him a shield and knocks them back. Legacy still working on outer turrets as Lost and Cupcake slowly take down this lane. Ryoma is waiting in the wings, no ultimate available for the Zed. Carbon is low. Cupcake and Lost, gotta be careful here.
So, FBI still burns both summoner spells, but he burns them after he got hit by the arrow and then still falls down. I feel like if you flash that arrow, you actually live. Then you have a good trade going for your team.
Cupcake just stands up to the Crocodile, says, I can fight you. Come at me.
Exactly right. You can see that the ultimate still strips away resistances, does everything that made Trundle support very annoying to begin with. Also makes him quite tanky.
Tally's caught up
in the late game.
Tally's only 10 CS behind us, Rannington.
Oh, Tally's completely fine. He's 80 gold down.
Oof. Carbon's 1,000 ahead in the jungle. Mid lane is about 600 in Claire's favor. And the 80 carries, it's 1,000 going towards Lost, so with 1,000 to Cupcake again. This guy's outclassing Rogue in terms of gold picked up. But Legacy is sitting very comfortable, 2,500 gold up.
Yeah, I don't know whether really your job as a support is to pick up more gold, though. I mean, he's definitely lifted in the last game, I would say, Cupcake, and he's had a pretty good early game here. But I would still say that Rogue has been pretty phenomenal so far. Big flanks coming out in the mid lane.
Cena looking for a fight mid lane. There's the curtain call trying to start this one. Cupcake slowed down. He's trying to sacrifice himself. Pops the ultimate on towards Flares. He's going to lose a lot of resistances. Cupcake's just so tanky. They lock him down with everything, and he's still not dead.
Lost.
There's Lost. We'll get locked down for a while, but the pillar's going to stop the ultimate of Malzahar. He's the one that's in trouble. Exhaust goes on towards Tally, but he's on top of FBI. The Jin is just watching as the Fizz collapses. And the flank coming out from Sin, that means nothing to Trundle.
Exactly right. Trundle was just so damn tanky in that backline and was able to withstand all the damage and Lost. Actually, how did he get out of it? It looked like it was QSS
It was
top.
the pillar coming out from Cupcake.
So Cupcake able to nail the pillar, which is why you probably should have focused the Trundle. FBI not having a good game on Jin at all.
He's not.
Probably should have been an Ashe priority again out of Sin. They took the Renekton instead. And whilst Flares had a good laning phase, since then Tally's taken over.
He has. They weren't able to keep the Fizz shut down like they have when they've got the champion. And Legacy, this team comp is a miracle one. Cupcake's fantastic on this champion.
Yeah, it certainly is. I mean, you can just see how confident he's playing. Able to step forward. As you said, that ultimate just does so much. You don't really want to throw all that much into a support. And let's have a look at it. You can see he turns around ult, and they're kind of hitting him with everything. Locket's there still. And this is where you probably should just ult Cupcake back into your team. But instead, as you said, doesn't happen. In the end, it's very, very late. Ryoma not able to get in anywhere because Carbon's just zoning him away. And Tally sticks with the play, able to pick up the easy kill onto FBI. And honestly, if you're going to hit Cupcake, you should burn him. If not, just ignore him completely.
So what does Sin do now? Because Legacy 5,000 gold up. It's not like last game where the 5,000 gold didn't matter. This time around, it's massively
I mean, this is desperation right now. You can see that they're sending two people into the bottom lane, which is a very risky play.
Both their split pushes into bottom lane as well.
Because Claire, all of a sudden, 203 CS, has picked himself up that Zhonya's Hourglass. Not really all that worried about either Flares or Ryoma, although if no one shows up, Ryoma still potentially kills him.
Carbon looking to try and catch out Ryoma, who's moving top side of the map to pick up this
Or
wave.
potentially a face-checking Rogue / Juves. And Juves, now they're behind you, mate. You're dead.
Everyone just piles in on the Gragas, and Carbon gets a kill. They're looking to try and tie this one to bring us to Game 5, Spawn.
Exactly right. This has been such a clean Legacy victory after what was a shaky laning phase up in the top lane. You can see that Carbon wants this Baron. They've already called the teleport in. Can you really stop it without Juves here?
I mean, they're just so far away. Even without Juves, how do you contest just 1 on 4? Kernakor gets thrown out, looking to try and go for it. Ryoma can't get in there. There is suppression from Rogue, but he's not close enough. And now your Malzahar is probably dead. Jumped on with the pillar and everything. That's a kill picked up by Legacy and Baron just 24 minutes into this one.
And this has been very one-sided. I mean, as one-sided as Game 1 was for Sin, now it looks like Legacy have finally turned up the heat. This is probably the team everyone expected to come into this, and they're going to push for the base. With Ryoma top lane, I actually don't know if you can stop this.
Legacy looking for the first inhibitor of the game. Carbon jumping in on top of Juice. He's going to take some damage.
Goodbye,
FBI, he's dead. That's a Fierce on top of you. This is why the champion's banned out. Flares going to try and dart backwards. He's going to use the ultimate to knock everyone out, but Tally is going to be able to pick up a double, looking for the triple kill. Ryoma trying to do everything he can as the assassin. Jumps to the Tally after picking up one, flashes away. Deathmark's going to pop. Ignite is not going to be enough because Lost heals up his allies, and only Rogue is left up for the side of Sid. Legacy are destroying them one by one, and this could potentially be game spawn.
It certainly will be. I mean, they're so long on their death timers, and they still have the Baron buff. FBI will be coming back available in 4 seconds, but he's against 4 members. Legacy looking to close this one out.
Let's see if they can do it. FBI's up. 8 seconds on Juves and 9 seconds on Flares. They're trying to take down that last Nexus turret, but they might decide to peel off here. Malzahar got a rogue kill on towards Fizz, and Sin do defend their turret.
Yeah, so they're going to have to back away from that one as Tally was taken down. Flare's now on the back line.
Oh, that's a flank. Lost going to take so much damage here. Rogue is pummeling him with the red buff. Claire will take down the Crocodile, but Sin still get a kill for themselves. Curtain Call, does he get Claire? Finds him! Cupcake now in trouble.
In big trouble. That's a red buff.
Captive audience is able to lock him down. He's silenced and he's slowed, and there's a big man with a barrel coming in. Carbon jumps in, gets a kill onto Rogue. Can he do anything more though, Spawn?
He can potentially pick up FBI. Carbon's a man possessed.
Jumps in, locks him down, gets clubbed by the man with the club. And Juves now has to run for his life. 2 members left to the side of Sin. Ryoma, nowhere to be seen. Does he come back in for this?
And Carbon is very confident right now. You can see, actually taunting a little bit.
Hello, that's a Z. You should stop taunting, my friend. Jumps over towards the Raptor pit, gets out of there alive.
I mean, he's absolutely fine. Carbon 8, 2, and 9 has the GA as well as a dead man's plate. Wasn't in any real danger there, Fish. And you can see Ryoma still working his way to level 16. It is 9,000 gold. And this isn't a control mage comp. There's no real way you can stall this one out. We're not talking about a Vlad flying into the back line. This game becomes very difficult for Sin to win.
It does, especially now Tally's 2 levels above Flares.
Yep. Somehow.
And 13k. Sorry, 3,000 gold.
13k?
Yeah, 13k. 30,000 gold above. He doesn't even have that much money.
Yeah, exactly. He's 2,500 gold up right now.
Rogue's in trouble.
Yeah, he's all right. He's got the really annoying build of the Rylai's Crystal Scepter at this stage of the game. You can see going towards what looks to be a haunting guys into Burning Phase. Oh, got Cupcake potentially.
Cupcake, did they kill him first? They bombed him. That's a kill already, and now Tally's the one that's being focused down. Arrow connects up to Juves. Dominus popped by Flares. He gets the ball, but FBI's deleted. He's gone for Summoner's Rift, and the rest of Sid are about to follow.
And this is why the priority on Victor still exists, because Claire just flashes forward and absolutely annihilates him.
Here comes Ryoma looking for some kills for himself. Will take down the mid laner. 3 members of Legacy left up. They're moving in towards the Nexus.
Yeah, and Claire doesn't care. It's not about getting the personal stats. It's about winning the game. And Legacy have done that. They're going to take down Sin and take us to game number 4.
The first Gauntlet in the OPL, and Legacy are going to tie this one back up. They've done it again, Spawn. Every single game in this Gauntlet goes straight to game 5.
Never change Oceanic League of Legends. 5 games each day for 3 days, and you can see that Carbon is all fired up.
He wants to be in that final. He wants it so bad.
Well, they said it. Anything that is not first place is a disappointment. And he just said he refuses to lose. That's exactly what he said as he walked past the room. So, from his attitude right now, certainly looks to be the case, Fish.
And Sin, they had such an early lead there in that match, and they dropped the ball.
Yeah, exactly right.
It's
I
gone.
mean, did they drop the ball or did like Carbon wrestle it away from him? What did he finish? 9-2-7 or something like that on Lee Sin? He was absolutely going berserk. I mean, fantastic game out of the captain of Legacy.
Yep, the captain was a man possessed in that match, and we're going to go into Game 5. Is he in the time on your screen over there? 14 minutes before we get into that final match of this gauntlet to decide who goes into the finals against the Direwolves. But for now, to break down that game, let's throw it back to the analyst desk.
Thank you, Fish. Thank you, Spawn. There we have a Legacy tying up the series 2-2. All right, Ejim. I mean, you've been in this scenario less than 24 hours ago. So, I mean, if you're Legacy right now, how are you feeling?
Bloody good.
Yeah?
Feeling very good. Yeah, I think actually there was a tweet I read in just before the game started by Choo Choo's, old Legacy player, obviously, and he really hit the nail on the head when he said the third game swing is actually just the biggest thing. When you're down 2-0 and then you win that third game in a best of 5 series, as Jake said, I don't know if they could hear on the broadcast, Tim is just screaming as he walks past. I refuse to lose, whatever. That is the moment where you're pumped up and it just carried through this game. And now I said momentum was a thing for Sin. They've really bloody dropped it now. It's all in Legacy's court.
Yeah, Jish, how you feeling about momentum now? Is it swinging back, or does this fickle momentum suggest that it maybe doesn't exist, the way you said at the start?
I think it's probably it's a nice little story to spin, to be like, oh, momentum's shifting and stuff. I honestly think Legacy are just cleaning up a little bit. I think Carbon's warmed up the old man fingers a little bit, and he's definitely coming out to play in this.
The arthritic joints are
he's coming out to play
online.
in Game 4. So I think it's definitely more to do, I think, with Legacy are really good at best of 5s. Obviously, had a lot of experience losing them in the past, so they know how to adapt. And
many of those best of 5s didn't go to 5 games though. So
I mean, I think I still give them the favorite, I guess, in best of series. And an adaptation in itself, it's definitely a strength of theirs.
So I just want to say, Sin have won 2 best of 5s quite recently right now. I did say it was going to go to Series 5. I'm pretty sure right now, Juves is exceptional when it comes to rallying the troops. So this guy, he knows how to bring everyone back around.
So if you didn't watch yesterday, apparently, according to Juves, what happened was he went into the bathroom between Game 4 and 5. So the series, they go ahead 2 games, then Chiefs tied up 2-2. Juves goes to the bathroom, and then while he's in the bathroom, he says, he looked in the mirror and he had an epiphany. He's like, I've been here before, and we won this, boys. And apparently then he just walks back into the team room and explains to the guys, guys, what are you... No, we've been here before. We actually win this. And everyone's like, what are you talking about? So I'm saying...
I mean, it worked.
Is he out of epiphanies? How many visits from angels can one man have? Surely at this point, exhaustion is coming in. But anyway, look, let's move on. Let's take a look at the draft, shall we? Because I know you're a big fan of the Trundle in support. Yeah. And you want to talk about that for a bit?
Yeah, I can talk about that for bloody days, to be honest. Now, Trundle... Very interesting. I think it's something Cupcake's just been playing a lot recently. Seen him running around in solo queue, pillaring people. And it's into the Malzahar and into the Jhin. Jhin, very immobile. I don't think he's very good right now. I'm not really sure why Sin were prioritizing it. Loses most pushes to Caitlyn, Ashe, Varus, blah, 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 right? But
and Caitlyn was still up as well.
Yeah. And Sin have seemed to favor the Caitlyn in the past. Yeah. So that was confusing for me, I guess. Not sure where that came from. But the Trundle worked incredibly well because Sin also picked the full AD lineup. So Trundle, tank support, can build Frozen Heart, tons of armor. And he's just really good at denying, the Malzahar ulti, and he's just, like when Malzahar sets up, he ultis your AD carry, you just pillar him out of it. You saw it in the mid-fight during the game. But the big thing is, Jish kind of mentioned upstairs, he's kind of just like a weird Thresh, in that, you pick the Trundle, but he will just naturally lose to the Malzahar, because you can't just run at a Malzahar. These Voidlings they'll just mess you up, right? They'll ruin your day. But they just gang for it early. You just pillar behind them, blow the flash, they just die. Legacy did that really well. They burn the summoners, and then so the Trundle lane gets priority, and then they flip that when Tally got solo killed at level 1 in the top lane, right? Yep. Awful, that is horrendous for him, especially into a player like Flares, and also in that matchup like Fizz Renekton. It's pretty snowbally, right? So they snowball their bot advantage with the Trundle. They gank it early, take it top side, take the turret, and that was a really good play by them.
Yeah, the early lane swap was a really good choice to come through, because they said, you know what, we need to stop the bleeding in that top lane immediately. Flares, we do not want a repeat of him just absolutely popping off and taking the game and then basically winning it for Sin. So for them to make that move was intelligent. I also like the Trundle pick because what it also brings is the fact that you've got a double front line in that Sin lineup. So that means that he's got 2 targets to put his ultimate on, basically make himself unkillable in the middle of any team fight.
Yep. All right, well, let's move again from the draft into the game. And Mendrix, there's a game-changing moment you want to talk about, which kind of was a Legacy turning things around and for the first time taking control of the game.
That's right. So this is really the big moment when they actually have it. And for some reason, Sin are throwing everything onto Cupcake. He immediately uses his ultimate straight onto Flares. That means he's just drawing all of his armor, drawing all of his HP to stay alive there. That pillar there is also an exceptional pillar as well, really just allowing them to get that target priority straight onto Rogue. And really at that point, Sin have nothing left to re-engage with. They either have to scramble away and Legacy pounce, and from that point, they have control of the game.
Okay, so, I mean, look, this series is now tied up 2-2, right? We've seen both teams play well. We've seen both teams make a lot of mistakes. So going into Game 5 then, Jesh, what is the big thing for each team that you want to see them clean up?
I mean, I think I just touched on it earlier. I think Carbon really stepped up this game. He, as Bryce mentioned, he came down bot for a really good early gank on bot lane, and they turned that into going top side. He then bailed Tally out of a 1v1 against Ryoma. And then he had some good, decent kicks, like engaging, saving people. So I think Carbon really needs to keep firing on all cylinders to go into Game 5. And I guess for Sin, it's trying to find that form and that confidence had in the early games. When they were picking those really sort of aggressive early game, ganking junglers, I think the Elise was really good for them. I think maybe trying to go back to that and snowballing their solo laners and play it from that.
Do you agree,
Yeah,
Bryce? Do you want to see some more Elise?
Yeah, Juice has been playing a lot of Elise lately. I'd like to see him back on that. And I think, their first 2 games, they were just playing hyper-aggressive early. Juice was looking for ganks, even like if it was pretty risky or whatever, but like that's the style they were going for, and that was what was working for them. So I want to see them go back to that, yeah.
And finally, Mendrix, is there anything in particular that you want to see Sin improve going to Game 5, given that you did say they would win this 3-2, so yours is the only prediction on this that could possibly still come through?
I would like to see them actually ban away Lee Sin, or even take it, because the big thing is Carver's now played quite a few games on it. I guess you could say, maybe the old hands have warmed up and they've actually acclimatized perfectly.
How old is Carver? He's like 25, right? He's not like
ancient, basically.
He's ancient in game of turns. But the big thing about it is he's actually acclimatized to that champion. He's basically popping on all four cylinders now. I'd like them to say, you know what, let's just get him onto something he's not comfortable with anymore.
All right, well, speaking of Father Time himself, let's take a look at Carbon's old hands, because in that most recent game, like you said, Jesh, the first game he really popped off and doing, a fifth of his team's damage. But that kill participation, 80%, is very high.
Yeah, the kill participation's what is really standing out. Obviously, he was just all around the map, covering for any weaknesses or stopping where stemming the blood flow. Sorry. I think the interesting thing about that, the damage dealt, is that he just built 5 armor items in a row because he was versing full AD comp, and he's still doing that much damage. He's doing something right if 20% of your damage is not full AD Lee Sin.
Yeah, Carbon is actually a firm believer in when you're ahead, just continue building defensively, because at that point you go, especially with Lee Sin, you're still going to get some natural AD as time goes on with your levels, and he seems to go, you can make those miracle plays, you can start to really pop off when you're building full defensive, and he just was in his element at that point in time. And I mean, at 20 minutes, he had almost close to a 90% kill participation. For him to keep that up throughout the game was impressive.
Yeah, me and Ejim were noticing that there was actually this team fight where Ryoma was 1v1ing Carbon, and he just refused to ult. There was no way he was using his ult on a 3 armor item Lee Sin. That was doing no damage, so he was just got zoned out of the fight and did nothing.
Yeah.
So then in terms of the picks and bans going into Game 5 then, if Sin do ban out Lee Sin, do they leave Ivan open and then just Carbon gets his tree?
Nah.
So then you've got it.
Definitely not. I think they still ban the Ivan. They'll be banning it whole series.
Yeah.
I'm interested. Who has side selection in this game?
Well, it's being decided now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, it'd be interesting to see what the sides are, because that's played a pretty big part, I think.
I think they can afford to drop their Ori ban and give that back to put that back to Lee Sin.
Yeah. First banning Ori.
It's just been told Legacy has chosen blue side this round in Game 5.
Okay.
So that means Sin will be back on red like they were in that game.
Yeah.
So does that affect your calculations?
I don't know. I agree with Jish, though. Orianna first ban. Well, I mean, you're talking about the Ivan ban. I think they stick to the Ivan ban.
Yeah.
Braum ban the entire series. I think the Ori is unnecessary.
Yeah, I think if you're giving, they saved the counter pick for Ryoma that game, and he had a really good early game. He's basically solo killed with a slight help of Juves at level 6 sort of thing. So I think if they're getting him a good matchup, you can leave open the Orianna. There are answers to it.
Okay.
So I guess it's just on to Ryoma to figure out what he wants.
Mendrix, do you have any thoughts on the draft going into Game 5? Because, this is for all the marbles.
Well,
by which I mean it's the chance to play Direwolves.
I do like the idea of that, continue to put some priority onto Ryoma. If you can, also Flares, because clearly he did pop off last game as well in that early moments. And if he's able to do that without being completely run over again by the rest of the Legacy side, it could actually paint something very different. Because, it's Game 5 now. We've seen Flares do it twice already. So I think there really needs to be this point in time where they go, let's see if we can pull out another miracle.
Well, and then for Legacy, right, we've just seen them pull out this Trundle support into Malzahar, so that's kind of like a thing we hadn't seen them play in this, or earlier in the split, right? But for Sin, I mean, they've shown everything right now, right?
Unless they've
got some.
Yeah, 3 best of 5s.
They're up to game 14 right now, so it's not like they've got like some secret, Talon top or something, you know what I mean? Like they're not, they've got no secrets left.
I feel like if you're climbing like that far up the gauntlet, like you don't really have any options in terms of hiding strategies, right? But you mentioned like the Legacy and the Trundle.
Yeah.
Legacy are actually kind of, it just kind of triggered in my mind when you said that though. I really respect their ability to like come up with these niche things. Like, and I guess it's probably just on Cupcake because this is now the Trundle into like the Malzahar Jhin. That's something you're not seeing being played around the world, but Legacy obviously practice with it and they have a lot of trust in Cupcake and he's done well on it. And also like earlier in the split with the brand, when Ivan was running around before it was banned every single game.
Yeah.
When other teams were picking Ivan, they just somehow out of the blue decided that brand was like the answer to Ivan because as soon as he throws the root caller and he does that like, woo! Whatever.
But also, like, fire burns down trees, obviously.
Yeah.
Clearly, the logic behind it.
No, but it's like, Ivan lands like a Q, and then everyone takes the Q onto the target and just like stacks up, and then Brain just gets like a monster combo.
It's just the O's way, right? Like, clearly the way you take down a forest is with a bush fight. That is clearly
absolutely.
but then you say in terms of niche picks, especially with Cupcake, that Braum ban, right? So they can't do that Braum Lucian combo in the bot lane.
Yeah, he's really annoying. He's just an annoying player. Look, he's on my screen. Like, I'm just angry because he doesn't have to buy pinks and then he does more damage than me and he has more gold because he doesn't spend it on pinks and he gets to play Trundle, Braum and bloody Brand. I played 5 games of Lulu.
Did you have this kind of flexibility when you played for Legacy? Or were you just playing...
I think I did, actually.
Oh, did you?
I got to play Ali and Thresh.
You played Ali and Thresh every game.
All right, so let's get some final thoughts for the team that you've picked going in to win this 5th game. Let's do final predictions, and I also want to know what you are looking forward to seeing from this team going into Game 5. So, Bryce, let me start with you.
I want Legacy to win.
Okay.
This whole time, when Sin were 2-0 up, I was just like, how are we in this position? How has Sin made this miracle run up the gauntlet into like the 2-0 Legacy? But I think the momentum has swung. I think Legacy, that game was a lot cleaner than the game before.
Yeah.
I think they've obviously recognized where they were going wrong and they're fixing up a bunch of that stuff. They're just, I guess, to use Jish's terminology, whenever we went overseas and faced all these different teams, it was just like you had a short period to just band-aid all your problems. And that's what they're doing. They're just, in this series, as time progresses, they're just band-aiding all their problems. And I think they're slowly just... Yeah, they've got the momentum back and they're fixing it, and I think they're going to come out on top.
Yeah, I guess credit to Soul Strikes for patching up their leaking ship on the way to shore sort of thing. I think that they are sort of working out what wasn't working, I guess, in the first 2 games, and they've just started tidying up the game a little bit. And Sin, I guess, as we just said, like they're all out of options at this point. Their 15th game. If they have a pocket pick now, I'll be so impressed, and they just deserve to win based on that.
Mendrix, final thoughts.
I like Sim to just reset, do what they do typically in terms of them going to those Game 5s, and I think they do have the ability to take it back. That dark horse factor is always there.
All right, well, there we have it. This is for all of the marbles. The winner of this will go on to play Direwolves next week, 5 p.m. Sunday here at the OPL. But there is still one last hurdle for both Sin and Legacy. So we'll leave you with our casters. Before that, let's check out some highlights from Game 4.
Thanks so much, Dash. She's almost dead. Flares gets first blood in the top lane. Take that, you Fizz monster.
Juves is in the back. FBI.
They're jumping FBI's kicked back. Rogue flashes over. Only locks down Lost, but he's not taking up the turret. And they split the team. Lost gonna go down to Rogue, but Carver's in the back lines again. Will he fall to the turret? Yes, he will. Good ultimate from Rogue. He's been the first to fall. Ultimate comes out from Juice, gives him a big shield, but he's taking up nothing in this lane. It's all flares to the rest of the team. Kernical comes out. Lost takes one. Cupcake stands in front of the rest. Does the 4th shot. Bandit doesn't. Cupcake will live. Tally's now the one that falls. Ryama gets that kill. Legacy got to run. So pops the ultimate on towards Flares. He's going to lose a lot of resistances. Cupcake's just so tanky. They lock him down with everything, and he's still not dead. There's Lost. We'll get locked down for a while, but the Pillar's going to stop the ultimate of Malzahar. He's the one that's in trouble. Exhaust goes on towards Tally, but he's on top of FBI. The Jhin is just watching as the Fizz collapses. It's banned out. Flares gonna try and dart backwards. He's gonna use the ultimate to knock everyone out, but Tally is gonna be able to pick up a double, looking for the triple kill. Ryama trying to do everything he can as the assassin, jumps on the Tally after picking up one, flashes away, Death Mark's gonna pop. Ignite is not going to be enough because Lost heals up his allies, and only Rogue is left up for the side of Sid. Legacy are destroying them one by one, and this could potentially be game smart. Cupcake now in trouble.
In big trouble. That's a red buff.
Captive audience is able to lock him down. He's silenced and he's slowed, and there's a big man with a barrel coming in. Carbon jumps in, gets a kill onto Rogue. Can he do anything more though? Arrow connects up the Juves. Dominus popped by Flares. He gets the ball, but FBI is deleted. He's gone for Summoner's Rift, and the rest of Sin are about to follow.
They're going to take down Sin and take us to game number 4.
The first Gauntlet in the OPL, and Legacy are going to tie this one back up. They've done it again, Spawn. Every single game in this Gauntlet goes straight to game 5. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Matthew Fish. Joining me is Jake Spawn Tiberian. Please raise your koalas because we're going to game 5 again. All the games in the Gauntlet.
Koala is dead.
Have gone to game 5. He's all right. He's sitting there in his little tree. He's good. Just like Legacy. Game 5
You're a
is Spawn.
monster. Who let me gasp with this Singaporean? Just chucking my national animal everywhere. But yeah, every game this weekend, Sin has been involved in every single one of them. All of them have gone to 5. And you know what, Fish? They've won every game 5 so far. So why would they change things now?
They have, and I mean, they've been hit before, twice to be precise here. Sin have been able to fight their way through 2 best of 5s, one against Avant-Garde, another one against the Chiefs.
Yep.
And now Legacy, they were looking to try and clean this one up 3-0.
Yeah, exactly right. And Legacy, I mean, they've been in this position before. When they'll Avant-Garde Ascension, that man on your screen captained a squad to reverse sweep the Chiefs. Don't know if it was a reverse sweep, but they managed to clean up the Chiefs. I think they won game 2, actually, so I'm going to just stop that one. But they did manage to come back in a game 5 series. And that guy on your screen made a call to just focus the turrets. Don't kill the Nexus in game number 3, which could come back and bite his team in the bum.
I mean, you go and look at that play again. If they locked down Carbon, which they did, Rogue had a snare onto Carbon in that game.
They kill him. Potentially they end the game right there. But you can't dwell in the past. You have to move forward into game 5.
They have to. And you know what? We got Dodo, Sin again here, Spawn. And this is what I was talking about. When you go to game 5, Sin, they've got the theme song on their side. Except it says no Fido. I don't think Sin are all about that Fido. And for now, Legacy, they've picked up Rumble in the top lane because Fizz has been banned out by Sin.
So now Tally gets a chance to play the Rumble.
Ooh. Do they give last pick to Ryoma now and just show hands top lane? No, they don't. They pick up Victor.
So they're actually going to give Claire the opportunity to play the Orianna into a control mage matchup.
And those are some huge comfort picks coming out as well. I mean, FBI back on this Ashe. Ryoma going to the Victor mid lane.
And Ryoma looks mad. I mean, he looks like he's about to step onto Summoner's Rift and hurt some kids.
Ooh, Orianna being picked up by here, Legacy. That's the kryptonite so far for Sin. Difficult for them to deal with.
But still, they're going to have to take Cleanse on it. They're going to have to probably play Varus as their AD carry because otherwise they don't have initiation. And you have to take it here because otherwise you know it's being taken away. Ooh. And it's not going to be.
Trundle gets locked in for Legacy. They said, you guys couldn't deal with this last game. What is this with Lucio and unconventional bottom lane supports?
But it could be a little bit of a split push war in the top lane. Kennen struggles early against Rumble.
This is spicy. Kennen's been locked in.
Yeah, he certainly has. So they're going to take a legitimate 1-4 comp. Some big pick potential, but tankless lineups across the board, apart from potentially Cupcake.
Varus being banned out here by Sin.
I just hope that Rogue plays Valkos.
Oh, that'd be great. Game 5, trying to send them into the finals against Direwolves, picks up Vel'Koz when everything's on the line. Whew. Couldn't have scripted it better, Spawn.
I mean, I didn't script it at all. But you see that, as I said, if you don't take your AD carry right there, they ban everything away. So potentially a Lucian game going to have to come out from Lost.
Let's see if he can pull that one off. He's got a Trundle as his support. Could do similar things to what Braum does. Karma's been banned out as well, so Rogue's getting pinched a little, like you mentioned. And Elise is the final ban that comes out from Legacy.
I mean, Lulu's still available if he wants to go towards it.
Yep. Do you take...
Nami is still up.
Does Juves take Lee Sin here and deny Carbon his 5th game of Lee?
Yeah, potentially. I mean, that is on the board. I don't think he wants to, though.
Seems like he wants to go back towards Kha'Zix, which has been crucial in their success.
Makes a lot of sense. Has really good chase potential. You can see Rogue is actually there. Looked like he was dozing off, then the eyes snap back straight to being wide awake.
Final pick is for Rogue. I love this from Sin.
They do it every now and again.
So Lost does go back towards a Lucian game. Lucian Trundle seems like a pretty alright lane to be in. When you're up against an Ashe, that pillar just cuts you off from the world.
And 5 games in a row, the captain of Legacy, Carbon, picks up the Lee Sin. He flashed it for a second, but it's going to be Nami.
Nami's picked up in the bottom lane here for Rogue to pair up with FBI's Ash. How does this do against Trundle Lucian, though? Because that is an aggressive bottom lane.
What is Trundle Lucian or Nami Ash? Both. I have no bloody idea how it does, man. I haven't seen Trundle in competitive play for a year.
Ooh, it's going to be a spicy game here. Game number 5, everything's on the line. Already things have been shaken up.
But this time, a lot more mixed damage coming out. You're going to have a Blade of the Ruined King to help cut through Trundle. One of the things about Jin is he doesn't deal with tanks until the very late game well at all.
Yeah.
So I think that they have a better comp to deal with the Trundle. And also, no hard engage to start up a team fight apart from an errant Shockwave that if it gets to the backline, Carbon has to take it there.
They've also got Ryoma on a control mage. As much as he looks like he excels on these Assassins, he's had very poor games on Assassins every single time they've played one during the Gauntlet. Yes, he might pop off like he did on Zed last game or get ahead on Talon. They have not won a game with his Assassin yet.
Exactly right. And, you know, control mages are in the meta for a reason. They just add so much wave clear, so much utility. And then you saw Claire flash forward in that last fight, and where was FBI was then just, gone. So that's why you play them, because late game, you may as well be an assassin, because you can absolutely destroy an AD carry. So, agree with the Victor priority here, although leaving up Orianna, I mean, the desk said they could afford to do it, Fish. Can they actually afford to do it? Because they have not looked good against Orianna this whole Gauntlet.
They have not. I mean, even Triple was popping off on the champion, destroying FBI when Sin were about to get a 22-minute victory.
Yep.
It shows that they struggle against this champion.
They just lose track of the ball. I think that when you're so one-track minded of going forward, that Orianna ball looks like a pebble, and when you step on it, it blows up.
Fair credit to Juice, as well as the rest of the Sin team, though. They've been reacting very well to Shockwaves lately, and they have been able to trump the Claire Orianna a couple of times this time around. But we've done it once, we've done it twice, and we're going to try and do it again here, Spawn. We're going to game number 5, Legacy taking on Sin. The winner of this final match on Summoner's Rift will be taking on the Direwolves next week in the grand finals of the OPL. But for a date with them, you have to win this final match, and already Legacy are grouping up in the bottom lane, trying to show, is there a pillar? Yes, there is. That's an early flash from FBI.
Exactly right. You do not want to die at this stage of the game, but now the level 2 all-in becomes all that more important, Fish, because you have an Ashe without flash. And wow, what a great early start for Legacy. Remember, this is for a spot at MSI. This is for a spot to try and take on the Direwolves, the top team after the regular season. And if someone said top 3 than everyone else, definitely been proven wrong. Because right now, Sin are taking everyone to 5 games.
They certainly are. Even if Legacy are able to pick up a 5th game victory here, Sin, can hold their heads high. They made it all the way, the 3rd place in the OPL. Massive improvement for them. And this is what we were talking about them in their game against Avant-Garde. We said this is a massive improvement even if they lose and become 5th place in the OPL. 3rd place is a massive win for them, but they're not going to be happy if they don't get into the finals at least.
I mean, I think that since we've seen Sin really grow this weekend, anything that isn't winning this game, they were up 2-0 versus the Chiefs. They let it slip, then they pulled it back. They were up 2-0 versus Legacy with an open Nexus. They let it slip. Now they have to pull it back because otherwise, I mean, there's no other way to put it. They definitely will think of what could have been next Sunday. And already Carbon, level 2 cheese gank into the bottom lane.
Yeah, get the heck out of there, FBI. You're about to get ganked, and you've got no flash. Pillar is a hell of CC. Flash early from Carbon. FBI gets tagged up and exhausted. They're trying to use the heal, trying to get it back, but no, Cupcake gets first blood.
Really nice play. I mean, Carbon potentially loses a little bit of tempo on this. He went only 1 buff straight bottom lane. You can see Juves has gone from red to Gromp.
That's a weird jungle buff. He can't capitalize on anything now.
Yeah, exactly right. He can't
Carbon's a camp behind.
Yeah, can't dip. Oh, and now Rogue being caught out as well.
Getting a lot of damage there. It seems like it's just trying to hold up the wave for Ashe, and FBI gets nothing from his shop as well. This is against a Trundle Lucian. He is not going to do well at all in this game. So they've got to try and pull him back somehow.
Exactly right, and you can see that they're moving into the lane. I mean, if you were Rogue, if you're FBI, you just wanted that lane to push up. You wanted to be able to freeze it right here where it is now and just safely farm, but it was not to be. Lost is going to have a huge shop here.
So FBI and Rogue will try to hold up this wave as long as they possibly can.
One thing I do want to point out of Flares, he's had some really good game 5s, has gone for the greediest pickup I think I've ever seen. Starts with a Cull.
Whoa! Hello.
Top lane.
I like picking up Cull and AD cannon, even AP cannon, because you normally start with Doran's Blade. It just kind of makes sense that you get your what's it called, gold back after a while, but he's comfortable, it seems, against the Rumble.
I mean, that's a really risky pickup. So Cull, of course, is good on AD cannon because you build a lot of attack speed, and it gives you life back on hit. So it's not life steal, and it still has a little bit of AD. Of course, then it cashes in, becomes worthwhile of a gold investment, like big time when you get to that 100 stacks. Gives you an extra 1 gold every time you get there, and it gives you the big cash in at the end. But really, right now in the game, if he dies and needs a little bit of extra HP, you can probably blame his first item pickup.
Yep. 80 hit points is what separates the Cull and the Doran's Blade. So if he dies and could have lived with 100 health, it's going to be a disaster, but he seems to be sitting fine and comfortable on the top side of the map. Kennen is a very safe laner. He can play a little bit more aggressively, and he's already trying to against the Rumble. So it's only a 200 gold lead at the moment for Legacy. The big news, or good news story for FBI is that Lost went back to base and just got a longsword.
And the awesome news right now, as FBI might be dead again.
No, you back out. You don't even try to go there. Does Cupcake flash forward? He should. There you go. There's the pillar. FBI has flash up soon. Can he hold out long enough? Everyone's coming in. FBI are incredibly low. There is a teleport in the back line. Sin still looking for a fight. Carbon is low. Tally's trying to stipe up Flares. That's a level above for the cannon. Victor's ghosting in. Flares has gone in. Tally's going to get taken down, and they're piling on into the rest of the Legacy members. Oriana making her way into the bottom lane. Sin do trade back 1 for 1.
1 for 1, and it's going to be Ryoma that picks up the kill. Lost gets it on his side. Potentially can stop a couple of backs here, Cupcake, if he wants to. But Flares leaves the lane in a really good spot as well. Bernie's flash to get on top and goes back and gets... Oh, that's a huge shot. Whew. Already has a recurve bow.
Rogue doing the right thing as well. Holds off the minion wave. FBI's going to lose 1 minion here.
Yep.
That's pushing back in. He's 15 CS behind.
Oh, and he stopped the shot coming out of Lost as well. So he's going to get another one into the turret unless Lost just doesn't recall at all.
So FBI here will be able to catch back up.
This is the perfect scenario for FBI. He actually gets a free shop in. If they can make this hit the turret, he can go back straight away and legitimately pick up whatever he needs to. Probably will get... he missed a couple of creeps. I was going to say probably will get close to a Vamp Scepter.
So he's about 500 gold behind Lost, and I'm not counting the minions he just picked up just because Lost will be able to pick up some with this one.
Lane swap coming in again, Fish.
So FBI will have a fine time laning down here, but now Flair's got to be careful. He's not level 6. Cupcake has shown. No flash available for the Kenemies. He's got to play a little bit safe. Carbon's coming up as well. You've got to back out. Flares is level 6, but he's about to get dove. Level 4 leads in.
Slicing Maelstrom, however.
Let's see if he goes for it. There's the ultimate. Gets exhausted. That's poor play from Flares.
So the exhaust is absolutely massive. Tally picks up turret aggro. Now all of a sudden they're racing in for that first brick. Do need to be careful. It's going to be a Juves as well as a Nami there to defend, but I really don't think he can defend 2v4 guys.
I'm just really confused. Don't you just back off as soon as you see that Cupcake and Lost are running at you?
Yeah, and give up 1 wave, and then you can defend 3v5, and all of a sudden your AD carry that was set so far behind has an opportunity to farm, maybe even pick up a turret. Instead, they give up first brick again.
Yeah, and Rumble's trying to get down to the bottom lane. He might be able to stop this from being pushed down.
100%. FBI can't kill a creep wave, cannon wave in the time it takes Rumble to get there. So that turret's going to be safe. Flares falls down after a greedy stay.
Big misplay, and he was level 6 as well. If you stay there 3 on 5, Tally's still level 5. You fight that one with the Slicing Maelstrom.
Yep.
Tally's got nowhere to go though. He's just booked at bottom lane, now going top. So if Rumble falls behind here, that might be an avenue of attack for Sin.
Certainly could be, but really he's got an assist. He's 0-1-1, but he's gone defensive as you should in this lane matchup. So I think he's going to be absolutely fine, and that's a big reverse coming off the ledge.
Ryoma looking for the kill, flashes the shockwave. Claire almost dies there. He's forced to flash himself, still holding on to heal. What a big clutch play.
Ryoma stepping up and wants to pop off. You can see that right now, Blue Buff going to respawn. The call is, do we take it? Because there's going to be a lot of pressure coming into the bottom lane. Jubes is camping a brush right now.
He's going to be able to pick up the CS that's just left there. FBI's like, please don't touch my wave. Those are still fine. It's pushing on the top side of the map. Lee Sin shows himself here. That's bottom lane priority completely gone. Flair's teleport's coming up soon, so is Tally's, but as much as Equalizer is a big ultimate to have, Slicing Maelstrom teleports are devastating.
Yeah, but you're not really looking for the engage with Slicing Maelstrom on AD Cannon. It's more used for if people rush onto you, then you can use it for self-peel. So I think that Equalizer at this stage of the game packs a little bit more punch.
So, second stock of CS, Ryoma, even though he's a kill up, is 10 CS behind Claire at the moment. Bottom lane has
picked that up at turret.
Bottom lane has equalized as well. But Loss is still sitting on that Berserker Greaves, and he's a great Lucian player. Synergizes really well with Cupcake, and very similar champion to Braum-ish. Has a lot of slows, ways to lock people down.
Yep.
More importantly, something that's overlooked a lot is Trundle's Q does steal the damage from his opposition, allowing good trade solution.
Yep. Takes away AD. That's why he's so potent in top lane matchups.
And speaking of top lane, Cannon's just going to continue pushing in. It's hard for Rumble to farm underneath his turret. The Harpoon charges have helped him a lot, which was the recent buff to him. But you can see just under 30 CS is currently the lead that Flares has. He's about a level up as well.
And he's about to cash in Cull as well. 28 CS off, so going to be there in absolutely no time. Next 3 minutes we'll be able to pick that one up, which is going to be a huge power spike for him because he'll be able to go back. He's going to be able to pick up his boar. And really, even though it's 2,000 gold right now, an arrow play into a teleport is still going to be able to get you a couple of kills as well as that bottom lane turret.
But look at the wards from Legacy throughout the bottom lane and river. There's nothing that's pushed past the jungle of Sin. They're blind at the moment. They have Kha'Zix top side of the map.
Oh, Flares took a lot of damage there. Took a turret shot.
If Flares isn't careful, Tally will drop Equalizer on this wave and try and fight him.
Yeah, exactly right. You can see that Tally's actually looking out for Juve. So all the pressure that's on the bottom side of the map, Tally's kind of feeling on the top side of the map in this game 5. Knows that Juve likes to get up here and help out his top laner, and they've just backed so far away.
They're not even going to try and attempt to defend this one, and for no reason, because no one from the side of Legacy are down here. FBI kind of spots this out, returns, so making the safe play.
I mean, he just didn't have Juves anywhere near his side of the map, and they hadn't seen Carbon in so long, whilst controlling top side, that they knew something must be amiss. Carbon now looking for a blue buff steal, or a cheeky kill.
Well, gets popped down there. Good use of the blast cone, gets him back to safety. FBI still struggling in this lane. 2,000 gold, Legacy's lead, which is quite a big lead to have 11 minutes in.
Especially given 1,200 of it is on the 80 carry.
But again, 1,000's on Cupcake. Here's the gold goblin. Cupcake stealing it from the rest of his team. But to be fair, having it on Trundle
isn't bad.
Yeah, it gives you a very tanky front line.
I was about to say, especially given the fact that he's going to be the only real tank for a portion of this game.
Juves is waiting in the wings, and he kind of has to because FBI is just sitting duck in this lane. Equal in levels, about 7 CS behind, so that's too bad. Tally's taking a bit of a beating top side of the map. One more wave, and Cole's cashed in.
Yeah, exactly right. So you have to think that Flares, who's already up 600 gold, is going to probably get back close to 1,000. Also, the fact that he's maybe going to be able to take the turret here. If there isn't a teleport play to be made on the bottom side of the map.
So we've seen a couple of Legacy games go late against Sin. Who wins this late game?
I mean, I have absolutely no idea because it really depends how far ahead the Cannon is. He's 30 CS up at the moment, but no one can really rival split push Cannon. And you can see Tally has just sacked that side of the wave. He's actually going to lose his top lane turret. Flares can recall right now. Look how much gold he has, 2,700.
He's got to go back to base though. If not, this play coming out from Legacy is going to brute force bottom lane, and Cannon cannot respond.
Juves was already back, so there's no way that they can respond anyway. So that's not even on the Cannon.
They trade a turret for a turret and keep their gold lead, which is a good play.
They're getting, so this is about trading sides of the map. You're getting Flares ahead. On the other side of the map, you're getting Lost ahead. Lost is a 500 range 80 carry at the best of times. That is going to be playing into Victor, who builds Lichbane and can actually just one-shot you off the map. Whereas Flares, probably never going to be fighting anyone. He's just going to be looking to split push the side lanes and continue to exert really obnoxious pressure by picking up, like, if they go towards Rift Herald right now, like, it even gets worse.
Carbon's looking to try and take down an elemental Dragonfly himself, but look at Juves. He's just like top side of the map's where I'm meant to be.
This is my home now.
I am the top laner too. back to no jungle meta. His Chaos Storm was used mid lane by Aroma. He ghosts as well.
Yeah. So
Shockwave was used by
player, yep.
So a cheeky Mountain Dragon pick by Carbon gives his team an objective.
Also really big, given the fact that Baron will become contentious at some point in this game, I'm sure. It's been a huge vocal point this series. And they've got the Blade of the Ruined King user on Lucian already.
Yep, Ash has picked up her, so she's Berserker Greaves behind Lost. So that's only going to come into play if she needs to kite. If Ash can't kite effectively, that Berserker Greaves would have costed her a lot. Arrow's available, and Claire does not have Cleanse this game. So mid lane's got to be careful. You can see FBI just sitting pretty mid lane.
But they really are just trying to hold.
There it is.
They actually fire it.
They nail Claire as well into the gravity field. That's a dead mid lane. A tidal wave thrown out for good measure.
That's actually a super risky play because even though they pick it up onto Claire, he had Flash still available. And if they miss that, they cannot threaten against... Ooh, here we go.
Tally being dove. Flares wants him. Good equalizer. Flares will pick up the kill. Does he get out alive? He does for now. And now Legacy actually have to collapse on towards the hamster. Can he execute? It's been about 5 seconds. You need 7. Or is he just going to book it? Get out of there, Clares. He gets out alive.
So
what a
he's
hamster.
able to bait them in. He was just waiting for the creep wave. He has a slight chuckle to himself, but one more time. This is why they brought him over from North America, Fish. I feel like I say it every game 5, but Flares is stepping up for Sin.
Get out of my lane, he shouts as he takes down Tally, avoids the Cupcake, avoids Carbon. Look at the Goldie now, 700 only in Legacy's favor.
And you have to think that that's just swapped on the side of the map. Sure, lost 2 kills, is up 11 CS, but Flares cashes in a cull, has now picked up him solo kill underneath the turret. And he's moving his way towards a Phantom Dancer as well.
As much as lost, 500 range, 80 carry.
Actually, it might be a Hurricane.
Potentially. Who knows?
I have an obsession with Phantom Dancer at the moment, so I just say it all the time. But probably going to be Hurricane.
So you were mentioning, lost on Lucian, 500 range, 80 carry, who dashes in and he's up against everything that likes to shut him down in that range.
And the other thing about Flares is he's picked up solo turret golden experience on top lane. Now he's going to go into bottom lane, and it's like 200 health away from death. So he's probably going to knock that one down as well, which means that he's just going to keep getting further and further ahead of Tally in terms of all this gold, all this experience. And now you can see Legacy, they have an idea. They're going to try and shut him down.
He's got too many wards, so great wards placed down by Sin are able to spot out this roaming gang squad. And look at FBI, he's like, all right, I like top lane CS. This is what it feels like to be Flares. I'm okay with this. Sin, though, going to get jumped on. Good jump away coming out from Jubes, but he does lose Blue Buff. Taken away by the rest of Legacy.
Yeah, really, the person that gets hurt the most from that is going to be Ryoma.
Damn it.
Yes, 10 CS up, as well as having a perfect Hector going towards what looks to be Luden's Echo. Also grabs a cheeky Dark Seal, which I really respect. If there's a game where you're going to get like 4 kills in a team fight, maybe 3 and a couple of assists, and then really explode the mid game, it's probably going to be this one. Ryoma wants to be very well prepared for when that happens, Fish.
FBI is pushing this wave top side of the map. Will be collected by Lost, nice and easy. And one of the points I was trying to make is you see Lost is building towards Black Cleaver already. Can't talk about it because Ryoma's getting jumped on mid lane. Claire going to take a lot of damage. Flash from Carbon misses. Now he's the target. They're trying to collapse on towards the jungler. Juves jumps in. He gets kicked back but gets the kill immediately. And they counter the gank mid lane.
Really nicely played. You can see the Ash Arrow was also flying across, trying to pick up Claire.
Almost hit Tally on its way as well.
Yeah, instead it's just going to be Flares. Still like a dog with a bone, sitting in the bottom lanes. Keep split pushing, baby.
Love me some turrets, says Flares as he continues to harass Tally. He's got a Zonya's first item. Didn't even pick up Ninja Tabby. You kind of need those against a cannon. This turret's going to fall nice and easy. The rest of Legacy will try to collapse, though.
Yeah, exactly right. So you see Flares. He's actually not in any rush. He says that turret's going to be there the whole game.
Patient man,
You
Flares.
cannot deny it from me. You have to defend mid lane. Top lane's slowly pushing in your favor. I know that you can't stick around here forever. So very well played by the veteran top laner.
You look a little bit frustrated right now, Legacy. They're ahead. They've got a lead. They could win fights, but it's just Sin getting the jump, and oof, this is dangerous.
certainly is,
Tally's
because
gotta be
you
careful.
know that people are going to come down here.
Oriana is coming. Claire's going in. He wants to get it nice and early. Gets the stun flash in from Juice. Good Zhonya's. Claire looking for an ultimate. Will Tally get out alive? He does. Shockwave comes out into the equalizer. Juice is low. Tries to stand and deliver. But even Karma's down here and nails Flares. Will get a shield as well. Big play from Legacy.
And a double kill picked up for Claire. All of a sudden, the Oriana is starting to come online, and flashback for Sin. They do not like this champion in the Gauntlet at the moment, and they successfully defend mid lane as well.
Cupcake and Lost able to use the pillar as well as the culling to deny Sin from pushing down the mid lane. Bottom lane's in trouble now though, as the rest of Legacy are looking to try to take that one for themselves. Cupcake gets pushed out of the lane, but that's going to be a turret being picked up by Legacy.
Arrow into Cupcake, not the right target.
FBI is still looking for it. He's cutting him down, gets so much damage now. Subjugate and Exhaust to keep him alive. Chaos Storm not going to be able to pick up the kill because Cupcake flashes out of it.
Really nice play there by Cupcake. Uses only summoner spells when he has to, continues to bait them in. And you can see that they don't even get mid lane priority for it. So a turret picked up for Legacy as well as a couple of kills. They still continue to defend.
That was so aggressive from Sin, though. Trying to go in and engage there after their members got taken down. FBI chipping away at this turret. Lost going to try and dash on in. The scary thing now for Legacy is, yes, they've got a 2.5k lead, but outer turrets mid and bottom are next to death.
Yeah, I mean, so the gold lead is really minimal. But the big news is Claire going towards that side lane. Now he's equalized. He's going towards Luden's Echo. We've got, once again, a tankless squad. So all the things I was saying about Ryoma, you know, we can blow someone up. Now take that and put that onto an Oriana, who we've already seen FBI, Ryoma, fail to play against in the mid to late game. And Claire is huge.
He is 2-1-0. They need the rookie to step up this game, and he's definitely trying his hardest to do so. Tally, the vice captain, the brick for Legacy, not having a great performance up against Flair's split-pushing monster of a cannon.
I mean, he's doing what he needs to do, though. He's not seeding turrets. He died once solo. And apart from that, has had a pretty decent game. And late game, the equalizer is still the equalizer. He's still going to be able to shut Cannon out of a lot of fights. And one more time, this isn't a team fighting pick for Flares.
That pillar is disgusting from Cupcake.
This is split pushing only, and AD Cannon, I mean, unless you start going things like Infinity Edge, isn't always the best late game champion.
We've seen some things you can do with the champion. Flares put on a show against Swiper, getting a double kill bottom lane. And he is ahead. You see Cupcake being aggressive already. As soon as he puts down that frozen domain, you've got to get the heck out of there because the pillar's coming shortly.
They want mid lane turret. They know that there's only 3 members there because Flares is in the bottom lane. He's going to have to actually maybe even teleport away.
Ooh, this is risky.
Keeps going for it.
They haven't spotted him out. He does get the ward. Does he now try to execute because Tally's chasing?
I mean, he actually teleports back to mid lane. So burns the TP. Does he just run top?
Did they go top? Did they go Baron? Because Carba's on Dragon.
No, I think you have to go top. I think that the gold is way more important at this stage of the game and less risky. So all of a sudden you got an Ashe, you got a Cannon. They're going to be pushing into the lane and no one is there to respond.
So Carmen takes down an Ocean Dragon for his team. This turret, top side of the map, the inner turret top lane is going to be taken down. Oriana tries to defend but can't.
Teleport coming in out of Tally. They want to fight.
But they turn. They're going for Cupcake first. Flares is in. Lost is meant to dash out, but they're going on top of the Lucian. Equalizing in a great squad. They're looking for a shockwave. FBI back against the wall. Not enough. He gets taken down. Juves is looking to assassinate anyone he can get his hands on. Shockwave gets cancelled. 3-on-2 in the pit. Carmen with the kick. Gets 1 kill. Tally's dead. Only the captain left alive. Ryoma, can he get another quadra? It doesn't matter. Sin, they get an ace.
And at 21 minutes into the game, Sin equalized the gold lead off a fantastic macro play.
No way.
They're not done. They want the Baron.
This is a 3-man Baron. No jungler. Rogue's taking this one up. Can they do this, Spawn?
It actually looks like they can't. Flares is going to have to get in there sooner rather than later. Ryoma has his shield. They have a little bit of healing.
Oh, they're trying. Rogue's going to die. He dies to Baron.
I mean, they have to get out. They can't do it. That's a horrible call.
Oh, goodness. It goes down to 3,000 health. And Sin don't get the Baron. That was a free mid lane turret to take.
Exactly right. The gold could have been even further in their favor. But let's not dwell on that. Let's look at the great team fighting. They collapse onto Cupcake, and they actually burn through him, which is the most important thing. And then Ryoma just takes over, repetitively able to get out. Multiple spell rotations. Target prioritization is absolutely fantastic as he cleans up Claire. And really, this is like captain versus captain of that stage. Jubes is in the front line. He's yelling at his team. Carbon refuses to go down without a fight. Being able to pick up Jubes definitely saved the Baron. But now Legacy, they're still 2,000 gold up because did they kill Ryoma? Looks like they did.
Ryoma did get taken down there, so Legacy get a pick back. And now they're going to take mid lane outer as well. Flares is still split pushing. Has some time to try and take inner turret. And if Sin can get the bounce here, might be able to take down outer themselves.
So we'll see whether that is actually going to be the call, because that is a massive gamble, Fish.
They collapse.
Instead, he just goes back, and this is Ryoma backing on a ward.
We've said this about Jews already. Don't do that. Oh, exhaust as well. Lost flashes in.
So that's actually a lot expended to take him down. Big shutdown.
Shutdown.
Certainly worth it.
Important.
But just wanted to point out the fact that Lost now no longer going to have the flash if there's a team fight in the next couple of minutes. And no exhaust means that, you know, someone like Flares, someone like Ryoma, if they get out a big ultimate, going to be able to take out over the team fight. Ooh, Ryoma's in behind Tally.
Oh, Ryoma looking for a kill here. Equalizer gets used. Poor spot. Ryoma stands in it for so long, though. Gravity Field gets Zhonya's, and here comes the captain! Throws out the W, misses, and they both flash forward to get a kill.
Exactly right. So they wanted to pick that one up. Tally overextended. Ooh!
Carbon, big kick, knocks Flares sideways though, not the way he wanted it to go, and the culling gonna hit the tip. Carbon stunned up as well by the arrow. To add insult to injury, that might be bottom lane turret falling. Flares skirting with Deja.
Shockwave!
Hits two, they're dead. Sin lose their mid lane players.
And that is going to be Baron for Legacy. Flares turns around an arrogant play and gets absolutely punished by Claire. Ooh, this game is so intense, Fish.
And that's where the call should be. Just get the heck out of there. I mean, goodness sake, you just survived a flash kick. Jump out, live to fight another day. Let your bottom lane take the turret.
Exactly right. I mean, Flares is still split pushing. There's absolutely no response for him at the moment. Sorry, it was Ryoma still split pushing. There's no response for it at the moment. There's no reason for Flares to go back in. And whoa, that has cost Sin massively.
It has, and if it was Flares split pushing, at least you can go, you know what? If his teleport's up, great. We can still try and take them on 3-on-5 underneath a Baron. Fine, it's still early enough to try and contest that. But now Ryoma's not getting there in time.
No way.
It's legitimate 2-on-5 to try and stop Baron. This should be Legacy's Baron easy.
Yeah. And there is a lot of wave clear. I mean, you're still going to have double Hurricane users. You're still going to have a Victor that can just sit underneath turrets and chip it away. But it just drags this game on for a little bit more. And you have to... If you're Carbon, you've been here before. You're all fired up right now. I'm sure Jules is too, but you can see a little bit of frustration. Maybe the edges of doubt. Is this third time's a charm? Does this actually knock us out? Whereas that man on your screen, whoa, he's been screaming. He's in the room behind us. It's soundproof. Doesn't seem like it.
No, it does not. And again, the bane of Sin's existence, that Orianna.
Orianna.
Whew, what a shockwave.
Yeah.
That looked like it was going to whiff. Hits them on the edge. Whew.
And as Shockwave does, if it hits on the edge, drags you straight back into the middle. You see the huge dissonance that follows. And yeah, Claire is having a game. I mean, who do you give MVP to? This is impossible.
It's difficult.
I mean, Rogue's had some good games. Claire's had some fantastic games. Flares has stepped up. Tally now is responding in kind. Carbon
had a captain's game. He's having a great game again.
You have to look at Carbon potentially. His Lee Sin, he just returns to it time and time again.
In fact, I think it's the player on your screen right now that deserves it the most. FBI's been an immovable turret.
Didn't have a great Jhin game.
Did not. I think that's a little bit more the champion, though.
He picked it.
Did he? Or did Bensel pick it?
I mean, I'm sure they have some say. But yeah, this game, this series, and you see Ryoma, that's what someone that's played 15 hours of back-to-back League of Legends in 3 days looks like.
Oh, and you're this close, and at the same time, you know now. Damn, Legacy about to get a Baron. I'm stuck here bottom. What the heck's going on?
I mean, you try and push the turret. You try and get it in a good position, then you hard reset, you get your maximum shops in, and then you just batten down the hatches and survive for the 3 minutes.
But isn't this lights out for Legacy, for Sin? If they get a Baron here this early. On top of that, they got 2 picks already that already had 2,000 gold.
I mean, maximum you give up is 2 out of turrets. You don't feel like, with their composition, they can actually get an inhib, because there's no way they dive at this stage of the game.
So that's still, like, with the Baron and with the 2 picks, that's 5,000 gold up. Just 30 minutes in. Whew. difficult lead to fight against.
It certainly is. And I mean, we already said it. I mean, it's a genuine 1-4 comp. AD Cannon, especially when he's building Wits End, doesn't do much but split push the whole game. Whereas you've got a Rumble, you've got Lee Sin, you've got the Shockwave that can come out. The team fight that's coming out of Legacy at the moment is certainly stronger. So I still feel like, regardless of gold lead, we're just going to have a clash of styles.
This man on the screen here, Rogue, picking up Nami. He has been a standout player for Sin because you look at the champions he played. Zyra, Thresh. Thresh is permanently banned against him.
Yep.
5 games by Avant-Garde, 5 games by Legacy, and 4 games by the Chiefs. They knew after game 1, they're like, yeah, this is why the other teams are banning out Thresh. There's a reason. He's been put onto Nami here, still looks alright, but just doesn't have the playmaking potential he possibly needed.
Yeah, exactly right. Nah. Poor Nami is one of those champions that, even though not a high playmaker, that one clutch battle, that one good tidal wave can still save you the game. And a lot of anti-dive potential. I just want to go back to it. There's no way, like, you've got, your tankiest member is, at the moment is a Lee Sin. There's no way you're going underneath the turret if you're Legacy. So you're just looking to take the outers, continue the gold lead. I mean, potentially run a couple of pillars around and look for a big shockwave, as Ryoma was able to hit against Legacy. But yeah.
Oh, losses 4-1 and 3 on Lucian. Difficult. As much as they have a lot of close range CC and damage, you're still against losses Lucian, not Lee Sin. This has been banned against him sometimes.
Yeah, it has, but I just want to reiterate the fact that if Lucian dash forwards in a late game team fight, Victor just goes and then he dies.
Is that what he does?
Yeah. You just wave his hand. He's a magician with a metal claw on his shoulder. What do you want from me, mate? I don't know what else to say.
Trying to show him what the glorious evolution is, but we are back into this game. Now, let's take stock of things. Roman's getting this turret, but look at Legacy. They're going to start another pause. Exciting.
I mean, we just wanted to see the turret go down. It was an inevitability, really. We get our elevator music back. This is great. I love the addition of the pause music.
We're on about floor 360 right now. Just going up.
Just going up?
This is like my trip to that Westfield dining place. You're just waiting there. It never
I
ends.
have no idea. I love when you say you know to a story I have not been a part of.
That's right. Heights don't do you too well.
They do not do me well. I hate heights.
But yeah, so unfortunately we're still in a pause here between Legacy and Sin. And hopefully be able to get back into the game shortly.
I mean, everyone wants to get back into this game. Because really, it's coming down to the wire. 30 minutes in, Game 5. Sin have pulled, like, they've stolen so many series.
I just want to blame Benji here. I mean, 3 days of Game 5, he just doesn't want it to end yet. After this, it's done. He's got to go home. Ryoma looking a little bit shaken.
I mean, I think at the moment you're just trying to chill out. You're just trying to take that big, deep breath. You realize you've still got at least 5 to 7 minutes of League of Legends to play. You don't want to be sitting there at your keyboard shaking like a maniac, as I would be. In fact, I'm sitting here casting shaking.
Whereas Legacy, right now, you must think the tables have turned. They were anxious going to Game 3. That was on a knife's edge. They almost lost. In fact, they could have if Sin made the right calls. And now they're sitting very, very comfortably.
I mean, if they pick up this Baron, you say they're sitting pretty, but I've seen some ridiculous Baron steals in my time. So you can never count it out. It was top laner and 80 carry that went down, I believe. So, Juves, if he puts on the Usain Bolt sprinting shoes and just gets over there, hops a wall, picks up a Baron, easy as you like. There you go. If, yeah, of course.
Legacy have gotten, what, 1 Baron? So that the odds are in Juve's favor. There is potential.
But I mean, and look at what the Gauntlet's produced so far.
Oh, I mean, all 3 games going to a best of 5. Now I'm excited to see what the finals are going to look like as well.
Yeah, Direwolves have to be sitting there thinking, this season is definitely ours. They've taken out the Chiefs. They've bloodied Legacy. Sin, like, bruised, battered, and 15 games in with drafts, like, unique drafts coming out of everywhere. Direwolves have had to show nothing. They're just sitting at home laughing. They had an extra week of scrims. Chilling out in Piermont somewhere. And you can see we're back into game finally. Juice, is he going to go for the steal or do they just try and pick it up?
They push mid lane, so they're going to trade Baron for mid lane out of here. 2,000 gold lead for Legacy until 28 minutes in this game. They're going to have Baron buff to work with. And the timer is now ticking for Sin. Yes, they pulled back the gold lead slightly, but Legacy, the onus is on them to push down top lane and mid lane inner turrets.
But I still think that this isn't the end of the world for Sin. Because it's like, what, 1,700 gold. You've got a very fed... You've got a very fed Victor coming out. And I think that they can wave clear through this. I think they still have the better split pusher. And I would be really shocked. As I said, if the base is breached off this Baron, I would be very shocked.
Ooh. This is an interesting game.
Oh, they've sent Tally up top lane. Not Tally, Claire up top lane.
That's interesting.
That is very interesting.
Can Flares take him on?
I don't think he wants to. I think instead he just wants to frustrate him.
But look at the cutoff.
Yeah.
You can see the rest of the Legacy members are trying to cut off Flares, so good choice not to try anything silly.
But you can see already a third of the way through that Baron buff, and they haven't got close to a turret.
2 more minutes. That's what Sin needs to try and do here. In fact, if Claire's top side of the map, 4 on 5 is juicy. That's Orianna gone. I mean, that alone is like a 20k gold lead if Sin get that champion off the map. But now Legacy will push on in, slowly get damage on these turrets. Lost tanking up the turret shots here. Locket forced to be used by Legacy.
And you can see this is what Victor does in late game situations. He just sits there underneath the turret and he wave clears like a madman. They've also got the spikes that come out of Juves. They've got the Hurricane on Ashe.
So first turret is going to fall and Legacy have a big minion wave bottom. Flares is booking it top lane. Trying to force someone back here, making life easier a bit.
He's forced all of them back.
That's great.
That's 1 turret only.
Now Flares is like, nah, get out of here. And the ping comes out from Legacy. They make a smart choice. They're like, all right, we got 1 in a turret. Let's get the last one. Increase this goal lead a little bit.
And now, if you Sin, all you do is you just swap Flare's positioning on the map. You send him bottom. You make him take the dragon on the way there. You set up your defense on the top lane because it's a telegraph move. You know exactly where this is going.
Legacy have got 40 seconds to work with. I don't think they can even take this turret if Rome is positioned top lane. Because that minion wave has to push in for Baron buff to work, and it's not going to be Baroned up by the time it gets there. So Legacy call it off.
Yeah, exactly right. So you can see Flare's actually just going to work. Doesn't even stop for the dragon. Instead, he just wants all the creep waves. Waiting for them to appear before he shows himself. At least Legacy have got 2-ish waves pushing. Mid lane will push because they cut it off.
Baron is expiring. So they will have a slight moment with this Baron buff wave, and that's going to be able to take down the turret. So Legacy stick to the plan, and they get it nice and easy. All the outer turrets are gone. That gives them a 4,000 gold lead to kick things off. Flares in the base, though. Legacy going to have to be careful.
Yeah,
because Arrow can engage here.
Honestly, I think that
do they go?
Sin stuck to the plan as well.
Do they arrow here? Because Lost is backing up. They know that the Rumble is gone. No deep teleport wards, though, for Flares to get into. And Sin just accept losing the outer turrets and let Legacy go.
And this is a discipline that we haven't really seen from Sin in the past. Potentially Flare's going to be caught on a dragon here, although if Carbon comes alone, there is a Victor in the wings as well.
Rima is here. Carbon's got to be very careful. He can get burst down. He can also still
give it up. One more time. Like, it's just not worth it at this stage of the game to give up your life for a dragon that's level 16 accomplished on an AD cannon, so not really all that much of a big deal. Instead, they're just going to send him back bottom lane. This is where it's going to be won or lost. Tally needs to be able to get into the team fight, or Claire needs a huge shockwave. And Flares just needs to continue to chip away.
Let's see if he can do just that. 1 outer turret's left standing for Legacy. They're still sitting on a comfortable 3.5k lead 30 minutes into the game. That lead is slowly shortening as items get picked up across the board. I mean, Victor's 5-1-3. He's got 3 items picked up. Ashe is caught back up. She is, however, an item behind Lucian, which is the goalie that separates the 2 teams right now.
Exactly right.
It's massive, but if Lucian gets popped at the start of the fight, it means absolutely nothing.
And the other thing is that Ashe just has the utility. She has the arrow, big anti-dive threat, has
Slows
Hurricane, slows.
Roma, what are you doing?
Just drawing pretty shapes.
Yeah, casual lasers over FBI just shows up. This is the line you do not cross. You flash over this, you die. This Lost will pick up red buff for himself as well. Ardent Sensor's been picked up by Cupcake.
How does that even work?
Lock it. That's the only way you can pop it, but I guess I can.
I mean, technically it goes across everyone.
I mean, it's...
That is a weird pickup.
Knight's Vow.
Knight's Vow would have been huge here for Lost
Bloody
because you know
Redemption.
he's going to be in range of being blown up.
Like Knight's Vow makes the most sense right now for Illusion. You get 12% damage reduction. You heal your Trundle back up, and he's giving you Bond of Stone as well. Bloody hell. Ardent Sensor.
Bizarro. But you can see right now that Flares is waiting in a sideline, waiting for them to show mid. And now he's going to go back to split pushing. What does Tally do?
I think at this point, Legacy trying to force a fight.
I mean, they have to try.
And we've talked about on the desk, Rogue's vision control is great. There they go, going for Juves. There's the pillar. He hops away. Easy disengage from Sin. And as the desk has mentioned, Rogue's vision control is great. He's already got 2 pink wards in his inventory. Flares has taken blue buff away.
He's going Frozen Mallet as well next. Oof. So they actually disengaged. They wanted to pick up the blue, but they're not going to be able to get it.
And if they keep doing this, yes, Flares is not going to be able to get towards the turret because the final inner turret is mid lane, which is where Legacy are going to try and group up. But once they see someone go back to base, that's an Ash arrow into a fight.
Yeah, potentially. So they're trying to catch someone in rotation, as you said. That's how a pick comp generally works. But at the same time, Legacy have a genuine 5v5 team comp. And with no waves near the base and Baron coming up in 30 seconds, they can force Sin to come play on their terms.
Baron in 30 seconds. Do Sin position aggressively for it. Flares is still pushing bottom lane. This will draw Tally down at least. And there's always a potential for a 1v1 to take place between the Rumble and the Cannon. Cannon looks like he's going to be able to win those
I don't think he actually goes down. It's 10 seconds. The creep wave's going to be very close to getting there. But if you are able to win a team fight and get the Baron 31 minutes into the game, you win the series. Tally is not going anywhere.
This is where Legacy force Baron, force the teleport and say, you have to try something, Sin. They're on it. Baron is getting melted, already at a half health. Do Sin get position they want? Rogue looking for a tidal wave. It's out. Teleports in. Big Chaos Storm coming out there. Everyone from Legacy taking so much damage. But Juves looking for the smite. He gets it. Sin steal the Baron. Juves gets out alive. And Carmen is dead as well.
I cannot believe it. Juice has jumped into the pit and outsmited Carbon.
Bottom lane.
And with that, his whole team is streaming towards the base.
Bottom lane is being pushed aggressively by minions. Sin will take mid lane in a turret. This is going to fall. What a fight from Sin.
And they just duck in. No big old... I mean, the shockwave wasn't burnt.
Oh, it was over the ball by Ryoma. Big gravity field, ultimate as well, and Juice just sat there.
And now who stops Flares? I mean, he's an absolute menace.
Shockwave is available for Claire. He can try and pull off something cheeky, but this is an inhibitor that's going to fall. Claire stepping in aggressively, throws out command attack. But look at mid lane. Sin take that one down. Ryoma being so aggressive, stopping Lost from getting anywhere close to his back line. Cupcake's going to try. Carbon is up. There is the wall, but it's not going to do much, and Flares gets an inhibitor.
And all of a sudden, you've broken the bottom side of the map. You have Baron still for such a long time. You recall, and you set up the 1-4 again. Huge play out of Flares being able to teleport in and extend this pressure for so long. But also, you just got to take a bow if you're Juves. He jumps into the pit and just steals a season away from Legacy, potentially.
My goodness, they're now with the gold lead in this game. Tally is forced to deal with super minions in a bit as well. On top of that, if you're watching the player cameras there, as soon as Baron left and Carbon died, he had his hands on his head. He was just shocked. What a play. And Rogue with a big tidal wave as well. We talk about how this guy stepped up. You said one big tidal wave from him secures a game for Sin. He did just that inside the Baron pit. Now we've got Ryoma and FBI pushing top side of the map. The last inhibitor turret that's left standing is in the top lane. Inhibitor mid is open, but difficult to push for Sin. They're still going to try. Juves cutting inside of the blue side of the jungle. The rest of Legacy, you can see them skirting around their base, looking to try and defend against Sin. Flares teleport halfway off cooldown. Tally still has his teleport, so there is that slight advantage for Legacy, but he's not a tank. He's a Rumble, but they're going in. Carbon looking for Juice, does not connect the Sonic Wave. Ryoma is standing on top of a Shockwave, flashes into Redemption, Lost is on top of him. Ryoma gets shut down by Tally. Carbon is in trouble. Shockwave flashed by FBI. Is there going to be a cannon coming in? No, he's not. He's in the base. He just took down one inhibitor all by himself, and Claire's caught. Do they go for it? Juice is jumping in, but Flares wants to end the game. Juice is being taken down. Is Lost going to dash forward? FBI's in trouble. Tries to take him on, but he can't. And now it's going to be Rogue that gets taken down as well. The base is being battered by this cannon. He's killed Tally. What the heck is going on?
Flares Flares is a monster at the moment and is escorting a huge creep wave into the base. He's still not done. He wants the last turret.
Oh, he's trying to end this game all by himself. 1 on 5? Can Flares actually do this? He's got the base turrets. What the heck?
And Flare's able to get in there. He pushes the second inhibitor, gets both Nexus turrets, and then is able to get out with his life. Sin fought the 4v5 to buy him the time he needed, and he might even be able to pick up an Infernal Drake on the way out, if you don't mind, Fish.
Oh my god, it's on a knife's edge again. Gold is completely even. If he gets this Infernal Dragon, Dragon's going to be tied up as well. Baron Blast's going to expire, and we're going to reset the map again, Spawn.
I mean, is the map really reset? The Nexus is open. But at the same time, and I say this about split push comps all the time, let's take another look at the fight. So that's straight away the shutdown. Great flash out of FBI, but that will be crucial towards the latter end of this fight because as you can see, Claire's just got so much damage. They think they've tied him up, but non-committal out of everyone.
Split decision.
Yeah, and then FBI, just no flash, gets dove on by Lost and absolutely destroyed. Of course, Rogue after that has nowhere to go.
Such an aggressive play from Lost as well. He dived into a victor and lived to tell the tale.
Yep.
That crucial first kill changed that team fight for Legacy.
Definitely agree. I mean, you need the Void Staff at this point if you're Ioma. You've got so much AP, but you still have to be able to get through that more. And what I wanted to talk about is the fact that if... Ooh, this is cute.
Flares, you've got to be careful. This is a Cupcake and Lost looking for it. They're going for it. There's the pillar. Flares incredibly low. No flash available for them, but they're still chasing him down. The pillar has such a short cooldown, and it burns Flares' flash nice and early. But can Sin capitalize now topside? They have teleport from their cannon. Do they use it?
Yeah, exactly right. Now he can just push. Ooh, Equalizer burnt.
Very smart play. FBI at half health, though. Tally looking to try and engage. Ryoma is on the backside of that one. So they kill the minion wave and burn redemption from Sin. Flares' bottom side, though, still pushing in waves. This is scary.
Exactly right. And you've got Ryoma mid lane. He's also doing the same thing. They just want to escort the super creeps into the base, look to clean up the last one, and then with that, hopefully take the Nexus. But split pushing comps, as soon as you get into the base, have to team fight. And that's where the game gets difficult.
Sin don't want this Gauntlet run to go to waste. They want to pick up the victory here today. Legacy, their entire season's on the line, but Flares might be caught out. He's going in. He's being exhausted. Juice is on Lost, but Lost is a monster. He's going to live to tell a tale, and the jungler from Sin has been taken down for a double kill.
And one more time, they have to back out of the base because there's just absolutely no way to deal with Lost right now. He's getting towards 6 items. He's going towards his Infinity Edge. And without a tank, it is just so hard.
It almost feels like Sin's last hope is to play around Baron. Get Flare's bottom lane and try and take Baron from Legacy again.
Yeah, exactly right. That's what you have to do. You have to get the split pusher bottom lane. You have to make sure that he's knocking on those inhibitors and threatening the Nexus with just Tally there to defend. Because they can't do it. They can't just leave Tally down there with him because he will kill Tally at this stage of the game.
And the timing couldn't be worse for Sin as well because bot lane inhibitor just respawned. If Flares is playing a little bit back, that might be the inhibitor going down while they siege top lane, but that's out the window now.
Yeah, exactly right. And you can see that they're keeping 2 members over there. It's actually a Zeke's Harbinger picked up. Haven't seen that item in so damn long.
What? Okay.
I mean, it adds that crit that he's missing from the build. He's only got himself 1 zeal item. Not going to have 2 as the game progresses.
I'd like it if he had a Night Spout as well. He's got 106. I just don't... Cupcake's a weird man. Yes. But he does something right.
But all of a sudden, you know, bottom lane is going to be shoved in now. You have to also think that they're going to go back top lane.
I mean, Baron's so quick for Sin, though. You've got Blade of the Ruin King FBI, Ryoma with 5 items and a Kha'Zix. Flares is going to sit bottom lane. He's at 6 items. Wit's End was the final one. And if you're Legacy, what do? Your AD carry and your mid lane are back at base. Baron's up.
I mean, I wonder if there's ever a world where the Kennen sells all of his items.
It just goes ability
power. Just goes AP. How much gold do you need to make that work?
Did you want team fights, Legacy? I've got you. He's only got 800 in his back pocket, though. Probably going to spend them all on his
Sin need to really push that top lane wave. It's a little bit too big for my liking right now for them to even give this a shot.
That's a teleport in the bottom lane.
Yeah, they say 2 people bot.
This is big. Carbon's going to try and do the impossible, but look at his health. Oh, Ryoma! He's dead! Can't get the Chaos Storm off either, and the Equalizer goes through. Can Sin do it? There goes Flares onto Carbon, taking so much damage. Tally is melting Flares. Juice will pick up the Baron, but at what cost? Because everyone's flashing out, and that's 2 big kills for Legacy.
It certainly isn't. One of them is onto the split pusher. Top lane is so huge. And with 2 members dead for 40 seconds.
This could be game.
This could be game.
They have to try and put up a defense here. Cupcake is so tanky with those shields. No minions to help out Sid.
Lost!
Lost! He's going in! He wants it! He wants this game! Lost says that Legacy cannot lose today! He's taken down the AD carry! Legacy, they're gonna try and stop the Cinderella story right in its tracks! They're pushing for the Nexus!
Yeah, 10 seconds. Juice is being tagged up. He might fall down.
Raimer's coming up. Who's got in the back lines? It's gonna be Rogue looking to try and hold up the minion wave! Rogue! He's stopping Legacy from pushing in! Raimer's up in 3 seconds! Ghost and Flash are available! The Victor is going to try and start his glorious evolution, and now it's better than ever because they're going in. Cupcake's on top of him. Exhaust has gone down, but Nexus turret's gone. Shockwave on Ryoma. He is still going to pick up kills. The Nexus, it's so low. They get it. Legacy have done it. They're going into the grand finals against the Direwolves.
And I cannot believe it. Finally, the Sin hype train is over, and Legacy, behind that man on your screen, are going once again to an OPL final, but this time against the Direwolves.
My goodness. What a comeback from Legacy. It looked like they had their backs against the walls again. No Nexus turrets up for 2 games that they've won here today. And Juice tried to do absolutely everything. Stole a Baron. Secured that last one, but his teammates just fell around him in a 3-on-5.
And by the way, Matt Bowen, our producer, please throw out everyone's votes and just give the MVP to Lost. Like, that last team fight was bloody insane. Absolute, like, just dashing into the AD carry and just popping him. That was awesome.
And it shows why he's such a powerful player on Lucian there. Braum Lucian, big combo for Cupcake and Lost, and they put the team on the back. Legacy pick up a Game 5 victory after their backs were against the wall. 2 games losing all the Nexus stars, but they still get the victory, and they'll be going up against the Direwolves this Sunday. But for now, to break down that entire series and the Gauntlet run, let's send it back to the analyst desk.
All right, I don't know. Incredible. My goodness. Let's get all these guys in here. What is going on? Congratulations to Legacy first and foremost. I mean, that was an incredible series to go and reverse sweep it. And look, they're going to shake the hands of Sin. And you've got to feel for Sin, who made their way through 2 rounds of this gauntlet. And just, I mean, it's heartbreak for them.
Yeah.
But they would be so proud and happy to be this far in.
I think Ryoma's face wasn't proud and happy there. That's just heartbreak. Honestly, like, yeah, they had such a good run through the gauntlet, and to lose after going 2-0 in the series and then to get reverse swept, that's really rough.
It's brutal. Jesh, do you have any sports psychology for these guys at that moment?
I mean, like, obviously no one, like, he's going to walk out of that room being like, oh, yeah, like, we had a good season.
Yeah.
But, like, it's something you can reflect on. I think Bensel had a very, like, astute tweet on it. It was like, you know, like, we may win or lose tonight, but like the effort they put in over the split.
And 15 games in 3 days.
Yeah, and then they've changed mid laners in the last like few weeks or whatever. They really have like pulled it together and made like such a stellar run. So like win or lose, they actually have done themselves very proud.
Absolutely.
Yeah, these guys you really need to look out for split too. And I mean, I mentioned it was going to be kicking and screaming coming into the last games there. They definitely did it for Legacy. Legacy ended up coming out victorious, and yeah, it was incredible. An incredible finish.
So, is there anyone in particular, like Spawn said, is it just Lost? I mean, did Lost just win them that series, just them in that last team fight?
Not just Lost. I think Legacy's bot lane in the last couple of games really stepped it up. They just ended up blind picking a Trundle, like having the cojones to blind pick a Trundle. Mental fortitude to blind pick the Trundle. And then just like they win the lane. Like they did the same thing as they did the game before with the early gank, or they burn the flash and then...
Mate, it's a great argument for you to take back to Vault and be like, let me play
Trundle. No, and then he built the Ardent Sensor. So I'm not sure if they touched on it in the cast, but you proc the new Bond of Stone with the Ardent Sensor, and then he built Zeke's Herald as well. So they put a lot of eggs in Lost's basket, and then in the last team fight, you saw what it meant.
Absolutely.
Like, to be in Game 5 after like that sort of series, to be so close and to just like flash in like that, like that's, I don't know, that's impressive.
Yeah, speechless. Like, it's huge.
You know what it comes down to? Confidence. That was just confidence at the very end there. And when they finally showed it, you can see they get the win.
All right, well, we will be back with some more analysis, but right now, Spawn is standing by with the Vice Captain and top laner for Legacy. Tallies, let's throw it over to them right now for the interview.
Thanks so much, Hingers. I am standing next to the victorious Tally after probably one of the greatest 5-game series OSHA's ever seen. First off, congratulations on the win.
Thank you very much.
Talk to me about the first 2 games, because that was not looking pretty. What was going through your mind?
Well, going in, we were like, okay, Sin are going to play really quick on us, and like we need to be able to either match them or like trade with them, and we just blundered. And like we went back to the room, we talked about it, we're like, okay, we just need to change it up, and we did, and we bounced back in game 3.
All right, so game 3. Carbon is huge on the reverse sweeps. He talks about them all the time and how practice he is. Was it him that rallied the troops? Was it Lucio? I mean, what was the message going into that game 3, and who was the person that delivered it?
Yeah, it definitely was Tim. After game 3, we started huddling every game. When he gave us a speech, gave us your others up, and all the blood was flowing, and I was like, all right, let's do this.
All right, cool. And I heard him coming out of the room with a big, we are not going to lose this series, or abbreviated version of it with a couple more profanities. That really seemed to kick into your bottom lane, because Lost and Cupcake, the 2 like brand new players onto the Legacy lineup, were absolutely on fire.
Yeah, I got to give it to them. Like, you pick Trundle, and they pick Lucian, which is a pretty crappy lane, and they just managed to pull it through, and like it was really huge in team fights.
All right, now you're going up against Direwolves for the first time. You're not going to have to fight Chiefs in the finals. You've got a week to prepare for that.
Yep.
What does the next week look like, and what do you think the odds are going up against the Direwolves squad?
Well, to be fair, I think beating Direwolves will be easier than us beating Sin, because Sin is like a wild card for us. We don't really know what they're going to do. But Direwolves, they have more of a structured play. So we do know, and we have practiced for them for a very long time. So I'm pretty confident.
All right, cool. And before I let you go, have you got anything to say to your fans out there?
Thank you, everyone. Thank you to everyone who supported us today. Everyone was cheering for us back home. I really appreciate it, especially all the boys as well. Thank you.
All right, cool. Thank you so much for the best of 5 series. That was an absolute cracker. However, let's throw it back to the guys at the desk to close out the night.
Congratulations to Tally there and to the rest of Legacy. And gentlemen, he's obviously feeling a lot of feelings right now going through to next week. Legacy will be playing Direwolves. But for a moment, let us just focus on this game we just saw. Game 5 of an incredible best of 5 series. And I want to talk about this draft. Mendrix, let me start with you. Outside of that Trundle pick, which we saw in the last 2 games, what else is inspiring in this draft?
5 games of Lee Sin. Carbon just took it home the entire time. I said they should have banned it. I mean, it came through. It was big as well in that initial first play, because it ended up forcing the flash early, and then afterwards he came back again, and then they were able to get the kill immediately, which just sort of put their bot lane straight into a good early learning phase.
Meanwhile, we're talking about junglers. Jish, I mean, let's talk about Jubes as Kha'Zix, because you were saying, look, why does he keep picking it? Rengar's still up, right?
Yeah, he sort of broke my heart. Jubes and I had a little chat about just playing Moby Rush Elise before the series, and just playing for your lanes. And I think Kha'Zix is almost the opposite of that. Kha'Zix wants to farm really hard to get to his like evolve spikes. He wants to be greedy, and then he wants to sort of try solo carry and stuff like towards the late game. And that's really not Jubes' playstyle. Like we saw in his damage dealt, he was doing like I think 11 to 12% sort of thing. And on an assassin, like he's not pulling his like share of the weight. I think he played like a really good series. His Baron still was really good, right? I just think that probably not his like his best trump card to pull out.
Absolutely, yeah, fair. And so, commiserations to him. Meanwhile, in the bot lane, EJ, talk to me about Trundle, because we spoke about it a bit in that last game, but how does it go into this in bot lane?
I mean, it kind of just works the same into the current meta. Like, the reason it isn't played around the world is because it's good into tanks. It can bully around the Alistars, the Leona, the whatever, Taric. But into like the majors, so he played it into Malzahar last game, into the Nami this game. In the strict 2v2, it would just straight up lose. Like Trundle would just get pushed in, double ranged into a melee, would just get roasted. But Legacy did a really good job of playing to their strengths in the draft phase, which I think is something a lot of teams in Oceania actually, including us, like we just mess that up all the time. Like you pick a comp and then decide, I'm going to go top instead of going bot. But no, they burned the flashes early and they really ganked for the Trundle, and it really worked out for them.
All right, let's transition out of draft and into the game. And you mentioned it before, Jish, but the Baron steal from Jubes. I mean, it's not just Jubes though. It's also the giant wave. Mendrix, talk us through what's happening here.
Just too much really with this coming thing. So this is Legacy forcing Sin to make a play. At the moment, Legacy are in control. Blaze is doing everything he can to move around the map, create that pressure that goes in place there. And then there's this fantastic tidal wave that comes through that sort of just stops everything in its tracks, and it gives time for Jukes to get in there and get that steal off the back of it. And out of the blue, they managed to pick Carbon off as well. And then from there, it seems to be like they're going to win the game. That's what it felt like at that moment in time. I thought, wow, Sin have done this. That was my feeling at that point in time, but the mental fortitude just coming through.
Yeah, and I think we were talking about it earlier in relation to how their comps interact. Like Sin went for the 1-4, and as soon as they got the Baron, I think that was actually like a massive swing. And I think from the point where the Kennen just has the Baron to split push with, honestly, I think they should have won the game.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's basically misexecution. Like, honestly, we were discussing upstairs, how do they manage to steal that Baron with it's like Juves jumped in at 2.3k or something.
Yeah.
How does he not die before he gets
yeah, like who's still hitting Baron at that point? But yeah, no, he did
like,
get it.
No, we don't. Juice's Kha'Zix doesn't do any damage. We're fine.
Yeah, I mean, his smite button did a bit of damage, I guess.
Yeah.
But yeah, it makes no sense, I guess, that once like you sort of get gifted maybe the series on the platter, like all your win conditions are starting to be met, you can tick them off. You need to get Kennen back in that side lane. That they sort of fell short at like the final hurdle. Like they credit to Legacy, I guess, like the ingenuity to send their bot lane to try like 2v1 sort of thing. But I think like that's when you really need to have like experience on your side, and you're like, all right, just calm down, wait 30 seconds, we'll see where on the map, then move in as a team and sort of like try crush them. Whereas Flares went by himself, his top side wasn't there to save him or anything. So yeah, they sort of just handed the baton back to Legacy.
I do want to talk about the Kennen split push and experience and team fight. So let's bring up this second replay. Ejim, I wanted to go to you with this because this is a decision that is not being made correctly, right? It is Kennen split pushing in the bot while this team fight is just being kept in top lane.
Yeah, I think, as you can see, Sin still have Baron, and Kennen, the players are covering the map right now, but he's just shoving in the mid lane, and Legacy just feel like they have to force the fight, and then like they overchase here, and then, oh, okay, I've completely ruined this one. Actually, this is where Legacy going in, Lost is popping off, and this is
while Kennen is like destroying their base metrics.
That's right. So basically, Sin are forcing Legacy to remain in the fight. I think at that point in time, Legacy want to back away, get out of the situation and get back to defending their base. And because of that, because they can't, even though they give up 4 members, you lose the whole bot side of your base. You also lose the towers as well. So just so much was just given away at that point in time. And it still felt like, well, yeah, it's absolutely fine for Sin. They're still in control.
Yeah, this is the Kennen 1v5 potential, right?
Exactly, yes.
Just open up that nexus. And then still, like you're saying, Jish, the win conditions are being met, but Legacy able to pull through in that Game 5 of a best-of-5 series and break it back. So to them, what in particular do you want to shout out with Legacy in terms of their like mental fortitude?
Yeah, I think definitely trying to keep a level head in like that high-pressure Game 5. We sort of discussed ease of execution on comps. So I think playing like a team fight-centric comp where you're looking for like the massive Ori Shockwave or the huge Rumble ulti, I feel like that's that's like a much easier win condition than playing like a very slow, methodical 1-3-1 or 1-4 style that Sin tried to go for. And maybe if Sin elected to play like this easier style, like the outcome changes. But yeah, I think that Legacy sort of just understood their win condition pretty well. And I guess obviously they came out ahead.
All right, well, Ejim, we've spoken about it a couple of games now, but I do want to talk again about this Trundle in this Trundle support, because I know you've said it before, you're a fan. But let's take a look at some of the stats from... My goodness. First of all, what's the best Trundle skin?
Trundle skin? Little Slugger.
Little Slugger,
And
absolutely.
he's done a very poor job of picking the Little Slugger Trundle skin.
What are you doing, Cupcake? But talk to me about Game 5, because we talked about Game 1. Sorry, Game 4, I should say. But Game 5, how is Trundle popping off?
I mean, those KDAs just look really nice, to be honest. I think it just... I don't know, Legacy just play with it so well. Like I think Cupcake does a really good job on Trundle of holding his pillar for the perfect time. I think they play really well about like baiting them into a fight and then re-engaging with the pillar, and then Lost gets to dash forward and play like that.
Yeah, it's kind of... Sorry.
That's okay. Another thing that the casters actually sing the praise of that he was able to do was actually hold his flashes and his summoners as well to really burn the most out of his enemy opponents. And so they would try to catch onto him. He'd still get out of it, and they'd be using all their resources.
Yeah, absolutely. I think he's playing like pseudo Janna Trundle, where he's like disengaging and like protecting his AD carry, as opposed to going for like those really aggressive like backline plays or anything. And obviously like Lost really popped off towards the end, so like it paid off really well for them.
All right. Well, now Legacy go on next week to face the Direwolves, but I do want to spend a bit of time talking about Sin, because they have absolutely had a run in the last couple of days that no one would have expected. They beat AV, they beat you guys, the Chiefs, obviously, your former team as well, Jesh, and now they've taken Legacy to Game 5 in his series. So, Mendrix, you were saying that before, I mean, looking forward to Split 2 for them. I mean, what are they looking forward to?
Well, really, when you look at it, no one really thought they would be able to beat the Chiefs. No offense, they're coming through. But the big thing about it is that these guys now really are contenders. They've got some sort of X factor that these teams need to look out for. They need to pinpoint if they're really going to be able to deal with it. And Tally even mentioned it in the interview. He said they're just so wild, so volatile. You know, it's something you can't really plan for. So that's a really big advantage that they have. And if they just really hone in on that particular advantage, they're going to be great looking into Split 2. I think they can be proud with what they achieved today.
Do we see, I mean, traditionally, you know, it's the top 3 is, you know, Legacy, Chiefs, Direwolves. Do we see now the evolving of a top 4? I mean, are we willing to go that far?
If we want to throw it back to my old tweet where I said 1, 2, 3 irrelevant, and I think I think since that point twice, I've just been absolutely roasted by Sin. So I don't know. I think a week ago, if you'd asked any player in the OPL or like anyone that keeps up with the OPL, if Sin were going to make it like this far into the Gauntlet, I think you would have said no. So I think they've just done a really good job of like picking their style and just sticking to it, and they just stuck to their guns and they pulled it out.
Yeah, not to sort of sit on the fence. I think that you'll probably find a lot of the mid sort of tier teams are going to have like little shuffles, either staff or players.
Sure.
I think if Sin can like keep their core together, like they obviously they've shown a lot of promise. So I think depending on what happens around them, I think that maybe there is a potential top 4 team in there.
All right, well, let's take a look at this Gauntlet graphic because next week, Sunday, 5 p.m., Legacy are going to be taking on Direwolves here for the OPL final. And, I mean, at the start of the split, no one, I think, would have guessed that Legacy v Direwolves would be in the final, especially given that Legacy themselves thought that this was a year of rebuilding for them. A bunch of rookies, but they've made it all the way to be, at worst, the second-place team in the OPL metrics.
Yeah, absolutely right. And it really does, you know, look at their rookie team or their rookie bot lane that they've put together. They said everything was sort of lined up for them. They managed to pick up loss. Cupcake came through for them as well. And all of a sudden, these guys are back in the final. So a really good showing for a rebuilding year.
My goodness. So I don't know if you guys are going to be with us next week. Jish, you may be, you know, taken back to Trump's America. I don't know. So let us give me your thoughts on the predictions for Legacy v Direwolves next week.
Okay, so I think that what we saw Sin abuse pretty well game 1 and 2 in the side wave and the wave manipulation in general. I think I've sort of seen Direwolves have the best grasp of that over the entire season. I think that, you know, if they're honing in on that, obviously Legacy have a week to play around and fix that a bit, but I think that Direwolves definitely come with the advantage, probably 3-1, maybe 3-2.
3-1 Direwolves, maybe 3-2. Ejim, do you want to give us a preview?
I think I've sat in this chair and I've openly flamed Shernfire, but I think if Carbon chooses to keep playing Locket Redemption, Lee Sin into Shernfire, I think Shern's going to laugh at him and take all his jungle.
Yeah.
I think 3-1 Direwolves.
All right. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo. Well, oh, my goodness. Well, we will be back very, very soon with our post-match lobby. So I would like to thank Ejim and Jish for joining us here. But do not go anywhere because we'll be back with Carbon and Soul Strikes right here at the desk in about a 3-minute break. So let's watch some highlights. Thank you guys for being here.
Flash early from Carbon. FBI gets tagged up and exhausted. They're trying to use the heal, trying to get it back, but no, Cupcake gets first blood. Oriana is coming, Claire's going in. He wants to get it nice and early, gets the stun flash in from Juice. Good Zhonya's. Claire looking for an ultimate. Will Tally get out alive? He does. Shockwave comes out into the equalizer. Juice is low, tries to stand and deliver, but even Carbon's down here and nails Flares. Will get a shield as well. Big play from Legacy.
And teleport coming in out of Tally. They want to fight.
But they turn. They go for Cupcake first. Flares is in. Loss is meant to dash out, but they're going on top of the Lucian. Equalizing in a great squad. They're looking for a Shockwave. FBI back against the wall. Not enough. He gets taken down. Juice is looking to assassinate anyone he can get his hands on. Shockwave gets cancelled. 3-on-2 in the pit. Carbon with the kick. Gets 1 kill. Tally's dead. Only the captain left alive. Ryoma, can he get another quadra? It doesn't matter. Sin, they get an ace. Ooh. Carbon, big kick. Knocks Flair sideways though. Not the way he wanted it to go. And the Culling going to hit the tip. Carbon stunned up as well by the arrow to add insult to injury. That might be bottom lane turret falling. Flares skirting with Deja.
Shockwave
Hits 2. They're dead. Sin lose their mid lane player. Do Sin get position they want? Rogue looking for a tidal wave. It's out. Teleports in. Big Chaos Storm coming out there. Everyone from Legacy taking so much damage. But Juice looking for the smite. He gets it. Sin steal the Baron. Juice gets out alive. And Carbon is dead as well. Losses on top of him. Ryoma gets shut down by Tally. Carbon is in trouble. Shockwave flashed by FBI. Is there going to be a cannon coming in? No, he's not. He's in the base. He just took down 1 inhibitor all by himself. And Claire's caught. Do they go for it? Juice is jumping in, but Flares wants to end the game. Juice is being taken down. Is Lost going to dash forward? FBI's in trouble. Tries to take him on, but he can't. And now it's going to be Rogue that gets taken down as well. The base is being battered by this cannon. He's killed Tally. What the heck is going on? The Victor is going to try try and start his glorious evolution, and now it's better than ever because they're going in. Cupcake's on top of him. Exhaust has gone down, but Nexus turret's gone. Shockwave on Ryoma. He is still going to pick up kills. The Nexus, it's so low. They get it. Legacy have done it. They're going into the grand finals against the Direwolves.
Welcome back to the OPL. We're here in the post-match lobby, and I'm joined here at the desk by Carbon, Soulstrikes, and also Mendrix. Carbon, let me start with you. First of all, congratulations, both of you, on the win. But that last game, there were a lot of points where everyone was like, oh, well, Legacy have done it. They can't. They've really screwed themselves. And who would have thought they'd go out to Sin in the third round of the Gauntlet?
Yeah, I definitely thought we lost a few times. There was a few calls we made that I think, in retrospect, were pretty suspect. My mic is a bit stuffed up, sorry. But yeah, look, no. What a game. I don't know, man.
You seem exhausted.
I'm actually completely fried. Like, I'm cooked.
So
I'm done.
So, Soulstrikes, talk to me then, because you're in the room, you're not with the guys, they're playing, and you're just there being like, why is my team doing this? So what were you thinking during that fifth game?
Well, first of all, I thought we had the upper hand when Ash had to blow her flash at level 1.
Absolutely.
I thought that was the game-changing moment, and we capitalized on that lead really nicely. And yeah, I thought at that point we were in such a good momentum coming from game 3 and 4, and I thought we could take it quite nicely, but yeah.
Sorry, mate. Sorry, coach.
Just coming back to that Ash play. What I'd like to ask about that is, was that something that was pre-planned by you guys? Are you saying, we're going to go into this, we're going to put all our eggs in one basket in that initial bot lane and force that flash earlier? Was that something you guys just did on the fly?
Well, level 1 strategy is something that we've definitely been researching on, and it just happened. We had Trundle and FBI just flash, and Tim just capitalized that just beautifully.
Great stuff. Loves his Lee Sin. Now, talk to me about this season for you guys, because Legacy have gone through now, and the biggest surprise is that you finally beat Sin, obviously. That's a massive surprise.
Barely.
But,
barely.
I mean, you said it's weird because there's conflicting narratives with Legacy, because you said, look, this is a rebuilding year for us. We didn't expect to be where we are because we have a bunch of rookies and blah, 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 the rest of it. But at the same time, I heard you scream several times tonight, I refuse to lose. I will not lose. And so do you understand why it's kind of confusing? Because at the same time, you have these incredible expectations for yourself and your team. But at the same time, these guys are overachieving by your own standards.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's true. I suppose I won't deny it. Yeah, I don't know, dude. I just really hate losing. I mean, if anyone's ever played with me, they know that I hate losing. And if I have any control over it, I will do everything in my power not to lose.
Absolutely. Oh, and Soulstrikes, tell me about Carbon's Lee Sin picks. So,
my hands are cooked. I played 5 games of Lee Sin in a row. They don't work anymore. Someone call Babip. Get Babip in here. I can't play. I'm done.
We were saying on desk, we were saying like his old arthritic hands.
Yes. Oh, I got to hit this kick. Oh, it's like, how many kicks did I do that game? I don't know. I probably did like 50 kicks or something. 49, 50, and then on the 50th, it's just like. No, that's it.
Soulstrikes, was the 5-game Lee Sin pre-planned, or was it like, look, we're only playing Lee Sin because they keep banning Ivan?
Well, it's definitely something along to do with Ivan, but yeah, we just had a lot of options. Like Rengo was still up, and we just went with Lee Sin because
you put the old man on this very mechanical jungler.
I remember last year Tim really wanted to play Lee Sin in like best of 5 series, and like Lee Sin wasn't that meta of a champ, but yeah, I just felt like, hey, just put him on a comfort pick.
Can you quickly run me through the redemption item build for Lee Sin there on that side? What was like the thing behind that?
I think I can explain that one, because initially in game 4 we were versing Vladimir, I believe, and
game 3,
and I told him to get redemption locket because Cupcake was 80 carry, and so we had no healing coming from.
Right.
We can't buy redemption on Misfortune, so then I think Tim just bought. I don't know, I just
kept buying it earlier and earlier. Just like game 3, game 4, game 5, I was just like one item slot.
Well, speaking of game 5, walk me through that Baron steal that Juves kind of managed to get.
have to?
Yeah, no. So what's going through your head at this point? Because you were saying like maybe this is the moment.
Yeah,
you
I didn't
throw
want
in
to
the
do
game.
that at all, to be honest. I actually
You're
said,
bullied into it by your team.
I was peer pressured. I actually said, this is not a good idea. This is like a 50-50 smite, and I'm an old man. Like, Juice is 2 years or 3 years or something younger than I am, so like, do not rely on me to hit this smite. And Kenan was pushing at the same time, so I was like, if we get this Baron, we still have to try and somehow base afterwards and stop the Kenan. Like, I don't know. It was just very risky, and he got the Baron, so props to him.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, first of all, lastly, I just want to say congratulations to you guys for taking this. Do you have any sort of preview you want to give us for next week v Direwolves? I mean, is it a quick 3-0 from you guys? Are you going to take this to 5 games? Is it going to be as exciting as tonight?
Hope not. It's exhausting. It's hard work. I don't like being excited. I like calm games. Slow, methodical. Please don't run. Yeah, don't run it. Don't find me. Don't run at me. You just stay on that side. I'll stay on this side. We'll go to 40 minutes. One team fight will decide it, and we can move to the next game.
All right. Well, thank you guys so much for joining us here.
My pleasure.
And best of luck next week. And my goodness, what an evening of League of Legends.
Yeah, what a week.
5 p.m. Sunday, you can join us here for Direwolves versus Legacy. Absolutely do not miss it. It's the grand final of the OPL Split 1. And I'd like to thank Legacy's Captain Carbon and their coach Soulstrikes, as well as Mendrix for being here. And we'll see you later. Bye!
And look at this, Sinner in Legacy's base. This is 12 minutes in. Oh, Tally's in trouble, locked down. Ultimate comes out, the sniper shoots a bullet and picks up a kill. Sinner gonna be able to take down an inhibitor, and Flares actually stops the turret? What is this? Legacy can't even get that turret yet. Carbon almost dies to turret aggro. A 12-minute inhibitor? Is this Sin? It's now 4-5, double stun from Ryoma. Carbon and Tally forced to flash away. The inhibitor is taking a beating. Jews will be stunned up by a bit of damage, but that's all 3 inhibitors broken. Legacy try to go for one last stand. Tally locks down FBI. A shutdown comes out from Claire. Lost will fall. And even though they looked like they were going to put up a good fight there, there's just too many minions to deal with. And Sin, they've done it again. They pick up game 1 in this best of 5 series. That's an arrow thrown forward. FBI delivered into the team. Flashes away from the shockwave. He's now life-stealing his heart out. Roma drops the base. Doesn't do all that much. And we can see the Guardian Angels are starting to get popped. FBI still trying to stand and deliver. Can he take them down? But that's a shutdown on towards Flares. And Sin have to run back. Flares misses his own ultimate. There's the Baron. Really low. Carbon's going in. Gets picked up by Juice. And now Tally as well as Carbon stuck in the pit. Bullet time only connects with Flares. Ultimate comes out from Ryoma. Knocking down Carbon. It's a 4-on-5. The Nexus is open. Sin are looking to try 2-0 Legacy here, taking the game 3 as slowly members are going to fall. This is going to be game. Sin take this one to match point. Woo! But Sally's in the backlines, get a kill on towards Rogue. They're trying to dash backwards. FBI and Ryoma can't quite do it. Juice looking for the cleanup, gets Cupcake. Carbon comes back in. Juice, can you do it? Goes toe-to-toe against the captain, but the vice captain is keeping him nice and secure. That's an ace for Legacy. Arrow, Cupcake, there. Equalizer right now. No, decides not to pull the trigger. Ryoma's going to backlines. There is the equalizer. They've melted the support, who has most of the gold. That's 2 for Ryoma. Juice is jumping in. Big shockwave though, gonna shut down the Guardian Angel and take down the flag, but the turret himself is moving forward. FBI is looking for even more. The bottom lane duo of Legacy are dead, and Claire jumped up by Juice. Now it's a captain on captain fight. Will he be able to pick up the kill? Carbon going for it, gets the last auto attack, but that's the only surviving member for Legacy. Sin will lose their support. Carbon gets 1 kill. They're on the turret. FBI's kicked back. He's gonna get taken down. Cupcake is here. They get the Nexus turrets, but Carbon saves the game just for a little bit longer against Sid. And Legacy break the base. Shockwave onto 2. That's 2 dead. 3 kills coming up there as Legacy will take this one to game 4, trying to find that reverse sweep. There's Lost. We'll get locked out for a while, but the Pillar's going to stop the ultimate of Malzahar. He's the one that's in trouble. Exhaust goes on towards Tally, but he's on top of FBI. The Jin is just watching as the Fizz collapses. But Tally is going to be able to pick up a double, looking for the triple kill. Ryoma trying to do everything he can as the assassin. Jumps on the Tally after picking up 1, flashes away. Death Mark's going to pop. Ignite is not going to be enough because Lost heals up his allies, and only Rogue is left up for the side of Sid. Legacy are destroying them one by one, and this could potentially be game spawn. Arrow connects up to Juves. Dominus popped by Flares. He gets the ball, but FBI is deleted. He's gone for Summoner's Rift, and the rest of Sin are about to follow.
They're going to take down Sin and take us to game number 4.
The first Gauntlet in the OPL, and Legacy are going to tie this one back up. They've done it against Spawn. Every single game in this Gauntlet goes straight to game 5.
Teleport coming in out of Tally. They want to fight.
But they turn. They're going for Cupcake first. Flares is in. Lost is meant to dash out, but they're going on top of the Lucian. Equalizing in a great squad. They're looking for a shockwave. FBI back against the wall. Not enough. He gets taken down. Juves is looking to assassinate anyone he can get his hands on. Shockwave gets cancelled. 3-on-2 in the pit. Carbon with the kick. Gets 1 kill. Tally's dead. Only the captain left alive. Ryoma, can he get another quadra? It doesn't matter. Sin, they get an ace. Do Sin get position they want? Rogue looking for a tidal wave. It's out. Teleports in. Big Chaos Storm coming out there. Everyone from Legacy taking so much damage. But Juves looking for the spy. He gets it. Sin steal the Baron. Juves gets out alive. And Carmen is dead as well. Lost is on top of him. Ryoma gets shut down by Tally. Carmen is in trouble. Shockwave flashed by FBI. Is there going to be a cannon coming in? No, he's not. He's in the base. He just took down one inhibitor all by himself. And Claire's caught. Do they go for it? Juves is jumping in. But Flares wants to end the game. Juves is being taken down. Is Lost going to dash forward? FBI's in trouble. Tries to take him on, but he can't. And now it's going to be Rogue that gets taken down as well. The base is being battered by this cannon. He's killed Tally. What the heck is going on? The Victor is going to try and start his glorious evolution. And now it's better than ever because they're going in. Cupcake's on top of him. Exhaust has gone down. But Nexus turret's gone. Shockwave on Ryoma. He is still going to pick up kills. The Nexus, it's so low. They get it. Legacy have done it. They're going into the grand finals against the Direwolves.